Good morning, everyone. You're so quiet. I certainly don't need this gavel. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the Wednesday, September 7th Board of Forestry Hybrid Public Meeting. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. Today, we are live streaming this event on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along with our virtual proceedings, I'll go over some meeting housekeeping tips. Everyone participating in the virtual and present meeting room, please silence your cell phones and try to limit background noises. Remember to mute yourself when you are not speaking, and for online participants, feel free to disable your video when not presenting or when providing public comment. For the record, we ask everyone participating today to state their names using the available microphones so that those listening online can track the commentary. If you experience technical issues in the virtual meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF host in Salem during the event. For those watching this meeting via live stream and present in this room, I'll remind everyone of our general order of operations. After an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenters to begin. For board members, if you have clarifying questions, please use the raise hand function in Zoom, or if present, merely raise your hand and I will call on you. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After a presentation, we will open the floor for board discussion and additional questions. We do not have decision items in front of the board outside of the consent agenda block of items. In order to ensure the board can conduct all the items on the agenda, the public comment provision under agenda item 1 will be limited to no more than 30 minutes. The public can comment on items on and off the agenda, and a sign-up sheet is provided. At the end of the board comments, we'll begin our public comment period. Additionally, members of the public, we ask that if you would like to submit written testimony for this meeting's agenda items and enter it into the record, please send in your comments by September 21st. Lastly, today the board will meet in a closed executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660(2)(I). The purpose of this 1 p.m. session will be to discuss the state forester's annual performance. And upon conclusion of this executive session, the meeting will recommence with item number 6. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the public are not allowed to join. And one other comment that I have reminding us all that this is a public meeting. And so we have a lot of folks who are following along who are not as familiar as all of us with many of the acronyms that we use regularly. Everything from ODF to HCP, and it kind of goes down from there, I think. And so let's all make an effort to not use acronyms throughout this day. And if I fall into the trap, you can correct me, please. I probably will. Anyhow, I think it's just for me, it feels like an issue of respect, particularly for the public, for us all to make an effort. And even though we all use them all day long in our regular communications. With that, any questions? Okay, if none, I will perform a roll call to confirm quorum can be met for today's items. All right, unmute yourselves, please, board members. Liz Akpoa.
Chair Kelly, I am present here at the state offices.
Great. Carla Chambers.
Good morning here.
Ben Doimling.
Here.
Chandra Ferrari.
Here.
Joe Justice.
Here.
Brenda McComb. And I am here as well. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda items. We will be requesting a motion and or any thoughts and comments.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I want to point out that on the consent agenda, a Manulife employee is being appointed to the Regional Forest Practice Committee, Todd Kurtz, who is an employee of mine. Just want to make that public.
Sounds not very good here. I didn't hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to point out on the consent agenda, Todd Kurtz is being on the consent agenda. He's an employee of Manulife, the company. He works for me. So I want to point that out on the consent agenda.
It's still mumbling. I'm sorry. My hearing is.
Can you guys hear me? Oh.
One of your employees has been.
Yes, I just wanted to point that out on the consent. Yeah, on the consent agenda.
I appreciate that.
Sorry, I will try to speak more clearly and louder.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Brenda McComb for the record. I will vote in favor of these appointments to the committees, but I will point out yet again that we do not have context for how these appointments are contributing to diversity, equity, and inclusion in the organization. And I'd really like to see that in the future.
Yeah, Brenda, I agree with you. Having been served the same length of time as you, we end up dealing with each of these appointments sort of individually, and we don't have the history. We don't really see the makeup of any of these committees. And I know this has been brought up, and I'm told that that there's going to be an effort going forward to be able to provide us more context bios of all of the board members. And so that we can be less in a, in a situation where we feel like we're in a vacuum information wise. So hopefully, we're going to be doing better in the future. And I appreciate hearing that you're willing to go ahead at this point. Yeah, we struggle with getting people to fill some of these positions, and so I really want to, show respect to all of those who are willing to serve, and hopefully we'll be able to do a little better in the future.
Thank you, Brenda and Chair Kelly, for raising this. And I just wanted to second, Brenda, what you said. I wholeheartely agree. I also will be supporting it, but I think there's work to do for everybody, and I think that includes us as board members. I mean, we really are sort of in some ways a liaison between the department and the states. And I think it's incumbent on us, on everybody listening here in this meeting, to encourage folks to apply to these committees, because they are important positions. And Jim, you're right that sometimes there aren't enough folks to apply to these committees. And I think it is incumbent on all of us to encourage and support people to join this important work. So thank you, Brenda, for raising that.
Any other comments regarding if the consent agenda? If not, then I would seek a motion.
Brenda McComb for the record. I move to approve the consent agenda.
Liz seconds.
Okay, the consent agenda has been moved and seconded, and right. So for the record, the motion's action will be to approve the consent agenda, and with that, we will move to a vote. Make sure that you're all unmuted. All right, Liz,
Aye.
Carla Chambers,
Aye.
Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Sandra Ferrari,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And I am an aye myself as well. Okay, and so we have a motion that was made and seconded, and for the record, it has to pass the consent agenda, and that was carried by consensus. And that we will move on to the next item, State Forester and board member comments. So going to welcome State Forester Cal Mukamoto to begin with your comments, Cal.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. For the record, my name is Cal Mukamoto. I'm State Forester for Oregon Department of Forestry. I didn't say ODF. That's good, huh? No. All right. Good morning and welcome to everyone joining us today, both here in Salem and virtually. I want to start my comments with a little bit of last week's activities. Chair Kelly and I were both honored to attend a memorial for our fallen firefighter, Logan Taylor in Medford, Oregon. It was a memorial to honor him as a firefighter, and also not only that, but as a forester. And he planted trees. That reforestation was his love, and seeing that we create sustainable forests, and it was great to see that happen. I was proud of our Oregon Department of Forestry personnel who worked with other agencies and other fire service to put together the memorial. It was a wonderful event, and it was just great to see everybody come out and honor the service of this young man. After that, I went up to fire camp in Rum Creek, and I didn't want to be the bureaucrat that creates the big burden. There were some jokes about getting an A star and how many fly around. And I told them I didn't want to be that bureaucrat, but I did have visions of being General Patton. But that's, but I was able to talk with the incident management team and visit with the Oregon State Fire Marshal's office, and visit a lot of Oregon Department of Forestry personnel in the fire camp and get a sense of what was going on. And again, I walked away being very proud of our organization and the ability to fight fires. We were able to meet with a local legislator, and it was good to have that confidence locally in our fire team. While there are a few large fires on the landscape at the moment, Rum Creek is the only fire with an Oregon Department of Forestry incident management team assigned. That team times out on Saturday and won't likely be replaced due to the current situation on the ground and the consistent gains in containment we've been seeing over the past few days. You know, here I'm going to go off script a little bit here, but one of the big worries with the Rum Creek fire was about 4,200 homes east of the fire. And that's where the wind conditions and such are pushing that fire. It's really rough terrain, and we have a lot of snags out there in the vegetation. And between Oregon Department of Forestry and interagency cooperation, and I have to point out the Oregon State Fire Marshal, we were able to deploy a team out there that not only protects homes, but was able to put fire lines out there to protect those homes. And that was just, I think I really want to pat them on the back as an interagency effort. That being said, the department continues to stand ready to support our partner agencies on fires outside of our jurisdiction if necessary, while maintaining staffing to continue to support the aggressive initial attack that has helped us keep fires small all season. And you'll hear more about that, I imagine, when on item 2 this morning with Chief Shaw and Ron Graham talking about this year's fire season. Also related to wildfire, as I mentioned last month, we are working with the governor's office and several legislators on a plan and timeline for another iteration of the statewide wildfire risk map. Regardless of the timelines established through these conversations, the department will be prioritize information and collaboration in the use of whatever time is available. The focus will be on connecting with our local resources, Oregonians and community leaders, particularly in the areas with significant high and extreme classifications. And I want to point out that the Rum Creek fire is an example of why we need a WUI map and why we need to identify those areas so we can start protecting, getting defensible space and home hardening throughout the state, because of that very reason, that they're endangered. And when we have a fire like Rum Creek, we need to ensure that there's all that's been done possible to make sure that they survive, and not only property survives, but people survive. My final item this morning is to congratulate the Oregon Mass Timber Coalition on its recent $41.4 million federal grant that will jumpstart the development of mass timber housing projects. And this is exciting. I mean, we were just talking this morning about how we need markets, especially when we start talking about landscape resiliency, and this is going to be a market that not only sequesters carbon, but it allows for it's just going to allow for larger, more different architectural, plus the development of a whole market that will create create another area for us to work with. Infrastructure is very important to our state, and I think we need to continue to develop it. The coalition is a partnership between the Port of Portland, Business Oregon, ODF, Oregon Department of Forestry, the Department of Land Conservation and Development, and the Tall Wood Design Institute, which is a collaboration between the University of Oregon and Oregon State University. The coalition's vision is to enhance and expand Oregon's established mass timber industry ecosystem. Mass timber allows for rapid construction using sustainable, locally sourced, low-carbon wood products and can help address one of the state's most vexing problems, the worsening housing crisis. The coalition was one of 20 selected from a national pool of 529 applicants to receive funding throughout the U.S. Economic Development Administration's Build Back Better Regional Challenge, which aims to boost economic recovery from the pandemic and rebuild American communities. The funding ODF will receive will go to implementing forest restoration projects on the Willamette National Forest that will improve forest resilience and provide sustainable wood supply for mass timber products. There will also be development of a robust track and trace program to provide additional transparency and accountability for timber leaving the public lands. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Chair Kelly.
Thank you. The only comments I have this morning are really about our process as a board. So I'll try to get through this quickly, but as I think you all know, I have pushed that that we all, when we get our board books, have a time so that we can be able to read all those materials. So when we have our pre-board meetings, that they can be efficient and not waste staff's time or our time. And that I think had been working pretty well for a while because we would get pretty complete board books. And then, once in a while there would be a missing report. And obviously that's been slipping over the last year or two, and to the point where we got a board book with missing quite a few reports this time, very light. And it ended up really defeating the purpose of us being able to have those effective pre-board meetings. So I have communicated this, I guess you'd call it a kick in the butt, to the executive staff of the Department of Forestry and on your behalf. And so hopefully, I know they are really challenged to get these reports out on a timely basis, but pretty much none of this works very well if we don't get them pretty complete. So just want you to know that I've been out there complaining on your behalf. And with that, other board comments this morning before we go to public comment. Carla Chambers.
Chair Kelly, thank you. Just two quick comments. One on the CLT. Many of us in this room were on the OSU Dean of Forestry's tour in New Zealand. I think it was 3 years ago. Went through one of the universities where they showed us that the CLT was more resilient than steel and concrete in earthquake and fire. And that was kind of a wake-up call to see the strength and to see that firsthand. And then I just want to, thank the many people that are here today. And I know we really look forward to this public comment and input. I think that's a critical part of what we do. And finally, Cal, I want to thank you and Jim and Bill, our CFO, for the financial discussion that we had in between meetings, and just a lot has changed in this economy. And certainly the CFO for the state of Oregon understands what we're all up against. And with the many policy decisions that we're looking at, just be sure that, we are all staying on top of where we are financially as we make these decisions. So thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Other board member comments this morning to start? Okay, not hearing any. We will move to public comment. Okay, thank you for those who signed up to provide testimony to the board today. We ask everyone in the Zoom queue not to exceed their allotted time of 2 minutes. I ask that before you start, that you state your full name, the topic you are commenting on, any associated affiliation, if you're representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time. and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and then muted. With many commenters, I believe we have 13 today, and limited time, I wanted to offer a few suggestions. When providing the oral comment, try to endorse rather than repeat the testimony of others. Submit written testimony to accompany your statements or information, which can be sent up until September 21st. So Hillary, are we ready to engage with the public comment?
We are, Chair Kelly.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. We do have 13 signed up and ready to provide public testimony, joining us remotely as well as in person. Everyone in the queue, we just asked to ensure we do stay on track, and so I will list names in a set order and call on each of you to begin your testimony individually. As some testimony providers are in person and others online, please be prepared to engage when your name is called on. When you begin, a timer will be displayed for 2 minutes. When you see that timer run out, we do ask that you provide your closing statement. If not, I will prompt you. To start us off, we will have the individuals joining remotely as the first set, and they will provide testimony in the following order: Mark Rogers, Lisa Payne, Matt Phillips, Bob Van Dyke, Rodney Lenz, Alan Journay. After that, we will have individuals joining us in person. Now, for those in person, please step forward and take a seat at the presenter tables located in the front of the room. In a set of, we'll have first set of 3 and then a set of 4. Please use the microphone on the table by pressing the button until it lights up green, and you can track your time by viewing the screen in the middle, located in the middle of the room. I will call on your order after the remote has been completed. First up, online is Mr. Mark Rogers. Ready when you are.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Chair Kelly and members of the board, my name is Mark Rogers and I serve as a volunteer chair of the Oregon Council of Trout Unlimited. I live near Sandy, Oregon. Trout Unlimited is a nonprofit organization dedicated to the conservation of cold water fish. The council represents the 3,800 TU members in Oregon. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan. Oregon Trout Unlimited supports the Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan, and we appreciate the Oregon Department of Forestry staff who managed the process that resulted in the draft Habitat Conservation Plan and encourage the board to continue with the current process and timeline. The Habitat Conservation Plan process has been comprehensive, transparent, and effective. In addition to participating in the public updates, Oregon Trout Unlimited has provided detailed written comments to the Forestry Department and to the National Marine Fisheries Service during the Habitat Conservation Plan environmental impact statement process. Though we see the benefits of the Habitat Conservation Plan's proposed preferred alternative, we believe that alternative 3 is the best option for ensuring the persistence of covered species under the Habitat Conservation Plan. Indeed, the Habitat Conservation Plan states that alternative 3, quote, would increase beneficial effects for covered salmonids, including increased habitat accessibility, decreased peak flows, decreased stream confinement, and improved water quality, end quote, as compared to the proposed action. This Habitat Conservation Plan should serve as an effective plan for ensuring the health and future of Western Oregon State forest, waters, and fisheries, and it is especially true if the board proceeds with alternative 3. Thank you for overseeing this important process, and thank you for the opportunity to comment and support. We look forward to this new era of state forest management in Oregon. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Lisa Payne.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Lisa Payne, and I'm the chair of the Jewel School Board of Directors, and I am here representing the Jewel School District, a local taxing district that receives revenue generated from Board of Forestry lands. Jewel School District is located in the heart of Clatsop County or Clatsop State Forest. The district is comprised of one school and has a current enrollment of 150 students, grade preschool through 12. I am testifying today regarding potential funding impacts to counties and local taxing districts with respect to the proposed habitat conservation plan and associated forest management plan. The Jewel School District relies on revenue generated by the Board of Forestry lands to fund our general fund budget. Since the annual revenue exceeds what the state would provide, Jewel School does not utilize any state school funds. This revenue source has allowed Jewel School District to remain independent and operate a public school in a rural setting during the time when other rural schools have had to consolidate with adjacent districts or become charter schools. Jewel School District's current budget utilizes approximately $4.45 million of timber revenue for our general fund. If the school were forced to use state funding based on current enrollment, we would need to cut $1.75 million from our budget. The only way to cut 40% is by reducing the number of people. This means that to make up $1.75 million, Jewel School would have to cut 13.5 or 93% of 14.5 teachers from our general fund. I would recommend delaying any further decisions until economic impacts can be estimated for each ODF district, so local taxing districts can determine how it affects them. We do believe that Oregon Department of Forestry's Astoria District has been doing a good job managing timber resources to provide adequate revenue for the Jewel School District under the current forest management plan. I understand that our little school and the funding it receives probably doesn't mean much to you, but it means an awful lot to our community and the education of our kids. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up, Matt Phillips.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board. My name is Matt Phillips, the Clatsop County Sheriff. Thanks for taking the time to let me talk about the Habitat Conservation Plan and the effects to my agency. I started my career in law enforcement in 1998. At the time, I was a college student, and that opportunity was afforded to me only because of the revenues generated by the state forest. So let me explain. In 1996, the voters of Clatsop County said they believed in law enforcement and the sheriff's office, and they authorized and approved a rural law enforcement district. It had a modest tax rate, but with it came timber revenue that helped our sheriff's office grow. Prior to 96, the enforcement division consisted of the sheriff and 8 deputies. We weren't able to provide 24/7 coverage to our community. Once that passed, we were able to grow our law enforcement agency so that we could provide 24-hour coverage and all the services necessary. Running a sheriff's office is not easy. In fact, there's 110 statutes that speak to the duties of the sheriff and his office. The current Habitat Conservation Plan, the financial impacts to us would be the loss of 8 deputies from our rural law enforcement district fund and 3.5 deputies from our general fund positions. So that would leave myself and 13 deputies, which would then eliminate 24/7 coverage and specialized training and for detectives to work cases such as internet crimes against children. With respect to this plan, I think you need to take a look at it from an equity perspective. I believe 75% of the habitat conservation areas are in Clatsop County. And so our county and the school districts and the very taxing districts across our county will really receive the brunt of the losses, the financial losses. And so I don't think that that's fair or consistent with how ODF should operate. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, Bob Van Dyke.
Hi, everybody. For the record, Bob Van Dyke. I asked if some slides could be shared. I don't know if that's possible or not. Looks like maybe. Great. Thank you. I'll go through these quickly. I've been hearing a lot of hyperbole lately about the devastation that will face local communities if the Habitat Conservation Plan is approved, as well as possible mill closures. I know you've heard some of that rhetoric as well. So I wanted to focus today on Clatsop County, where there's the most state forest harvest. The first slide here shows where timber harvest actually comes from in Clatsop County, and it's clear that the state is a minority here with only 30% of the harvest. The main log supply driver in Clatsop County is private land. Next slide, please. Thank you. Regarding employment, I took to look at the jobs question in Clatsop County. I took wood products manufacturing and forestry and logging. Together, those are 2.5% on average of the job base in Clatsop County from 2012 to 2021. Of course, there are other jobs related to that. There's a multiplier effect. In terms of base jobs, it's 2.5%. If the state forest is only 30% of the harvest, then that brings us down to about less than 1% of the jobs in Clatsop County in these core areas. Next slide, please. Regarding state forest itself, it varies considerably. You can see it from 2012 to 2017, it almost doubled or more than doubled. So there's quite a bit of variation, which raises a question. When there are significant changes in state forest harvest, do those change jobs in the local wood products and logging sector? Next slide, please. This slide, the red line, it shows those jobs. And what you'll see here is that there's virtually no correlation between wood products and logging jobs as a percent of total employment and timber harvest. So is that the time up sound I heard?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just close then by saying I think you would benefit by looking into the marginal changes in employment effects at a local level from changes in state harvest. And some of your staff economists could help with this. That's different from those broad multiplier effects, which I don't think are particularly useful when looking at local employment effects from marginal changes in state forest harvest. Thanks. I'm happy to answer any questions, obviously, too. Thanks for the chance to testify.
Up next, Rodney Lentz.
Good morning, Board Chair Kelly and members. Thank you for letting me have a moment to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of Banks Fire District. I'm the fire chief here in Banks. We're on the west end of Washington County. With the update of the Habitat Conservation Plan, it will, with that update, will have a significant impact on our district because we cover 136 square miles of the county. We are the last so-called volunteer fire department in Washington County. And the funding we receive from the timber tax supports three major areas of our operation. One is our equipment replacement. Two is our station and other equipment replacement. And our major piece is our intern program, where we have interns staff our station for responses. With the elimination of that funding, it will greatly impact us to where we'll have to reduce services and have extreme challenges because our district is mainly rural. We only have 6,000 folks and we have no commercial districts. So I would ask that when this plan continues, if you take a close look how that reduction in the timber tax will affect each area what receives that funding, because it will be a profound area as others have testified. It's going to reduce, probably end up with some reduction in staffing and roll the clocks back to previous time periods where we've come out, we've made gains, but with this reduction could impact it. So I'd like to thank you for allowing me to testify. And once again, I hope you really look at the impacts of how that reduction of the timber tax affects all the jurisdictions that receive it. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Alan Journet.
Chair Kelly and members of the board. My name is Alan Journet. I'm co-facilitator of Southern Oregon Climate Action Now. My topic is the Senate Bill 762 wildfire risk map rollout by the Oregon Department. That Oregon is suffering an increased wildfire risk over recent years should be obvious by now to anyone in the state, even though our long-term fire history is less obvious. Our experience at Southern Oregon Climate Action Now and engaging area residents reveals that little about the history and prevailing causes of wildfire is known. As a result, many residents resist efforts to address the problem, even when such proposals are predicated on fire ecology realities. This is because sound proposals usually confound their misunderstanding. It's always difficult to persuade folks that a well-developed solution is appropriate to solving a problem if they don't understand what the problem is, what is causing it, or even that it exists. In my written comments, I delineate the issues apparently unknown to many Oregonians. As a result of being uninformed, many Oregonians have a false sense that increasing fire risk is generated by reduced logging. Thus, they blame fire risk on those who argue that fire suppression and global warming are the root causes. A few weeks ago, in its well-intentioned response to Senate Bill 762, the Oregon Department of Forestry rolled out its wildfire risk maps, a process which included a well-attended webinar in Southwest Oregon. The maps were not well received by many participants. We are sympathetic to the department's efforts, but suggest that if they are to be successful in promoting a program to address the fire risk that is founded on an accurate understanding of the problem, it will be necessary to educate the public about the causes of the problem so that they are aware of what makes sense by way of a response. Maybe it's deemed too controversial or politically partisan to educate the public about the roles of fire. If so, this is unfortunate. We urge the department, however, to recognize that failing to educate the public about forest science and fire ecology will likely doom efforts to address the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jornet. All right, now we're going to proceed with the in-person testimony providers, and we just want to say thanks everyone for making it out. We know this could be our last on-site for Salem headquarters meeting here, so thanks again. So the order I call out is the order you'll be providing your comments to the board. The first one is Steve Zika, Laura Wilkeson, and Dan Schultz. Please proceed to the table. The last set for the day will be in this order: Knox Marshall, Scott Loomer, Bill Thompson, and Brenna Bell. Mr. Zika, ready when you are.
Thank you, Chair Kelly, for the opportunity to provide some candid comments today. For the record, I am Steve Zika, the CEO of Hampton Lumber. I'm here today to express my deep disappointment with the draft Habitat Conservation Plan. I'm testifying not just for the 1,000 employees and contractors we have at Hampton here in Oregon, but also for the many businesses and thousands of workers that will suffer in rural Oregon if this plan goes ahead as planned. Our failed federal policy has decimated communities and led to catastrophic wildfires that benefit no one. Many believe this approach was a mistake, but now the Department of Forestry is attempting to do the same thing on the state forests, expecting different results. I'm not questioning the need for a habitat conservation plan. Hampton was very involved in supporting the private forest accord, which will turn into an HCP soon. However, habitat conservation plan should meet conservation, social, and financial goals. However, I do question this process and the current work product to date. The Department of Forestry did a poor job negotiating with federal agencies. The services don't protect communities. That's the board's responsibilities. No reasonable Oregonian believes financial outcomes of this habitat conservation plan meet the definition of greatest permanent value. To the contrary, you have heard from stakeholders, sheriffs, firemen, school administrators, and most importantly, trust land counties about financial concerns. Years of advocacy and thousands of comments later through a so-called public process, and not one thing has changed with the habitat conservation proposal. You're not listening. Based on history, I have no confidence in the Department of Forestry's harvest predictions or ability to deliver conservation outcomes with this plan. We are being sold a bill of goods again. Check out my button for 279 million feet of harvest. That was the promise during the last forest management plan. Within 2 years, that plan evaporated. So here we are again. This plan's also going downhill from what we started a couple of years ago. The process started with twin goals: financial viability and conservation. Now we have another bait and switch: social and economic events ignored.
Mr. Zika, if you could.
It is unacceptable that ODF has yet to produce any financial analysis or measure of social impacts, especially with a recession on the way. It is irresponsible to the Board of Forestry to allow the ODF to proceed without your involvement and approval based on science, accurate harvest models, financial forecast, and community input. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Laura Wilkerson.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Laura Wilkerson. I'm here today representing OFIC's, State Land Committee members. The companies that make up this committee operate over 40 mills and dozens of communities and directly employ more than 8,000 Oregonians who depend on state timber sales for their livelihoods. I've spoken before to this board many times about the HCP, and I'll try not to repeat myself, but I do have a few topics and requests that I want to hit on. First being large set-asides and their consequences. Roughly 2/3 of Oregon's forest land is already set aside for habitat, wilderness, recreation, and other non-timber production uses. The lack of management in the majority of these acres has contributed to unhealthy forests that we have today. This, along with climate change, has led to years of catastrophic wildfires and over 4 million acres of Oregon's forest burned, or 76% of which has burned on federal forests in the last 10 years. This board needs to be conscious of these facts when adopting a plan that would set aside over half of the state forests, essentially to non-management. There's a few things that I've brought up before that I'll just quickly hit on to. As Steve mentioned, the financial analysis is completely missing for this plan on how it would affect the department itself and the state forest division. The draft EIS also contains a multitude of inaccurate and misleading socioeconomic facts and figures. And finally, there's a misconception out there that selecting an alternative would actually start the NEPA process over again. That's simply not the case. Those alternatives have already been analyzed and could be adopted as the preferred alternative if the board so chooses. We do have a few requests of the board today. We think that the board should direct ODF to draft individual HCPs for each alternative in the DEIS. This doesn't mean rewriting the HCP multiple times. It simply requires making changes to the current draft. Most chapters wouldn't even need to be changed to reflect those alternatives on the table. Secondly, we think that you should ask the services to update their socioeconomic numbers to accurately reflect the industry today and into the future. And finally, ODF should, or the board should request ODF provide the financial analysis that's lacking. I just want to quickly say before I'm cut off that this isn't going to reinvent the wheel. It will perfect it. I also think that there has been some job numbers that have been shared today already that are not accurate. And so I wouldn't want you to take away from the real economic opportunities that are in these rural areas that are associated with forest sector products. Thank you.
Next up, Dan Schultz.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Dan Schultz. I'm testifying also on the Western Oregon Habitat. I'm presenting this testimony on behalf of the 700 members of the Oregon Division of the Society of American Foresters. Our members come from public agencies, forest products companies, higher education, consultants, and forest landowners. One of the fundamental tenets of our organization is that it is beneficial and appropriate to actively practice science-based forest management to meet environmental, social, and economic goals for our forests. Management of the habitat conservation areas and riparian management areas as outlined in the Habitat Conservation Plan is overly restrictive. Adaptive management is the best way to address increasing threats of climate change, invasive pests, and wildfire while achieving desired future forest conditions needed for the recovery of special status species. Salvage logging provisions of the HCP are also concerning. We support salvage in appropriate areas after major disturbance such as wildfire, drought, and insect-caused mortality, a view that is consistent with most Oregonians. Severely burned forests contribute little to suitable habitat for threatened and endangered species and are net carbon emitters, while healthy forests and harvested wood products effectively sequester carbon. Our state chair has submitted written testimony that can be reviewed at a later date. That testimony substantiates the claims made in this testimony along with a thorough list of scientific references. And thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you, testimony providers. If you'd like to return to your seat. The remaining testimony providers, please proceed to the front here. Yes. Okay, so this order will be Knox Marshall, Scott Loomer, Bill Thompson, then Brenna Bell. First up, Knox Marshall.
Chairman Kelly, my name is Knox Marshall. I'm the resource manager for Murphy Company located in Eugene, Oregon. Founded in 1909, Murphy Company operates facilities in Washington, Oregon, employing approximately 970 people. Murphy Company operates 5 veneer-based plants in Oregon. Sorry. That depend on the ODF timber supply. State forests are critical for maintaining the milling infrastructure in rural communities. Murphy Company is appreciative of the work the ODF endeavors to complete and ensure the sustained forest outputs from these highly valuable forests through the HCP process. Sustainable management provides outcomes such as forest resilience, forest restoration, fuels management, and equal and equitable access for all. In some rural communities, there's a growing focus on results from deteriorating family wage jobs and the negative impacts to society where the promise of these jobs being replaced by other industries such as recreation is not materialized. In these communities, unemployment is up, crime is up, poverty is up, and real estate values continue to climb, creating a massive wealth gap with the residents and those recreating from urban areas. There are very few jobs that can justify the cost of living in these rural communities. A one-size-fits-all approach has not been best for the outcomes of the forest products industry. Sustainable harvest practices and policies will give the timber companies certainty to continue. Some see the HCP as a way to reduce acres allowable for harvest regardless of the unforeseen impacts to the forest lands themselves. Sustainably managed forests in the Pacific Northwest have never been completely recognized for the long-term ecological benefits they provide, including clean water, clean air, wildlife habitats, carbon storage, and sustainable green jobs. Responsible and sustainable management of our state forests are part of the solution to the 21st century economic, social, and environmental challenges we all face in Oregon. Please carefully consider all decisions for all the impacts that may come as a result of those decisions made for the future of our state forests and our rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Scott Loomer.
Good morning. My name is Scott Loomer. I'm Vice President of Customer Relations for Walsh Trucking Company. We're a family-owned, Oregon-based company that has specialized in the transportation of wood residual products for over 63 years. Our blue and white trucks with the big W's are seen all over Oregon. We are responsible for over 400 people. We provide high-wage jobs and excellent benefits in small communities like Willamina, Warrenton, just to name a couple. Today's truck driving professionals can earn over $90,000 per year. These jobs are critical to the economies of many small Oregon communities. Our jobs are also crucial to families in small town Oregon. Without residuals from lumber mills to haul, drivers may be forced to take long haul trucking jobs to support their families and continue those high wages. They will miss precious time at home with their loved ones. Trucking is labor intensive and heavily dependent on the availability of product to put in the trucks. Walsh and many other companies like ours rely on residuals produced from timber harvested off of state forest lands. Walsh Trucking represents only a small portion of the trucking companies that operate in Oregon and a small portion of drivers, administrative personnel that depend on these residual products to haul. Restricting forest harvest sounds like a nice idea, but it just drives prices higher for everyday goods like tissue and toilet paper. And the most impacted people are low-income families. They pay the price they can't afford. Lowers their quality of life, especially for the minority communities that already struggle. Any reduction in harvest because of the Habitat Conservation Plan will have a negative downstream effect to businesses, communities, and people, especially in small town Oregon. Please choose a path forward that allows for the most harvest from state lands while still achieving the desired conservation outcomes. Thank you.
Next up, Bill Thompson.
There it is. Got it. I'm Bill Thompson with the Asian American Timberland Owners Association. I'm the spokesman for it. And this survey I started with letters that came to us and calls that came to us, and it expresses criticisms of the Accord and the Accord authors. I only polled members of the association and of the general public who had indicated they had read the whole accord. 21% of those polled disagreed with up to 5 of the criticisms that I have in this letter. 9% of those polled disagreed with all of them. 59% of those polled agreed with all the criticisms. The criticisms, or a few of them, are as follows. 1, the authors of the accord unjustly prohibited the ODF board and ODF professionals from speaking or having any input in the legislative process. And another one I have here is that the accord will cause an unjust taking of approximately 25% of the land and timber on the average small privately owned woodlot in Oregon without just compensation. Another one related to that criticism is that the accord's suggested tax credits are a pittance and are not based on an appropriate appraised value of the timber and of the land being taken. My phone number to reach me at, if anybody wants to later on, is 503-415-1638. Thank you.
Our final one on the list is Brenna Bell.
Chair Kelly and members of the board, first, it's a pleasure to see you in person and not in little boxes. My name is Brenna Bell and I'm the Forest Climate Manager for 350 PDX. And I'm here representing a team of committed volunteers who are really interested in seeing you adopt a robust habitat conservation plan. But before the board adopts a 70-year plan, we strongly encourage you to make sure that it provides a high degree of certainty for the covered species will persist. I want to focus my comments on the need to update the HCP's baseline assessment of fire. As the HCP noted, climate change is increasing the frequency, severity, and extent of disturbances like drought and fire. The HCP also acknowledged the long history of stand replacing fires in Western Oregon over the past century. However, in setting the baseline for changed circumstances, the HCP inexplicably labeled the 2020 Labor Day fires as an anomaly and picked the dates 1960 to 2019 as the dates upon which to base predictable amounts of fire. This omits the Tillamook burns and the Labor Day fires. So at this baseline, the HCP predicts that all fires over the next 70 years will average 2 acres, with less than 3,000 acres burning each year. So this treats stand replacing fire in Western Oregon as an unforeseen circumstance that neither ODF nor the permittees are obligated to address during the life of the HCP. Also, rather than basing the size on habitat conservation areas on future events, it's based on the average size of past disturbance on ODF managed lands, which means that both large stand replacing fires and future predicted large fires do not go into the baseline of changed circumstances, tying ODF's hands for the next 70 years. This problem has an easy fix. First, you can direct ODF to reconfigure its fire baseline to include past stand replacing fires. And second, base the size of HCAs needed to provide robust species protection on both this accurate baseline as well as the predicted increase in such fires. And again, we think the HCP is an important tool for species conservation and forest management. We encourage you to make a few small changes that will make a world of difference for its long-term effectiveness. Thanks.
Thank you, testimony providers. We do appreciate your participation this morning. For those in person, feel free to return to your seats. For those online, we ask that you remain muted and disengage your video. Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board, this concludes our public testimony portion for item 1.
Okay, thank you all. I would have a few comments, but we're running a little bit behind. So I would also ask myself to keep the comments to myself or till later, and ask board members to hold off until later if you've got comments based on the testimony that has just been provided, so that we can move on to our presentation by Mr. Shaw on from the ODF Protection Division. Mike, come in.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Mike Shaw. I currently serve as the Chief of Fire Protection for the Oregon Department of Forestry. I'm joined today by Deputy Chief of Operations, Ron Graham, and today we're here to give you an update on the 2022 fire season to date. We have a slideshow that we're pulling up right now that we will step through relatively quickly, hopefully. And that way, if you have any specific questions at the end, you have time to ask us. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Ron to start us off.
Thanks, Chief Shaw. Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto. Stand by 1 second. All right, as we approach the 2022 wildfire season, as we've reported out previously, one of the largest underlying concerns for us was the increasing drought that we've been experiencing as a state. Since March, 17 counties have governor declared drought. While the drought has seen a little bit of relief, particularly in Northwest Oregon, as you can see on the map, there are still several areas of really considerable drought and strengthening drought. As we continue through the season, again, that'll be our primary concern moving forward. We are not alone in the drought situation. Much of the West is also experiencing this drought as part of a much larger problem. And you can again see that it covers a good portion of the state that we're experiencing the drought in right now. As we look ahead at our temperature outlook, we look at the probabilities of above normal temperatures. And this graphic shows that we have pretty fair chance still of above normal temperatures through the month of September. That has played out kind of off and on really since August. We've seen these cycles of building temperatures into the upper 90s, 100 degrees, cycling back down into near normal, and it seems to repeat on a weekly basis for us. So we'll continue to see these above normal temperatures more than likely through the rest of this month. Conversely, precipitation, this is not August and September, our lowest months of precipitation. And this graphic shows pretty strong indicators that that will be the case. Very little to no precipitation short of what comes out of isolated thunderstorms, which oftentimes have little or no effect on decreasing the drought. So we do see that all over the state except for the far northwest corner. Looking out for the remainder of the fire season, we still see a warm fall ahead of us. We're really in peak fire season right now. And these high temperatures will continue to challenge our firefighters and suppression efforts. Again, looking out all the way into November for a possibility of above normal temperatures. And then somewhat of a return to normal for precipitation chances. That's a little bit discouraging when you look at October, November, wondering when seasonal ending rains would come. We'd like to see a stronger indicator of above normal precipitation. But again, at least normal precipitation would be a departure from where we are and a return to those normal conditions. As we look at the significant fire potential outlook, all the way through September, much of the state, corresponding with those hardest hit by drought areas, remain in an increased chance of significant wildfire potential. And as Chief Shaw will explain later, we have several large fires on the landscape in these areas. So through all of September, we remain in this heightened wildfire potential. Finally, in October, we see a little bit of a reprieve and back to normal. That would hopefully indicate at some point in October, season-ending rain events for us. And again, November looks like very normal for us here. Hopefully by then, we'll be happily out of fire season for the year. So a little bit about this fire season right now. I would ask that you look at the 97% reference there. That is referring to our key performance measure set by the legislature. That's 98% keeping fires 10 acres or less. So we're very close to that key performance measure. We average 94 to 95 in most typical seasons. The other things I'd like to draw your attention to on this graphic is the total number of fires for 2022 at just around 632 fires. That's well below our 10-year average of 844 fires. And then also even more significantly, the 2,331 acres of ODF protection burned so far compared to 77,113 acres on the 10-year average. It's just a fraction of the acres burned. We know that keeping fires small certainly means less resource loss and less cost overall. So that's good news for us, and we hope that continues through the rest of the season. You can see by this graphic where we stand really compared to a lot of other years on the number of fires, where we typically average around 1,000 fires a year, just as a rough number. And currently, again, sitting at 632 fires, we're far below that. The other two lines indicate human-caused fires. So the middle line is our human-caused fire graphic over those years, going back to 2013, and lightning fires at the bottom. That's been a significant factor this year that we haven't had a terrible increase in lightning-caused fires, and we've seen a little bit of a decrease in human-caused fires. I would think that's partly attributed to great fire prevention efforts across all agencies in the state. There's been a lot of efforts to raise awareness amongst Oregonians on the dangers of wildfire and the risk that's out there, and several reminders for people to be careful with fire in the outdoors. Then also you can see just a graphic here on the number of acres burned. You can see the significant years we've seen in the past. Please note that 2016, 2019, and currently this year are the only fire seasons that we haven't seen as extreme fire seasons in the last decade or so. Certainly all of my career here with ODF, we've seen these extreme fire seasons with above average acres burned, above average number of fires and costs. Where this season will end up on this graph at the end of the season, we're not sure yet, but we like the trend that we're significantly lower than we have been in many years. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Chief Shaw to finish out the presentation.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate it. Maybe you could go back to the statistics slide. I wouldn't mind lingering there for just a second. Those who know me know that I like to dig into the statistics. So when I dig into the numbers, we're sitting at about 75% of the fires year to date compared to our 10-year average. And of note, to Ron's point, 3% of the acres burned. And those are numbers that are worth going back and revisiting because I think they're really important. One, I think prevention is key and critical, and we talked about that on the front end of this season as a key component of our strategy for the year. And then there's several reasons for the acres burned percentage. I won't get into those. I'll cover a few of them later, but I don't want to say that there's been incredible initial attack from our firefighters, but there's been a variety of other factors that have helped us be successful. But when you look at that 97% keeping fires at 10 acres or less, what stands out to me is when I stepped into this role this past year and was right in the middle of putting together an insurance submittal for our catastrophic wildfire insurance policy with Lloyd's of London. One of the graphs that we show is our percent success as it relates to the cost of fire seasons, and a very, very significant departure in that graph between 94 and 95% success as it relates to the cost of fire seasons. And so that 97% number is really dramatic as it relates to what the costs of fire season have been for Oregonians thus far in 2022. So maybe fast forward to that'll transition into the costs. As you see, our current gross fire costs are just around $37 million, and the net fire costs are just under $8. And so those are great numbers compared to what we've seen over the last few years. And as we work with cash flow issues and have struggled as an agency funding large fires and carrying the debt of large fires, a fire season like this was much needed. And I know that in conversations with Deputy Director of Administration Bill Herber, this kind of chart makes him smile. And it definitely does me as well. So sitting good on costs thus far, but we're not out of the woods yet. Next slide. So I want to take just a couple minutes to step through the statewide picture as we see it today. This is just obviously a map of the state of Oregon. If you start down in the southwest, you can see Ron's going to hover the hand or put a pointer on there of where Rum Creek is down in southwest Oregon. Very significant fire on the landscape, currently sits at about 20,000 acres and 42% containment. This is the one that we have an ODF incident management team on that will be there through this week. That will complete a 2-week assignment for them in conjunction with an interagency team and the state fire marshal's team. Really phenomenal work done in this environment, in this location. Really, really challenging weather event. I would not have put much stock in being able to keep that fire out of the community of Merlin proper when I was there for about 4 days. And it was truly incredible work by that collective effort of 3 teams to keep that fire in its footprint and keep it from moving east into communities that would have had significant levels of loss. If you move north to the Cedar Creek fire, this is a fire on solely federal ownership at this point, and just one that we are watching, but it's sitting in a location that, with the east wind prediction that's coming our way, has it poised in a location that creates consternation and concern for us. The team that has been there, this fire has been on the landscape since the beginning of August and had several team rotations roll through. Due to safety concerns, this became a fire with significantly indirect line construction and burnout options to close it in. And those were largely not completed by the time some weather events came in and kind of pushed it in directions that have exceeded its planned perimeter. Last night, this fire made another strong run to the east, and an additional incident management team has been deployed on the east side of the crest from the Deschutes National Forest, as this is now moving to the east. For ODF, however, the community of Oak Ridge is of biggest concern. It's about 9.5 or 10 miles from the fire's west perimeter back toward Oak Ridge, but it's aligned in a significant drainage that with east winds could create problems. And then there is a 4,000 acre fire called Crockett's Knob north of Prairie City, but that one is largely in good shape and doesn't pose a lot of concerns at this point. In Northeast Oregon, several fires of concern. There's 2 fires in the Eagle Cap Wilderness, the Sturgill fire right there that Ron is hovering on, that is in the Bear Creek drainage south of the community of Wallowa proper. With strong alignment, a south wind could push that fire pretty hard toward private land in the Bear Creek drainage. It also has the ability to impact some private inholdings in the Minam River drainage, Red's Horse Ranch, and the Minam River Lodge. There's a bunch of structure protection plans in place, and the team feels comfortable with the ability to be able to protect those if the fire moves there. Strangely enough, just with the location of that fire, it also has the potential to impact the community of Lostine. A little bit of an eastward push of that, and that fire will end up in the Lostine River drainage, another significant drainage that, with a south wind, would push the fire north into some urban interface type areas in the Lostine River drainage. Further to the east is the Nebo fire. Again, well into the Eagle Cap Wilderness, but has started to poke out to the northeast along the Wallowa Mountain Loop Road. They feel pretty comfortable with that road as a containment line, but if it gets across that, has a pretty open road to move north into additional private ownership and structures in the Divide Cow Camp area. Of biggest concern is the Double Creek fire right now. That's on the ridge system that's between the Imnaha River and the Snake River. And for those that know that area well, know that those are some of the deepest, gnarliest canyons in the state of Oregon. I happen to know it fairly well, and there's a lot of orientation of those drainages from the Imnaha River to Lightning Creek, Horse Creek, and Cow Creek that all run north-south. And that fire has moved really hard from south to north, and it is now actively involved in every one of those drainages. The ability for firefighters to cut that fire off in its northward movement across all of those several thousand foot deep drainages is extremely difficult. And so that fire will be on the landscape for a really long time. Really good work on the western flank of that fire in the bottom of the Imnaha drainage. State Fire Marshal's team has been deployed to help the Type 1 incident management team that is there. And they are actively working to keep the fire away from the structures in the bottom of the Imnaha drainage and up, bounce the fire around the community of Imnaha, which is no stranger to fire in the 2000s. But this, with the weather forecast, the reason I bring these fires up is the forecast for the next week is pretty bad. It's one of the worst forecasts we've seen, probably the worst we've seen all year. And that's coincidentally, today is the 2-year anniversary of the Labor Day fires in 2020. And so when I look at Cedar Creek and the ability of that fire to move east, it's hard to not think about what occurred in 2020. And then the positioning of the 3 fires in Northeast Oregon as well, and the potential for those to become larger in these tough fire conditions. So just fair awareness that the numbers that we've been looking at and shown you, while they're great today, probably won't look the same at the end of the fire season. So here's a couple pictures of the Rum Creek fire. Again, probably, so I've been doing this for 23 years, and this is the best example of a coordinated effort on a really challenging fire in really tough conditions with really challenging fire weather. I saw 3 teams come together and literally function as one incident management team combined to keep that fire in its footprint. So really a model for us to look at. Again, 20,000 acres, 42% contained, feeling pretty good about that one. So want to spend a little bit of time talking about safety. We talk about fire a lot and folks want to know about fire, but safety is our number one concern. Our firefighter safety and public safety in every bit of fire suppression that we do, from initial attack through large fires like Rum Creek and Double Creek. And so every year we track the incidents that we have throughout the year so that we can look for any sort of anomalies or patterns that we can address, any kind of training that we can provide to our firefighters to provide for a safer environment for those folks. And so this is just a graph that shows we rank that against the number of hours that we have, so exposure hours. And there's been a statistic thrown around that I've heard in the past through the federal system that every 900,000 exposure hours correlates to a firefighter fatality. And it's just a metric that they use as we talk through these challenging fire seasons. This is not that, but we do track how many hours of exposure time we have. And as you can see, over the last 6 years, we are well north of 1.5 million hours of exposure every year. And so we don't track fatalities, thankfully. We have not had that as a mental picture for us. We did have the fatality clearly on the Rum Creek fire early on. It was not an ODF employee. It was a contractor. And we took that extremely seriously and were able to have a good outcome based on a tragic event. But this is related just to ODF employees. So don't want to confuse folks with what this is. This is tracking typical injuries. So this shows the injuries that we track on an annual basis, and it's slips, trips, falls, burns, any variety of incidents that we have so that we can identify where we need to provide training. Last year, we had 46 incidents. This year, and this is run on a fiscal year, so we don't have numbers for this year because we just started our fiscal year July 1. But through last year, the safety trend there with reported injuries is trending well. And this year to date, we're sitting at 23 of these injuries year to date. So far a good year as it relates to those injuries. And those are, I had some notes on some poison oak, 6 in the dehydration category, 6 in the poison oak category, and then a few strains and miscellaneous other things. So we have been really focusing on dehydration in the hot weather and the low RH conditions that we've been experiencing at the back end of the fire season. And then this is a chart that really gets to a correlation of frequency per hours worked. And again, just showing the trend, and we will have an updated graph come the end of this fiscal year. So probably next June, when we do a fire season report, we'll be able to report out how this fire season went. But all indications are that we're doing really well on our safety record thus far this year. Wanted to end on a couple of positives. I talked about why the statistics are what they are this year, and there's a lot of reasons, but we continue to focus on early detection being critical. And we continue to build out the detection camera program with investments through Senate Bill 762. And the more cameras we put up, the better chance we have of picking those fires up small and buying us the time that we need to get our firefighters on the ground. You know, we talk about drought and some of the challenges. What we really need is some time, and the fuel conditions are such in the last few years that upon ignition, fires are starting to run really hard. So this early detection becomes critical. Here's a couple pictures of what our detection camera programs look like from the dispatch center as they detect and dispatchers call in fires. Really important this year, and what I wanted to focus on is our multi-mission aircraft, which was the utilization of our state plane there. You see a picture of the Part Navia that we use for insect and disease surveys and also firefighting use. We installed that with about a $750,000 investment out of the strategic investments through the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund, so landowner dollars. $750,000 investment in a high-tech infrared camera system in which we fly this plane at night on the heels of lightning events so that we can detect fires in the nighttime hours and get firefighters on the ground early in the morning before the fires can get up and run when the sun comes up. This year, so this is the kind of data that it puts out, and this gets plumbed or dumped directly into our dispatch centers with a latitude and longitude, and our fire managers have the ability to pull this data out and deploy our firefighters at 7 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning, not at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when a standard detection airplane calls in a smoke that's already 5 acres. And so this has been critical this year. We've had 53 primary detections with this aircraft. Those are fires that had not been called in by any other means, that were called in specifically by this aircraft, that we were able to get firefighters on the ground early in the morning. And that's across all jurisdictions, not just ODF protection. That dovetailed with the severity aircraft program that we have has done wonders to buy us the time to get our firefighters on the ground to do the work necessary to keep a fire at under 10 acres. Investments in that program over the years has added a couple of aircraft. You can see that Tanker 104, which is the next generation large air tanker. That thing has been, well, it's costly. I won't deny that. It takes a big chunk out of our budget, but that is an incredible aircraft that truly provides initial attack to every part of the state. Our old large air tanker did not fly fast enough and did not have the same capabilities as this. And this is truly an initial attack aircraft that can be used anywhere. Side note, in the past, if you ordered a large air tanker with our old one, you bought that load of retardant, whether you needed it or not. With this one, if you call it and you don't need it, you can send it back and it can land fully loaded and sit there for 14 days without having a problem before having to go dump dump that load of retardant. So really incredible capabilities. You also see our Type 3 helicopter there with our helitack crew in periods of lightning with multiple lightning starts in the same day. That has been critical to our success. And then the single engine air tankers. That's a standard wheeled seat or single engine air tanker. The one I really wanted to talk about, and I didn't throw a picture in here, but is of what we call the fire bosses, which looks exactly like that aircraft up there, except it has pontoons. And that aircraft, we have a pair of them that are located in the Dalles. And when they are near a water source, are absolutely an amazing resource to get water on a fire very quickly. With this seat, you load, you taxi, you take off, you go dump on a fire, you fly back, land, taxi, load. There's a long duration turnaround. When you have a fire boss in flight, it loads water through the pontoons and is back returning without landing and without waiting in line at a retardant base. And so 2 examples of that this year, south of the Metolius arm of Lake Billy Chinook, we had 2 fires in an area that folks that have been around fire for a long time know the name Geneva Road. There's been about 15 Geneva Road fires over the last 3 decades. 2 fire starts there that we moved the fire bosses from the Dalles down, and they started scooping out of the Metolius arm of Lake Billy Chinook and had turnaround times of about 2 minutes. And they were able to stop both of those fires from impacting communities at risk with the Three Rivers community there with a bunch of homes, and also turning into large project fires that country is known for. So really, really significant success. So wanted to really focus on some of the successes we had this year with our aircraft program. And then maybe just to close, we can't do this alone. You see all of these emblems up here. We work with each and every one of these partners to get the desired end result. And we can't do it by ourselves, and we have not done that. The success of Rum Creek includes the BLM and the Office of State Fire Marshal and the Forest Service and ODF, and I could just go on and on. So just know that the fire season is good this far. I think we have a rough week in front of us with the fires that are on the landscape, and then hoping that the season starts to tail off. With that, I'll close and open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you both. Obviously, our situation is very precarious, so our main message, I think, needs to be stay safe. But also, congratulations both on the success this year that is so impressive, and the way the statistics on safety are going, also very impressive. I would love to believe that the fewer starts, human caused starts, was because of our efforts on communication. Living in Grant County and talking to some of our local businesses that cater to tourists, I think high gas prices has probably had a more significant effect, because they're all saying that they have way less car traffic out in those areas. And not that we blame all human caused fires on tourists, but I'm going to guess that has helped us as well. So one small positive of high gas prices, I guess. Questions? Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Just for the record, Mike, Ron, thanks for the update. You answered most of my questions in your presentation. I appreciate the comments about severity, because one of my questions is, how do you quantify that? And, how do you, I know that's having an effect on keeping fires small. I can see it firsthand. I guess my question is, what are you doing? And you spelled out a lot of potential that we're going to likely see in the next week. How are you interfacing with our federal partners that most of these fires are burning on? Really specifically in my area of the world and others. You talked about the one out of Oak Ridge. What are we doing with resources, air resources? How are we engaging with them to make sure that we're ahead of that? And secondly, what's the availability of resources right now? Just kind of nationally, are we pulling in resources right now? I'm assuming we are. Can you just give me a little more color on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Working really close in all on all of those fires with our federal counterparts. So in your neck of the woods in Northeast Oregon, a Type 1 incident management team and the Office of State Fire Marshal team is there. They pulled in several task forces of structural resources to be prepared if those fires come out of the wilderness. There is not a resource shortage right now. I haven't heard of anybody. We're sitting at preparedness level 4, both regionally and nationally. Still crews available, still aircraft available, as fires like Rum Creek, Crockett's Knob, and Wendigo staff down. Those resources are getting moved to these other fires. The bringing in of an additional incident management team on Cedar Creek will help with that event. Again, the local districts are working really closely with those fires to make sure they have everything they need and for us to be engaged on the front end. So all that coordination is happening and staffing up as best we can. Several of our districts have put in for severity move up of engines to bolster what they have in front of these conditions in case there's additional starts, realizing they're somewhat engaged in those fires with their initial attack firefighters as well. So doing everything we can to ramp that up.
Carla.
Mike, first of all, I want to thank you guys for your leadership. In the Governor's Wildfire Council, we heard over and over again how critical early detection was, because once those fires got up and going, all we heard is the firefighters telling us they couldn't get these things out. So much of that investment, much of that technology is a result of the Governor's Wildfire Council, but thank you for your leadership. The fact that we've only burned year to date, and I know what's ahead of us, but 77,000 acres when we've burned 4,044,000 in the last 10 years, we're on track for a very good average if we can finish this season strong. But we've had 2 years back to back of 130 million of large fire costs to this agency, and we really need to heal cash wise with our situation with FEMA. So thank you for your leadership and what you do, but that early detection was a real priority for the Wildfire Council. And those scientists told us we can't back off because we're going to see considerably more of this over the next 30 years.
Any other comments, questions from board members? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. We'll move on. Next up, we will have a presentation on the Emerald Ash Borer discovery in Oregon from Mr. Barnard.
All right. Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board. For the record, I'm Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. I'm joined today by Wyatt Williams, our invasive species specialist, Scott Altenhoff, our ODF Urban and Community Forestry Program Manager, Stacy Savona, our Forest Practices Field Support Coordinator, and Chris Benneman, the Plant Program Interim Director of the Oregon Department of Ag. Christine Buell is also joining us virtually. And we're here today to talk about emerald ash borer. So what we'll do is I'm going to turn the presentation over to Wyatt, our invasive species specialist. He'll walk through that. And then we have several folks here with us that can help answer questions depending on the focus of the discussion afterwards. So with that, I'll turn it over to Wyatt.
Chair Kelly.
Of the Forest Resources Division. Emerald ash borer, or EAB, is a serious forest pest that was reported for the first time in Oregon to ODF on June 30th. Christine Buell, our forest entomologist, responded the same day, and I was on site the following day. Over the holiday weekend, July 4th, officials from ODA and the USDA also worked to verify the identity of the insect, and it was reported from declining trees. at the elementary school in Forest Grove, Joseph Gale Elementary School. And since that time, it has been found in other trees surrounding the school. This is the first instance of this notorious pest being recorded on the West Coast. And so here's what the declining ash trees look like at the school. They were landscape ash trees, about 5 to 9 inches in diameter, less than 20 years old. There were 16 of them, and 5 of these were completely dead from emerald ash borer attacks. Here's what another attack tree looks like. Note the decline in the canopy and the stunted growth. That's common to ash trees that are under attack by emerald ash borer. Christine noted these characteristic exit holes right here from the beetles. These feeding larval galleries, and there are also adult insects swarming around the trees on June 30th. And so several entomologists estimated that emerald ash borer has been at this site for at least 3 to 5 years. So on June 30th, it was reported. On Saturday, July 2nd, these trees were cut and chipped on site to prevent further adult emergence and dispersal. And I really want to give kudos for ODA and the school for the swift response there. So what is emerald ash borer? It's a metallic wood boring insect. The larvae of this species feed on the vascular cambium, the living portion of the trees just under the bark. Feeding by thousands and thousands of beetles can cause the trees to become girdled, essentially cutting off the flow of sugars being produced in the leaves down to the roots. And the above ground portion of the tree will slowly die after 3, 4, 5 years. Affected trees still try to hang on by sending up epicormic shoots or suckers from the root crown for many years. A common question is what trees are affected. EAB only attacks true ash trees in the genus Fraxinus, although it is known to feed and complete its development on a couple other relatives, namely an ornamental called white fringe tree and cultivated olive. Another note is that EAB has never been successfully eradicated in the United States, despite over 20 attempts funded by the USDA and several states. So EAB is native to East Asia and was first reported in Detroit, Michigan in 2002. And it was estimated that it was established in the Detroit area since at least the mid 1990s. But after 2002, it quickly began to expand its range. And within 5 years, it spread all across lower Michigan. And within another 5 years, it had spread across several other adjoining states. And this is despite best efforts to slow the spread and eradicate it. In some counties in Michigan and Ohio, the ash mortality exceeds 95%. In 2013, there was a satellite population found in Boulder, Colorado, and now that's 3 counties in Colorado. And this is the closest known infestation to our population in Oregon. By 2019, it was recorded in 33 states with over 100 million ash trees killed. There are 16 species of North American ash tree at risk. And this is all within 20 years of emerald ash borer being detected in the United States. 5 species of US ash have been added to the red list for threatened and endangered species. So that tells you how quickly this insect has moved. So why the concern in Oregon? Well, Oregon has one native species of ash called Oregon ash, Fraxinus latifolia. It is an important riparian tree growing along stream banks of tributaries of the Willamette and Rogue River systems. It provides a lot of shading and bank stabilization. So all of these trees crowding over the stream are ash trees. It is associated with a handful of T&E species, mostly salmonids, and it is utilized by a few specialty mills for hardwood lumber products such as flooring and furniture stock. It has been an important cultural resource to Oregon's tribes as well. This is a common scene of low elevation streams feeding into the Willamette Valley. So in the background, you can see the Willamette Valley. This site is 500 feet elevation above sea level. And it's right on the edge of where typical Oregon timber plantations occur. This red polygon shows a stand of Oregon ash. So this is almost entirely Oregon ash growing along this perennial stream with a Doug fir plantation behind it. About 80% of Oregon ash occurs at elevations below 1,000 feet above sea level. So I really want to stress it's mostly a low elevation tree of the valleys and agricultural fields of Western Oregon. In the Willamette Valley, this is a common scene. We have islands of Oregon ash, almost a pure stand ash, providing a refuge, a habitat in a severely fragmented landscape. In the foreground, these are new grapevines that have been planted, but you can also see grass seed fields, obviously hazelnut, etc. And wherever you see a stand of ash growing like this, there's a body of water, whether it's a stream, wetland, swamp, pond, etc. So this is what it looks like inside one of those nearly pure ash stands where there's a diverse assemblage of plants and animals. In this particular stand of Oregon ash, there was a herd of elk, and you might never know that. It's right in the middle of the Willamette Valley. So provides a lot of cover. And these are the types of habitats that can be impacted by emerald ash borer. This is a map that was produced by ODF that shows known locations of wild occurring ash in the state. We used about 1,000 known points of wild occurring ash to produce this map. So what this map is showing essentially is the Huck 12 watersheds in the state with known locations of ash. Mostly Oregon ash, but there are some naturalized populations of a U.S. or of an eastern U.S. species, green ash, that have become wild and are naturalized in eastern Oregon. Very high are elevations at 500 feet and below. High is 500 to 1,000 feet. Medium is 1,000 to 2,000 feet. And low ash densities, those elevations above 2,000 feet. So there's going to be some likely long-term costs for emerald ash borer that we have learned from our Midwestern counterparts. They fall into ecological and economic cost. For ecological, our Western Oregon riparian areas are expected to look a lot like this after emerald ash borer has impacted them. This is a picture from the Midwest, and there's going to be an associated risk to the plant animal communities and those aquatic systems that rely upon Oregon ash. Second is the economic costs, which come from removing hazard trees and dead trees in cities and urban areas. There's a lot of costs associated with doing so, including direct removal and property value costs. One example is from the city of Portland, where there's an expansive public street tree inventory. According to the street tree inventory, there's about 72,000 public ash tree, which is about 5% of the public street tree cover in Portland metro area. And that number is actually low compared to some cities in the Intermountain West, which have 20, 30% of their urban canopies ash. So this is actually a low number, 5%. But anyways, those 72,000 public ash trees, to remove and replant them would cost about $50 million. And that is a conservative number. And keep in mind, this is a number that can be encountered in a few short years as emerald ash borer goes through a community. Here are two photos from Toledo, Ohio, showing the dramatic impact of emerald ash borer in urban forests. The first is taken in 2006 before emerald ash borer arrives. And all of these trees along the street are ash trees. And then 3 short years later, most of the trees are dead and have to be removed. There's a large cost to cities and the landowners, not just direct costs, but also indirect costs like shrinking property values, as well as decreases in psychological health after seeing entire neighborhoods transformed. For ODF, our role in urban and community forestry, we provide technical assistance to cities, such as recommendations on updating their street tree inventories and diversifying their plantings of street trees, namely removing ash from their approved street tree list. So we've known about emerald ash borer for a while. What has ODF done to prepare? Between 2013 and 2016, ODF led the statewide surveys for emerald ash borer. We placed nearly 1,000 traps. No emerald ash borers were detected. At the same time, funding from the USDA for trapping was starting to wane, and ODF initiated a early detection program. We heard about early detection for wildfire. We have an early detection for invasive pests called the Oregon Forest Pest Detectors. And we teamed up with OSU Extension and other partners. And the goal was to train our foresters, arborists, park workers on the signs and symptoms of emerald ash borer. And we provided them a reporting mechanism. We trained over 500 natural resource professionals since 2015, and it's still an ongoing project. Also, we, along with Oregon Department of Agriculture, led the development of the statewide readiness and response plan for emerald ash borer. A very nice document. It's the first one on the West Coast. It's about 80 pages long, and be happy to provide you a copy of that later from the Forest Health Unit. This is the plan that we're following now for emerald ash borer in the state. One of the goals of the readiness plan was to start collecting seeds of Oregon ash. This is an attempt to capture the genetic diversity of ash in the state. And I'm going to speak more on that in a minute. Since the initial detection on June 30th, ODA and ODF have quickly developed a survey app for our people on the ground, as well as local agencies. Employees with a smartphone or tablet can survey individual trees, take pictures, note any symptoms. Then these surveyed trees are data points in time and can be revisited month after month over and over. And again, I want to give kudos to ODA for quickly developing and releasing this survey tool. And it's available for all the local partners, including ODF. So this is the online dashboard for the emerald ash borer survey tool. basically a little over 300 trees have been surveyed since June 30th. Of those surveyed trees, 16 have been found to have either adults or larvae, and another 27 have been marked as suspect. Those are in yellow. The red are the positive. The red and orange are positive. The suspect are yellow. So in these suspected trees, no insects were found, but they are exhibiting emerald ash borer symptoms of decline. There have been 3 suspect trees reported outside of Forest Grove. These trees and others in the area are being monitored throughout the winter for emerald ash borer. All other trees that have been surveyed have been reported as negative for emerald ash borer. However, because the early stages of emerald ash borer attack are so cryptic, it is possible that EAB is established in these areas, and we are just not picking that up. Okay, so what now? Given what we know from the site, emerald ash borer has been in Oregon for at least 3 years, maybe more. And because this insect is so cryptic, especially in the early stages, it is likely that it has moved beyond areas where we are looking. Given that eradication is next to impossible, we are looking at living with this insect for the years to come. So first, there's going to be an emergency 180-day quarantine placed on Washington County as ODA as a lead agency determines the next steps. Second, there are limited options for managing this pest. One of them is a biological control, which there is a program for biological control in the US. And biological control can provide about 25 to 30% predation on emerald ash borer populations. An additional tool that landowners have are systemic insecticides, which can be applied through trunk injections or soil drenches. And one thing to note about this is it's preventative. It has to be repeated every 1 to 3 years, and it has to occur before the insects get in the tree or at the very, very early stages. So this costs landowners $100 to $300 per tree and has to be reapplied every year or every couple of years. Within weeks of the emerald ash borer detection, the statewide plan was enacted, and 3 task force meetings have occurred, all coordinated through the Oregon Invasive Species Council and led by the Oregon Department of Agriculture, with over 40 agencies participating. ODF plays a strong central support role in the EAB task force, and including all 7 of the subcommittees that have been formed. And so we are meeting, this task force is meeting once a month. Landowners that want to harvest ash for timber products will have to follow sets of laws set by both ODA and ODF. ODA has the quarantine authority in the state, and with other actionable pests, such as the causal agent of sudden oak death, Phytophthora ramorum, ODA sets the quarantines to limit the spread and impact within Oregon. ODA is creating this 180-day temporary quarantine for Washington County to prevent the spread of emerald ash borer leaving the quarantine area through infested ash material. For landowners that want to capitalize on ash harvest, they will have to follow the FPA rules for harvesting, which includes submitting a notification operations and following the riparian rules for that particular area. So is it safe to move ashwood? There are best management practices for moving ashwood that is suspected or known to be carrying emerald ash borer. Since the insect spends a great deal of its life cycle just under the bark in the sapwood, so it does feed on the vascular cambium, but right at the end of its larval stage, it will burrow into the sapwood and spend several months in the sapwood. And since it spends a great deal of its life cycle in that sapwood, whatever treatment we require must get to that target area for killing and controlling the further spread of emerald ash borer. Untreated wood has led to extensive spread of this insect in the Midwest, and you probably, if you've gone camping, seen the signs, burn it where you buy it, don't move firewood. These are programs that have developed as a result of emerald ash borer in the Midwest. And we know that untreated firewood is a big pathway for spreading invasive pests. To obtain pest-free status, this is what has to happen. The best is to chip infested ash material. Other options include kiln dried, fumigation, incineration, burial. There are others. Those are the main ones. So another common question we get is what can be replanted in natural areas when Oregon ash disappears or starts to fade away from emerald ash borer? This is a very common scene that I took. I fly in the Part Navia, again, the aircraft, the multi-use aircraft, and we do aerial surveys for forest health. And I took this spring. This is Oregon ash growing right here. And very typical scene that we observe. it grows in these patches. So we have hazelnut here. We have various nursery crops right here. We have maybe some abandoned Christmas tree fields, maybe some plantation forestry. So this is very common scene where Oregon ash grows in the Willamette Valley and tributaries. In some places, in some of these wetlands, there is no other tree that can grow there. It's a wetland specialist. It grows in where no other trees can grow in very wet swamps. But in other areas, there could be some replacement species in the terms of cottonwood, big leaf maple, Oregon white oak, western red cedar. The individual site requirements would be based on soil types, hydrology, wetland status, and other factors. I just want to stress that most of these questions are being pursued actively as we speak by Oregon State University Extension, ODF, and our other partners. It's a work in progress since it's such an emerging insect. And also due to Oregon ash being a really understudied component of woodlands in the Pacific Northwest. And so finally, I want to end on more of a positive note, and it's a project that I mentioned earlier, and that is the Ash Seed Project. In 2019, with funding from the U.S. Forest Service, ODF began a seed collecting project to capture the genetic diversity of Oregon ash and to put these seeds in long-term storage collections in Fort Collins and elsewhere. These two collections are research collections. And researchers are beginning the process for looking for genetic resistance to emerald ash borer in Oregon ash and breeding that resistance into healthy seeds. So we have a goal of collecting 1 million seeds from 30 populations of Oregon ash, and we're about 35% of the way there. This is one of the biggest lessons that we learned from our counterparts in the Midwest. Emerald ash borer went so fast that they said, we wish we would have collected native seed because now there is none. So that is one thing where we're being proactive. And that is our update for emerald ash borer. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, just quickly, I while you were speaking, I was listening, but I was also checking the National Insect and Disease Risk Map USDA puts out, and it's not showing this occurrence, that map. Who coordinates with USDA on updating the risk maps?
That would be Chair Kelly, members of the board, that would be our Region 6, state and private forestry, forest health.
Yeah.
And so we can have them look into that and request that as well. I was not aware of that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, short of a miracle, I think, from our perspective as a board, seems like obviously one of the big impacts that we'll be concerned about is the impact on these streams, stream temperature, species, particularly aquatic species. And so I think we're going to be very interested in what will be available to us in terms of replacement trees and the work that you described happening at Oregon State. And, and what potential changes that we need to look at in terms of work that can be done within the riparian areas that can prevent this. I mean, obviously we can't prevent this catastrophe, but I think we're going to be very focused on what we can do to replace these trees and to mitigate the damage. Other thoughts or comments? Yeah, Carla, go ahead, and then Ben.
Do we know the origin of how that originally got into Detroit? Did that come in on pallets? How did that start? Because that's always important.
Yeah.
Preventing the next thing from coming in. And then secondly, these seed banks are really critical. Do we have a group at Oregon State, or do we have geneticists actively working on this? And can you update us on that?
Yes, Chair Kelly, members of the board, thank you for those questions. We do have geneticists working on that. Dorena Genetic Forest Resources Center is a U.S. Forest Service research facility in Dorena. They have breeding programs for things such as white pine blister rust, Portford cedar root disease. They've started looking at inoculation trials, looking for resistance in tan oak for sudden oak death. And now they have started working on Oregon ash. And we're talking just the basic requirements. What's seed stratification look like? How can we propagate this in shade boxes and greenhouses? So we're just starting the process. And I tell people it's going to be a long-term project, 20 to 30 years. That's how long it's taken to get some resistance for white pine blister rust in our 5-needle pines and Portford cedar. We have some resistant stock now, but it's taken, a couple decades to get there. And so we're breaking the ground, and it's going to be there for future generations. There are geneticists looking at Oregon ash and other ash trees on the West Coast. Because none of our ash trees have experienced emerald ash borer, it's getting a lot of attention now. And ODF has partnered with Penn State University, looking at the population genetics of Oregon ash across obviously Oregon, California, and Washington. So we assisted some of their technicians in collecting leaf tissue this summer. And so there's going to be some peer-reviewed papers published on Oregon ash. And can you repeat your first? The origin, thank you. Yes, I've been studying emerald ash borer for over 10 years now, and so I know the story quite well. It is suspected that it came in through international commerce pallets or other solid wood packing material like spools they use for wire. And since this time, there's been an International Plant Protection Committee treaty to heat treat all that material that is used internationally. It's called International Phytosanitary Measure 15. And the wood products now used in international commerce signed by over 200 countries, including the US, have to get heat treated. So if you see a pallet with IPPC on it, that means it's been inspected by USDA or some other government. And so now we do have the sterilization technique, but back in 2002, there wasn't that. So.
Just for the record, in food processing, every pallet we purchase is heat treated to that standard for that very reason, because the economic damage here is mind numbing.
Yeah, we learned our lessons from emerald ash borer, but that was something the international community responded to very quickly in the early 2000s.
I just wanted to say, Ben Doimling for the record. First of all, a huge thank you and kudos to you and your whole team here for being on the ball. I mean, I think this is a success story of you had a plan, you already are collecting seeds, you were there, you're really on the ball here. And I think that's just, I really wanted to call that out, and that's fantastic. I've got tons of questions, but a couple to start off. Can you talk about the quarantine? Has it gone live yet? And if not, when will it? And what's that, any more details on that?
Yeah, I'd like to turn it over to Chris from ODA.
Hi, thank you, Chair Kelly, members of the board. Good morning. My name is Chris Benjamin, Oregon Department of Agriculture. So to kind of answer your question, no, it has not gone live yet. And also to reiterate, this would be a temporary quarantine, not a permanent quarantine. Really just focusing on Washington County at this point. You may ask why the whole entire county, why not just around the immediate area of Forest Grove? Short answer is caution, because we don't know the full extent of where emerald ash borer is present in the immediate area. So we're edging on the fact of knowing the biology, how long that this pest has potentially been in the area. It may very well be more widespread than we are aware of. So this is just to kind of put that in check. What does this quarantine outline? Really, we're looking at restricting the movement of not only any potentially infested ash trees, any felled material in the area, but also for nursery stock. We do have ash, white fringe tree, and olive as part of nursery stock in our industry here, although exactly how much we have that in inventory in nurseries, we do not know. I've been in contact with the Oregon Association Nurseries to kind of try to get those numbers. Unfortunately, they're not really keeping track of that based on contacting growers within that immediate area and having conversations with them. We believe it is limited, not to mention that whatever ash tree we have, a lot of it is not being exported out of the state. Part of this, I will say, is kind of related to the origin question. One may ask, how did it get here? The short answer is we don't know. What we do know is that the trees that we found in Forest Grove that were infested were planted there approximately 10 years ago. So the school actually had that information, which was quite amazing. And they were able to provide the invoice of where they purchased those trees, when they were purchased. Going back to that nursery, clearly 10 years, they're not going to have any of that material any longer, but able to look at the surrounding trees in that area. We found no evidence that that was the source. Always we thought that emerald ash borer would come into the state by way of infested firewood. That's not off the board. So many cases when it comes to how an invasive pest is introduced into an area, we don't necessarily are able to track it down. So, but there are multiple avenues, but I think really the point right now is focusing on what we do know and how to limit the spread as much as possible. And movement of wood is a primary part of that. In regards to the timeline, right now we have draft circling within the agency. So with the temporary rulemaking process, it is typically moves a lot faster. We don't have to go through the more formal rulemaking process that we do with the permanent quarantine. Will the ODA look at making this a permanent county quarantine? Really, that will depend on what information we garner from further additional surveys that will take place over the next several months. Kind of having to look at this at a potentially wider spread problem. If we see that this is popping up in more than one county, we'll have to take that in step and take that into forward. And of course, talk with our stakeholders and other member partners to see what would be effective based on looking at what other states have done. So to date, Colorado is the most western state that has emerald ash borer, and looking at what they have done is really that kind of piece by piece quarantine process, and really focusing on those areas and limiting spread. By no means are we at the point now where we're looking at a statewide quarantine by any means.
Follow up, just any guess on when the quarantine rules would be going into effect?
I can't speak to that in certainty, but looking how we're early September, within the next couple of weeks, probably.
Great. And just a couple more follow-ups. There's obviously a whole lot of work to be done still, but I'm wondering if you guys can speak to the FPA rules a little more specifically, like looking ahead, if a landowner has a significant resource of ash that is becoming impacted, and they wanted to remove it and plant a new set of species there, and it is within a riparian area, what opportunities are there for that work to happen?
Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto. For the record, I'm Stacy Savona, Forest Practices Field Coordinator for the Forest Resources Division. We have current rule that allows a landowner to apply for a plan for an alternate practice, specifically to prevent, reduce, alleviate forest health conflicts while still meeting our protection requirements. In this case, we are still learning as we go. We're not sure what plans for an alternate practice may look like, but they do require approval by the Oregon Department of Forestry. And at this time, we believe that any approval of those plans would require consult with the Oregon Department of Forestry's water quality specialist, wildlife biologists, insect and disease specialist, so we can be sure that the goals of resource protection are being met while perhaps mitigating disease and pest impacts.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I'm desperately looking for a silver lining here. Is there any chance that the Russian olives, invasive species in Eastern Oregon, will be affected by this pest?
No, I'm sorry to report that, but another silver lining is I just want to stress the Oregon Forest Pest Detectors, where we have trained people just to have the knowledge of insects and diseases, and the state has a reporting system that those professionals can use. And we have proof of concept. In 2019, 2 graduates of the program simultaneously reported a new pest to the state called twinberry. It was a pest of twinberry, and actually the pest was in the same genus as emerald ash borer. So we trained these people how to look for emerald ash borer, but they noticed the shrub dieback and they started looking and they reported it. We found a brand new exotic insect in the state in 19. So it is proof of concept that it takes an army of us to detect these things early, just like wildfire. And so really want to put a plug in that. I see that as a positive, that we have got the awareness out there because there are other insects and diseases that will affect Oregon's forests to come.
Thanks. For the record, Chandra Ferrari. Thank you so much for the presentation. I just have 2 quick questions related to the impacts. There was the environmental impact and the economic impact. And as it relates to the environmental impact, clearly it's very concerning, the potential impacts on water quality. And I appreciate the plan for alternative practice that could, potentially help individual landowners consider this impact. I'm wondering if there's something a little bit more programmatic that's being considered, right, in terms of like best management practices that might necessitate some sort of changes to rule. Is that something that's being considered or in the works to try to address this at scale? And then my second question related to the economics, I guess I'm just curious, number one, if the agencies and partners are sufficiently resourced to implement the plan that's been created. And then number two, if there's sufficient resources for communities to respond to this impact as well, particularly in the urban areas.
So maybe I'll start with assistance from a few folks here, but on the programmatic side, and for the record, this is Josh Bernard for those tracking us virtually, Forest Resources Division Chief. So on the programmatic side for the FPA, I'll kind of start off and see if Stacy wants to add anything, but generally speaking, for the forest practices side of things, at the moment, we're not aware of any hurdles with the tools that we have before us. We've dealt with other species like other invasive species like the impacts of sudden oak death on tan oak and Southern Oregon. So, based on what we know and see right now, we think we have all the tools, but that doesn't mean we won't learn something new or more as this progresses. So we're just on the tip of the iceberg here. I don't know if you have anything additional to add there, Stacey.
I would just add, sudden oak death has been on our landscape in Oregon for over 20 years now. Very similar, and we've utilized the tools available under the Forest Practices Act, I think quite successfully. It's also a testament to our collaboration with Oregon Department of Agriculture for successful slow the spread programs. So I wouldn't imagine that in this case, we would expect to see anything different.
And then regarding the sufficient resource level for the agency. So we're currently keeping a pretty close eye on what we may need to do. I think our current focus right now is in the urban environment, still trying to size that up. Been working with Scott Altnoff, our urban and community forestry manager, to kind of track that. We don't have any official requests out there yet in terms of e-board requests or other things, but that would be the next general fund tool at our disposal would be an e-board request. We're past the date for a policy option package. We do have some infrastructure and Jobs Act funding, the IIJA funds that will come to us. That's going to be an additional bump that could also contribute to that effort from a federal funds source. So that at least for ODF, and I don't know in terms of from an agency resource and staffing standpoint. And we will have discussions around whether additional positions are needed to go with that funding for ODF, but I'll let Chris speak for ODA as well.
Sure. Chris Benneman, Oregon Department of Agriculture. So the ODA has submitted a e-board request for approximately $450,000. We also missed the opportunity for the proposal option package for permanent positions. The 450 is really targeted both on internal and hopefully some external funds that we can use for supplementing. I think part of your question, Ms. Ferrari, was also what are for local smaller organizations. There really aren't at this point in time any pockets of money that one could go to directly for that. Part of something like the e-board and perhaps if ODF does in the future is to garner those funds that perhaps we could contract and then submit that. So for example, we did put in some fund requests for treatments. And again, this wouldn't be for widespread treatments. This would be on very particular targeted trees that we felt were worthy. I shouldn't say worthy, but would be a good use of resources to try to save with injection treatments. Again, using based on survey data that we're able to find. The initial funds, because our e-board meeting would be later this month. So if we were to get these funds, they would be available come November, but would have to be used through June 2023. So this is just an initial startup fund, if you will. Some of these funds will also be allocated for our internal purposes support staff because we do not have immediate funds just to direct towards the EAB effort. So that would be for coordination, outreach, additional surveys, tree felling, treatments, things along those lines.
So Josh informed me last week that this has already affected their progress on other work. So this is clearly already having an impact. So your question is appropriate. Your mic's not on. Your mic's off.
My mind immediately goes, once the ash bales have died, my mind immediately goes to reed canary grass and blackberry kind of taking over those sites. And if that happens, then trying to establish native trees is going to be really difficult. Is there in your plan the idea of getting native trees, red and white alder, big leaf maple, maybe cottonwood, although that would be difficult, other hardwoods established before the ashes die so that there's something there to replace them when they die?
Chair Kelly, members of the board, that the plan is kind of vague. It says that it's an area that needs to be researched and that alternative species are not fully known right now. But there was in 2016 a master's thesis on Oregon ash swales that you mentioned, these true Oregon ash wetlands. And this graduate student looked at the plant understory already in those ash woodlands. And he surmised that if these ash woodlands were destroyed in 3 to 5 years from emerald ash borer, that what you said would be entirely correct, that they would become Himalayan blackberry, exotic pear, exotic hawthorn. He had a species list on there. And so that is a challenge that the specialists such as myself see moving forward, is that we just don't have the research, but it is an area that is being actively pursued, like I said, right now, by entities such as Oregon State University, Forestry Extension are looking into this very question, as well as other partners. So sorry, I can't be more specific, but it is an area that we're aware of that we just don't know if there's a suitable tree for some of these, like the true swales. And other sites, there could be some species that could grow there on those sites.
Let's go ahead. We're running a little behind schedule. So if you could, if this hopefully can be our last question and
Yeah. So Wyatt, so Liz Powell, board member, you've done really, really thought this out well in the response, looked at other species, sudden oak death and such. Just wondering, and was just throw that out there, across the country, there have been efforts for climate change. And I'm aware of taking hemlock species in North Carolina and with the research in U.S. Forest Service and just trying to put them up in Arkansas, for instance. And then, of course, the American chestnut, there are little hidden plantations, secret little plantations for that around the South, including on the Biltmore Estate. And I'm just wondering, would that be something in your pocket in the future that you would look at while you're trying to grow the seeds, while you're, trying to address the individual tree species? And that's just sort of thinking out large at what other parts of the country are doing in response to natural disturbances.
Yeah, I'd say, speaking on behalf of my colleagues, that we keep a sharp eye on what our neighboring states and colleagues are doing. We attend research conferences, annual events to learn from our partners, and we partner with academics. And so we have that strong tie, and we will continue to do that. So if there's an opportunity to protect Oregon's resources, we're going to do that in the safe manner as possible. Yeah.
okay, Ben, quick question.
I'll be
quick answer.
real quick. I just wanted to highlight the emergency nature of this. This is a true emergency, and the more proactive we can be up front, the farther ahead we'll be down the roads. And just would encourage you to think big and ask for as many resources as you need, because you're doing great work, but I think you need a lot of help to continue all of these unanswered questions that we currently have. And so we just encourage you to go to the e-board, go to us, ask everybody for what you need. And I'm going to bat for you. I don't think we all will here. So thank you.
Thank you for your support. And at the break time, if you want to look to see what emerald ash borer looks like, I brought some pin specimens. I'll pass that around.
Yeah, to pile on here, it's pretty impressive what this initial response has been. This is government working, and Oregonians should be proud, I think, of what you all are doing. So thank you very much. And with that, we will move on to our break, our scheduled break. We're a little past, we're about 10 minutes. Let's just make it a 10-minute break instead of 15. I've got 11:09, so let's come back at 11:20. Now that Ben has sat down, we can move ahead. We're back in session. Our next item up is discussion on the October board retreat, and we've got Ryan Gordon with us. And just reminding everyone and the public that our board retreat will be offsite. We'll be in Portland, and we'll also be able to focus a little bit on urban tree issues during that retreat. But Ryan, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and board members. My name is Ryan Gordon. I serve as the Planning Branch Director for the Oregon Department of Forestry. Appreciate the opportunity to join this morning and talk a little bit about the October board retreat. My intent here really is to walk through some of the issues that I hope we'll have the opportunity to discuss. I'm going to open up some pretty big topics, and we certainly don't have time to tackle them here today. So I do want to be clear that I'm not looking for a robust conversation around the topics I'm raising. At this point in time, I really just want to get you all thinking about the conversation to come, knowing that we'll have that space at the retreat. Having said that, if anything that I say raises some red flags or there's like a hard no, by all means, I definitely want to hear that now so that we can discuss and make some adjustments in advance of the retreat. So a little bit of context real quick. I've had some one-on-one conversations with each of you. It's been a while now, but that kind of kicked off a little bit of a thought process that I started around board facilitation and engagement, and got some great feedback from all of you. Also have been taking other feedback, both direct and indirect, from you, from staff, and from the public. And that informs some of the topics that I hope we'll be able to discuss and touch on at the retreat in October. All that is to say that we're proposing to make some changes in the way that we manage and facilitate board meetings based on that feedback. I want to be clear that I don't have a big grand plan up front, but I think it's really important that we just kind of jump in and get started and try some things. And that's kind of the premise that I'm operating by as we kind of embark on this journey over the next year or so, and tie that in with the board retreat. So I'm going to walk through some of those themes and proposed changes here today. Those are outlined in the staff report a little bit as well. And I'm going to try to be fast. I'm already starting out long-winded here, but I'll try to be quick. The intent being that I would yield the rest of my time to all of you and the subcommittee that has been engaging with us on the revision of the forestry program for Oregon to have a little bit of an initial conversation there around vision and outcomes of that process. So I'll start with a quick overview of the retreat schedule. We've got 2 days set aside, as Chair Kelly mentioned, up in Portland. The first day will be kind of a lot of the mechanical stuff, if you will. It would be the opportunity for us to touch on a lot of the issues that I'm going to raise here today. On the agenda so far would be the board self-evaluation, conversation around board governance, then a discussion about work plans, agenda development, and the 2023 meeting schedule, and a conversation about board advisory committees. We'll get into a little bit more detail on those topics here as I move forward. And then the plan is to keep the entire second day reserved specifically for conversation and kind of a workshop session on the revision of the forestry program for Oregon, the board's strategic plan. Both days will be facilitated by Robin Harkless, and been working with her to help plan all of this in the background. So I'll just move right through here then, as I promised, and talk a little bit about some of those areas where we're looking at making some changes based on the feedback that I've heard anyway, and I've observed. First is looking at work plans and agendas. We do have a traditional work plan process that I think you're familiar with, where we develop topics and a plan for the board meetings by program. And then we also have a few that are issues specific. And that's been the way for quite some time now that we've driven agenda development. That is a biennial process with the opportunity for annual reviews and updates. And that's typically, so where we're at right now with the board retreat, we would typically be looking at a mid-course correction on those work plans. And I did attach to the staff report as a reminder the summary of the work plans that we've got for this biennium. That process, I think, has been quite helpful, of course, in helping to plan and know what's coming, but it's also proven to be a little bit rigid and on the backside cumbersome in planning. So moving forward, the idea would be to focus on a little bit more of a fluid framework with some bins for upcoming agenda items. And I've got those kind of outlined here, at least conceptually, looking at sort of 4 different bins: standing agenda items, which often fall on that consent agenda, and maybe looking at opportunities to move regular updates more that direction to free up more time for discussion and conversation during regular board meetings. Then we've got policy needs. Those are often emerging issues related to legislation or other needs that have been identified, changes in rule, policy, et cetera. Board interests, those are things that you all bring to us that you're interested in learning more about. It's really about developing your capacity and expertise to help make decisions on important issues that come forward. And then finally, those long-term projects, we're pretty familiar with those. Those are mainstays on agendas over periods of time. And that's really about planning forward to have the right information in front of you so that we can hit those decision points. So the idea would be to try to maintain these different bins, if you will, planning forward, and engage all of you in some kind of quarterly update to try to develop the agenda in a little bit more of a collaborative way. And again, you know, more detail to come here, but that's really some of the feedback that I've been hearing from all of you. So moving forward, talking about then meeting frequency and duration, I think everybody can agree that we've seen a pretty big uptick in the number of board meetings that we've had over the last couple of years, particularly this year. That pace is certainly challenging on the staff side, and I imagine is challenging for all of you as well, not only to keep pace with the information, but to find time in your schedules to prep and to be here. It's also impacting the timeliness of the staff work. Chair Kelly mentioned that at the beginning of the day today. And I think, you know, particularly as we kind of emerge from the pandemic, it's been challenging to have time and space for all of you to interact with each other and to allow the public good access to the conversations and the process that comes before the Board of Forestry. So in my conversations with some of you, we talked about trying to schedule fewer meetings, but having them be longer duration, potentially over a couple of days, allowing for less compression in the agenda, allowing us to spread discussion out over 2 days and maybe to have information up front with decisions on the backside or whatever makes sense. Trying to kind of plan around a core set of fewer, longer duration meetings through the year, and then continuing to have space for issue-specific meetings that would potentially be conducted remotely. For instance, to address the myriad of rulemaking processes that we've seen this year through SB 762 and the Private Forest Accord. I made a note for myself here. I wanted to mention as well, support materials, those board binders, those have been getting longer and longer. And so also I think ancillary to this conversation is considering ways to make those more digestible. and potentially creating a library or other resource that's available for supporting documentation that is kind of there and grows on a continual basis that you can access kind of on demand, as opposed to trying to put everything in front of you in one big chunk right before a meeting. Another topic that's come up and was raised again today are the board advisory committees. A reminder that the board does have the authority to create and disband committees as deemed necessary to conduct business. And there's been a pretty clear indication of a need to kind of evaluate the current standing advisory committees that we have, how they're being used, and how we are selecting folks to participate in them, thinking about representativeness. I think I got an extra syllable in there, but representation, broad representation. So this is one that I haven't fleshed out as much in my mind, but I anticipate it would be a process that would unfold over a year or so. And again, thinking about what are the areas where we actually need those committees and what information can they provide in relation to the issues that are before you? How frequently do they meet? How representative are they? And what's their connection to all of you? How does that information come here? How does it feed into your decision-making processes? So board governance is another, I think, important and timely topic. Again, as an attachment to the staff report, I provided a policy that the board adopted in 2020. It's essentially a policy statement indicating a desire and an intent to create more board governance. In the context of the board retreat, the intent would be to invite a guest speaker to come in and provide a primer and kind of a high-level overview of board governance, what that means, what it looks like, and specifically how it could serve this body. With the goal of then engaging a consultant to develop a board policy manual that would outline processes and procedures for the board, clearly define roles and responsibilities, and in particular, I think help to define the expectations and the relationship between the board and the staff. What is kind of the dividing line? How do we handle requests for information? How does the board make decisions? How does the department act on those decisions? Questions of that nature. So there's really, I think, an opportunity to take action on that policy statement. And I think that has also an important nexus with the revision of the forestry program for Oregon, which, as you know, is the board's strategic plan. Doing my best to avoid acronyms and provide some description so folks know what we're talking about here. So that being the focus of the second day of the retreat, as I mentioned, what I've outlined here is are kind of some key points for what that discussion would look like. I think we would start with a broad conversation about purpose and vision. And I suspect there might be some conversation about that here today as soon as I'm stopped talking. I think another really key component of that conversation is how the agency and the board collaborate. What's the role of this strategic plan within the agency? So traditionally here we've had a strategic plan for the board and a strategic plan for the agency. I think an important question is, does that really make sense? Or do we have the opportunity to work together collaboratively to develop a single strategic plan for the agency, with the agency then developing more of a tactical plan for implementing its core business and implementing in a way that is congruent with kind of the vision and the lens through which the vision and the lens that the board has expressed through a higher level strategic plan for the agency. And there's a really important interaction there then with that governance conversation, right? To help define that dividing line between the board direction and the agency's business and its autonomy to conduct that business. So that would be an important discussion with the full executive team present at the retreat. I think also then we'd roll into other discussion of process, particularly around public engagement and how we want other communities to be engaged in our development or revision of the strategic plan over the next 18 months. And then really moving into a workshop, I think with the opportunity hands-on to actually do some wordsmithing and start getting down on paper some key goals and themes for the FPFO, for the Forestry Program for Oregon revision. So hopefully I didn't talk too quickly. Like I said, lots of big topics there. I'm certainly interested in any immediate red flags or feedback. But beyond that, I really want to yield the rest of the time for the subcommittee that has convened to work on the strategic plan revision. That includes Brenda McComb, Joe Justice, and Ben Doimling. So I will stop there. Thank you.
So Ryan, I really appreciate your leadership here and making us look at these things. And I think an important word I heard right at the beginning of when you started speaking was trying. Let's try some new things. And it made me think about, I had my own business for 35 years, from it being tiny to the point where we had an executive team. And I realized through all of that no matter what you've gotten, whatever your structures, however you do, everything gets stale at a certain point, and just change, literally for change's sake, sometimes is good. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's better. So I think we need to have eyes open as we look at all of this, and whatever changes we do make may not work as well, may work wonderfully. But the key word, as you said, is try. With no expectation that we will have it all solved. Tyler?
Thank you for that. Two observations that I see as we move from big policy to big policy to big policy. And I just have a real hard time tracking the cost benefit analysis associated with what we're doing on the bigger policy levels. What's it genuinely going to cost us to implement, so that as we think about our budget and we think about, what's ahead of us and our financial health as an agency, I just want to be sure we have the ability to frame that. And I know Bill and Cal are working on, a better budget modeling, just so that as we look at these big policies, we're not just looking at the policy, but we're looking at the cost. And can we really cash flow our decisions? Because we're flying high on too many things. So that I really want to put on the radar screen. It's easy to sit here and make decisions, but we need better analysis of what the opportunities and what the costs are. And then, as we look at all of these policies going forward, I see a lack of evaluation, metrics, and measurement. As we employ these large policies, just a way to measure impact. And so those two things are really on my radar screen as we elevate to these higher levels and, continue discussing these large policies.
Yeah.
I would echo what Carla said. Those are important lenses. In addition, I'm fully in favor of this list that you've laid out of projects to work on. There's a lot there, and I would agree that they're all important for us as a board to work on. It may be important to create a bit of a hierarchy so that we don't do a little bit of everything, but I don't know that I have a list of what that hierarchy is, but I think I want to make sure, and I think we've already, the agenda you've set has set the FPFO, the forestry program for Oregon above sort of that has a lot of time carved out. And I think that has been started. And I really want to make sure we have a lot of time for that. And I would probably put that towards the top of the list right now of what you've given us. But I'm not really coming here with a particular list, but I just wanted to highlight that there's a lot here. And if we can't do it all, let's at least get a couple of these done well.
I'll say that I really appreciate that. It is an intimidating list in a certain respect, but also that's why I think we jump in. I think if we stay intimidated by the list for too long, we'll never get started. So yeah.
Brenda's next, and then you can.
Okay. Thanks, Brenda. I just wanted to say, I mean, this is great. I think this is fantastic. You know, it's been hard to believe, Brenda and Jim, it's been 4 years that we went to our first retreat as a board, and we talked, and Brenda and Jim and I, and we went, and I remember talking about how do we do board work? You know, this is all about board work and how do we do. I think going to Ben's point related to the day one, I think these advisory committees, that's really important to me. I hope we can spend enough time talking about that, getting feedback from this board. We don't utilize those advisory committees like we should. I'm not sure that the makeup of those advisory committees are what they should be. You know, they represent Oregonians, and so I hope we spend enough time, you know, fleshing that one out. I mean, to a hierarchy, that's important to me. I think because I think this board needs that kind of that's a way of engaging with our stakeholders. It solves a variety of different issues for us. And I think we just need to find a way to utilize those committees, you know, more broadly. So Ryan mentioned that Brenda and Ben and I are on a subcommittee, and we've had all of one meeting. So we haven't done a great deal of work. So just let the board know we're meeting again tomorrow morning. I talked to my fellow board members into hanging around as I make the drive over here. To, you know, I always try to do that when I come to, you know, spend face-to-face time with board members and talk through these things. So they graciously adjusted their schedule for me. Appreciate that. And, you know, we talked at our first meeting, and I'll try to summarize a little bit of our first meeting, and Ben and Brenda can help me here. I'm kind of going off my memory, but you know, we talked about this forestry plan for Oregon being a new plan. You know, we're not really rewriting the old one. We're embarking on a new plan. We talked about being bold. You know, that this plan is a bold plan, a visionary plan for Oregon forests. You know, to kind of continue the conversation that we had with Governor Kitzhaber and Matt Donegan while he was here. You know, we're kind of continuing that conversation. That's how I see that. The other things, you know, we talked about making it usable, you know, being strategic, not being a document that's so large that people just kind of throw on a shelf and never see again. You know, brevity and succinctness was important to the, you know, we talked about that. That's probably one of the biggest challenges in something like this is not putting everything in the kitchen sink in it. But we talked about that as being important. And, you know, Brenda had some great ideas regarding kind of big buckets, you know, these big things, social, economic, climate, carbon. There's some big buckets that are very important, and building that plan around these big buckets of issues. And I think, you know, Carly, you brought up, you know, measurable outcomes. How do we measure some of these things? I think that's important. That's a great idea. And how do we build that into a strategic plan like this? So really wanting it to be a vision for Oregon forests as this board sees it moving forward. And so I would just be curious, I'll let Ben and Brenda add to my comments here, but you know, going into the subcommittee meeting tomorrow, any feedback you can give to us about that, I hope that our subcommittee can add to the conversation. We can make the conversation more valuable in October. The subcommittee will come out of that meeting tomorrow with hopefully some further ideas and try to focus that. So I'll stop there.
Okay, Brenda's next, then Chandra, then Liz.
Sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Joe, for that. So I think there is a hierarchy. Well, first of all, let me start by saying my focus here is the vision for the future. And I agree with Joe's point about being bold. We need to think, we have a lot of things on the facing us right now, so let's think boldly. But that vision is the strategic plan, as you described, Ryan. The tactical plan is then tiered to that, and that's another piece of that hierarchy. So whatever we produce, concise, short, clear, directional, strategic plan needs to be clearly linked to that tactical plan. And the strategic plan should set a vision for the future. And the way I perceived it and shared this with my subcommittee members, what are the opportunities and constraints that we are facing as a state, as an agency, as a nation, regarding management of natural resources? One is climate. We're seeing that change, and as it changes, it affects everything else that we can do. And my question then to the folks in this planning process is, how do you want your carbon? Another opportunity and constraint lies within the social and cultural realm. Society is changing. There are many cultures represented. Each of them have different values. And how are we going to address that diversity of values and cultures in defining how we manage forests and the values that those cultures have? So my question there is, what products and services are we providing in our forests for all of those cultures? And then the third bucket, the third driver of change is economics. And so I didn't want to overlook that, Carla. I want to make sure that we had that in there. But who are you benefiting and how are you going to pay for it? And so that could be local economics, it can be regional economics, it can be global economics. All of those things are set within a hierarchy that drive opportunities and constraints within forest systems. So those are the three big buckets that I saw. But honestly, those are just three that I saw. They're not the ones that you saw. So when we get into this broader discussion, I think we need to think more carefully about these big opportunities and constraints, and then how those could be linked to tactics that actually get us moving in a good direction.
For the record, Chandra Ferrari, thank you for that. Brenda, I guess I have a lot more to chew on now, but this brings up another question for me. The couple of us, I think, that have joined the board recently have not, I believe, been through one of these retreats before. Is that correct? Did we cancel? I think we canceled last year. Am I remembering that correctly? Huh? Was it actually a retreat? I swear we canceled that piece of it. In any event, it was clearly memorable enough for me to have it in there. But so maybe it's our first, what I deem to be kind of real one. And so in understanding how we structure it to produce the best sort of conversations, like who's providing material? Are you guys still providing binders with supporting materials, or our thought leaders in our subcommittee are providing materials beforehand or not? Are we coming here is it just organic? You know what I mean? So I am kind of curious. I really appreciate the work of you three in having those conversations, but I'm curious, are you producing prompts for us, or are we? So that's just a procedural question, so I can understand how best to engage in what we should, are we going to be noodling on anything, I guess, beforehand is one of my questions. But I really do appreciate all the topics and the framing that you just suggested, Brenda, for the FPFO, which I believe is really a very critical substantive topic that we're going to be discussing. And a lot of the rest of them to me seem, or they're not completely processed, right? But there's some more procedural things also that are very important. And one of the framings that I've thought about before and struggled with, right, is the scope of that document, because it is our area to, like you say, Brenda, bring in the larger context, bring in the larger societal constraints, if you will, or challenges, and then to think about our levers of influence, right, and the things that we can do, the ways that we can partner, or maybe the other issues that are really material, but that we don't have a direct sphere or direct lever over. But then do we still have that in our vision, right? Because we have a vision for forestry that's going to require, I'm guessing, a lot of other actors and parties and changes. And so to be a thought leader in this space, then that's what this document must do. But that's a heavy lift too. And I'm just thinking how this process evolves and how we bring in other people with knowledge of that larger context and larger solution space that Kitzhopper talked about. So is that something that we're talking about at the retreat? Like how we're planning out getting this FPFO and how we're getting those information threads to us? You know, that's something that's important to me and understanding that. And then I'll just mention too that I'm assuming, because you mentioned climate change, that part of what we're going to talk about as part of the FPFO is the carbon plan and our role in seeing that play out, which I think is, again, something that all of our stakeholders have been interested in. And then the last thing I'll mention is just, Carla, I really appreciated your topic about metrics. And I do think it's very important that we have ways to track success, whatever those might be, with all these different range of indicators that we're talking about, and doing that in a manageable way. And so I am kind of interested in knowing from other board members who had experience with the performance indicators in the past, maybe we could have a dialogue about what you found to be informative in the past, because I think you guys had a dashboard or something that you talked about, right? At some point, maybe. Well, in any event, if you have had experience with that, I am interested in, it seemed like it might have been a little unworkable in previous iterations, but it's something that's important. So anyway, I'll stop talking, but thanks.
Count, but that sounded like about 12 questions. Anyhow, you could be patient for just a moment because Chandra was really asking a question of the committee, and Brenda wanted to.
Yeah, well, thanks. Is this on? Yeah, it is. Thanks, Carla or Chandra, for that. So my view is that this subcommittee will be providing ideas and prompts to get the discussion going. And the discussion is a discussion not only among the board, but also staff. So my view, at least, and I'll let Joe and others chime in here, is that what Ryan suggested is that there be a strategic plan, not for the staff and a separate one for the board, but it's a strategic plan for the agency owned by the board and the staff together. And so we're just, I think, throwing out some ideas to get the discussion going and set us off in a direction that I hope will be productive. Relative to both of your comments regarding metrics and performance measures, some of the strategic planning that we did at OSU had exactly that. And we used something called spider diagrams to help us understand how we're making progress toward our goals across a wide range of performance measures. And so I can send you that link if you want, but it's basically you set your goals out, you show where you are now, and then over time, each one of those performance measures is ideally moving toward those goals. And you can see which ones are moving quickly and which ones are going backwards, which happens sometimes. And then what do we have to do about it? So I think there are techniques out there to try to illustrate how we're doing. And relative to the dashboard, I think that may be more of a tactical piece of all this, but it's something that we desperately need.
Liz.
Thank you, Chair. Liz Agpawa, board member. On day one, Ryan, I really like the idea of a primer for the retreat and for the next group that has to go through. And so they have a nice starting point. I think that that's a really great idea. For day two, on the revision, I'm just wondering, I think about the governor's wildfire plan and how do we have like an on-ramp for that and the information in that for the plan revision. And I think it's just a challenge for many organizations on how you're going to look at climate change and carbon. I really like the idea, Brenda, of the buckets. But it also seems to me, someone mentioned we don't just want to have a plan and shelve it. There's so much change in the system regarding what we know and what we understand and what we can do related to carbon and climate change. And so as we think about these measurements and these goals, how can we also consider the cyclic nature of this because it is really, really different than sort of a straight line. We're just dealing with these very big emerging wildfires, more, bigger footprints, more intensity. I just was at a presentation last week with some retiree foresters down in California. And it was about the prescribed fire in the Southwest and how there were a lot of mistakes on that one outside of Santa Fe, but one of the things they were talking about was, kiln dried wood has like a 10 to 11% after it's dried of moisture. And they're measuring moisture in standing trees at like 7%. So things are really changing. Our models that we based, for years and decades that worked are not going to work. So how do we make a dynamic plan, measurable, but understand the cyclic and changing nature of what we're seeing in the governor's wildfire plan? And that's, to me, going to be really, really different about this plan. And that's, the challenge that you're undertaking, that we're undertaking. And it's just a different way of thinking. So wish ourselves luck on that.
So we're going to be running out of time shortly. And I do, want to bring us back down to earth a little bit and think about some pragmatic issues. And I think the one pragmatic issue that we will want to make a decision about in the retreat is what Ryan has brought up about our board meeting schedule. And, I don't see, we had to have a lot of these special meetings because of Senate Bill 762 and because of the private forest accord as well. Given climate change and everything else, I do not see our workload decreasing. I don't see that as likely. And so that's why, I push that more things go on to our consent agendas and, including some things that have been traditional personal presentations on operational issues. But the whole idea of fewer meetings, longer meetings, I do want you all, I'm not saying I am against it at all, but it does certainly mean that we would have at least as many, but probably more of the special meetings that we would do virtually. The reason for that is just these deadlines that come up where and if there's more time between our big meetings, there's going to be more of those deadlines that just have to be met. So I just want you all to sort of noodle on that. You do want to, fewer meetings, 2-day meetings, and potentially more of those special meetings. And I'll just say that in all the discussions, I'm excited about the idea of trying to have a unified strategic plan. And I've really encouraged this conversation that we have, that this ends up, what we do in our retreat is not simply a board retreat, but is really a collaborative retreat with the leadership of the department. And I hope that all works. But any other comments before we wrap up here? Brenda.
I sent Hillary an email just now with the link to the OSU strategic plan and the example of a spider diagram toward performance metrics. So Hillary, you may want to pass that on to others.
Anything else? In that case, we will recess here for our lunch. We have miraculously gotten back on schedule. And so we'll have a full hour for lunch. We will then convene for our executive session in the Clatsop room at 1 o'clock. And we will be back in our public session at 1:30. Okay, good. Welcome back to the September 7th Board of Forestry hybrid meeting. A reminder for members of the public that if they would like to submit written testimony for the information items presented at this meeting, to send in your comments by September 21st, so can be included with the meeting record. We are moving on to item number 6, the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee testimony. And Commissioner Yamamoto and Commissioner Sweet, I did a little lecture this morning about this being a public meeting, and let's get over the acronyms. So it is Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. It's the Habitat Conservation.
You're gonna make me change all of my.
You know where we're going. So we're just giving you the same lecture. Let's remember, we have a lot of people who are less familiar with all these acronyms than we all are. So with that, welcome and go right ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So joining me today is Coos County Commissioner John Sweet. John, welcome. Thank you for being here. Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry, Deputy State Forester Kyle Abraham, staff, I am David Yamamoto, Tillamook County Commissioner and Chair of the the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee, which is FTLAC. I am here today representing FTLAC in order to fulfill our statutory responsibility to advise the Board of Forestry and the State Forester, in this instance, the Deputy State Forester, on our statutory responsibility in matters which affect management of the state forest lands under ORS 526.156. I'm here today to ask the Board of Forestry to pause the HCP process, the Habitat Conservation Plan process. A pause will give ODF, the Oregon Department of Forestry, time to provide the board and public with critical information about the HCP and the impacts that it will cause. ODF must explain why this HCP is right for state forest lands. ODF has not explained why the scale of conservation proposed in this HCP and the corresponding negative economic impacts to counties and communities is necessary. The HCP document shows that the plan will provide tens of thousands of acres, more mitigation than needed to meet the HCP issuance criteria listed in the HCP handbook. This excessive mitigation comes directly at the cost of essential community services in our counties. Public safety, public schools are the top recipients of revenue from state forest lands. In these services, it is these services that will suffer most from a decline in revenue caused by committing far more acres to the HCP than necessary. To date, the only justification for the scale of conservation we have heard is that the HCP is supported by ODF state level partners, ODFW, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and DEQ, Department of Environmental Quality, and developed in collaboration with the federal services, in this instance, NOAA Fisheries and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. None of these agencies have a responsibility to deliver revenue to the counties and are not bound by state laws regarding greatest permanent value. I must note too, that not one of these agencies has a statutory role to advise ODF on the management of state forest lands, as FTLAC does. ODF must justify the HCP against the requirements listed in the HCP handbook and the need to maintain greatest permanent value, and not base the HCP merely on agreement of other agencies with different mandates. As you consider the HCP and the role of state forest lands, consider that as much as 2/3 of Oregon's forests are already managed for habitat, recreation, and other non-timber values, and that the result of this has been sustained reduction in harvest volume, loss of jobs in rural areas, and the increased reliance on timber from the Southeast United States to provide for the needs of the nation. ODF has not provided a full assessment of impacts. The unjustifiably low harvest in the no action alternative in draft EIS clouds all of the analyses within the document. It also covers up that harvest will decline from current levels under the proposed HCP, resulting in reduced revenue, a 40% decline for Clatsop County alone, and reduced fully benefited family wage jobs. Further, ODF has not, to our knowledge, assessed the fire hazard risk created by the HCA's, habitat conservation areas. The Rum Creek Fire in Josephine County is burning over 20,000 acres as we speak and is threatening thousands of homes. This fire highlights the risk that wildfires pose to our communities. Finally, the HCP fails to provide the certainty ODF claims. First, ODF has not provided a financial plan for implementing the HCP. In fact, models by ODF show that the department will be unable to sustain itself with an HCP. There is no certainty if the department is unable to sustain management of state forest lands. Second, the HCP fails to provide for a full range of active management to respond to climate change impacts, forest health issues, and disturbances to maintain a productive forest that can provide a sustainable flow of timber for wood products and other benefits. Now, as this is the last meeting until September of 2023 about the HCP, the last meeting until you are asked to approve the HCP, I want to pause and offer you time to ask questions of me or Commissioner Sweet or of ODF regarding the points I have touched upon here before continuing with my testimony.
Yes, Brenda, then Carla.
Thank you, Commissioner Yamamoto and Commissioner Sweet. Some questions just to make sure I understand where the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee is coming from with your views. Who owns the Oregon State Forests?
They were originally county lands, which were deeded to the
But
state.
who owns them?
The people of Oregon do.
Thank you. All Oregonians, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So the obligation of the board and ODF is to meet the expectations of all Oregonians and products coming from that land, correct?
To a point, I would agree with you. However, one of the issues here is that counties receive timber harvest depending on where within the county that is
Yeah,
harvested.
understood.
And that gets taken up by the county and the special districts within each county.
Right. But that's not what I asked. I asked, who are we managing the forests for?
Primary should be the trust counties.
No, all Oregonians.
Again, that I believe is a difference of opinion.
So our obligation is to represent the interests of every Oregonian in making decisions.
But not to
accept
the,
that?
not to the extreme detriment.
Do you
of the
accept that?
trust counties? I just answered you, ma'am.
So the answer is a qualified no or a qualified yes?
It is that your first and foremost responsibility should be to the trust counties.
My first and foremost responsibility are to the owners of the state forests, which are all Oregonians.
But that land did not come from Eastern Oregon. It did not come from other counties, didn't come from, I mean, these are lands that were deeded to the state for greatest permanent value to protect financially, especially schools and life health safety, fire districts, sheriff's offices, et cetera, to provide those services to the people of the county which that land came from.
So I guess until they're renamed the Tillamook County Forest or the Clatsop County Forest, I'm going to view them as Oregon State Forests belonging to all Oregonians, every Oregonian in this state. And we have an obligation to represent the interests of all of those people.
I do understand your position. I have heard it time and again, and I continue to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate, I mean, I think we have to respect, what Brenda is saying and that our position to represent Oregonians, and at the same time to respect your position. You're there representing those trust land counties and your own counties especially. And yeah, I think that's both true and we need to be respectful of both points of view.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Carla?
So I have a three-part question. Do you have a sense from the HCP as proposed today what the revenue impact per county would be? And if so, I know Clackamas County is going to be impacted the most, but do we have an estimate by county of what that impact would be? And then how that revenue would be replaced? So that's my first question. My second question is the impact to Oregon Department of Forestry. Those state lands are important dollars where we pre-fund big fire. And I want to be sure we understand, I want your best estimate, because I'm trying to get ours as well, on what the impact would be, to Oregon Department of Forestry budget. And then my last question is that 2/3 of Oregon forests, I referred to that in the last meeting. And I wondered if you would break those acres down and put that on record for us. When we came back from Europe, I think they were about a 25% set aside and the EU was looking at 30%. And I think as we've looked at those acres, we've got about a 66% set aside that's for non-timber uses, for habitat, recreation, all other but non-timber. And I'd like you to, if you wouldn't mind, would you break down those acres?
I can try to do that. Referring to your first question, sense of revenue by county, I don't have the revenue broken down by counties. We continue to look especially at Clatsop County. Clatsop County is going to be hurt tremendously by the proposed HCP. Roughly 40% of their state timber forest harvest is going to go away because of this HCP. And again, you have to understand that timber harvest revenue really provides essential services within our counties. The number one general fund department in every county is the sheriff's office. And that is an absolute number one public safety issue. Then when you break it down from there, it goes into fire districts, it goes into schools and education, goes into 911 centers, it goes into our ambulance services. A 40% hit for Clatsop County is going to be difficult, to say the least. And it's not like the large counties, Washington County or Multnomah County or Clackamas County, where they have such large budgets and so much other industry that a hit like that is replaceable in some instances. In small rural counties, it's almost impossible to do. Tillamook County, we would love to have a Columbia Sportswear or an Intel, someone like that to come in and build in Tillamook County. We just cannot do that. We don't have power infrastructure. We don't have the industrial land available to us, especially the coastal communities. You have to understand that we're bound on one side by the ocean. Very near that, inland is the mountain range, the coast range, with very little land in between. Question number 2, sense of ODF financial impact. Yes, we have looked at that. Our records show that roughly 50% of ODF's revenue is going to disappear over the course of this 70-year habitat conservation plan. When we asked at the last FTLAC meeting what kind of planning the department has done to mitigate that potential, and it's not a potential, it's in the numbers. The answer we got was, well, we haven't gone there yet. We don't know. And that to me is unconscionable, because in the HCP handbook itself, it states within there that the applicant must, throughout the course of this contract, and this year a 70-year contract, be able and ready to do the management that is required by that HCP. You talk about the fire costs. Most of your fire costs are reimbursed by the general fund and by Lloyd's of London, which is terrific. We will not begrudge you your fire costs. We don't want anybody fighting forest fires in the state of Oregon other than the Department of Forestry. You guys do just a terrific job. We don't want anybody else doing that. But when it comes to administrative costs, forest management, things of that nature, you need to look at that very closely. How are you going to survive? In the past, you've asked the legislature for monies other than fire monies, and the legislature has always said no. The last question, and I'm not sure, Carla, that I can break that down by area. In our written testimony, and I haven't had a chance to really peruse these in great detail, but you have charts, graphs in here in our testimony. And I think these are the questions that you are asking, and it would take me quite some time to go over those for you.
We're going to be just about out of time, but go ahead.
On question number 2, you said 50%. Did you mean 50% of the state lands budget, not the 50% of the ODF budget?
It's my understanding, as I understand it, it is 50% of the ODF budget.
So I would just say, Commissioner, I mean, we have to, we have to look at these things with the best available science and the best available information, and claims like that are very different from what we're seeing, and happy to look at it, but I don't think that is useful information unless we see the actual data that you are using. And if you could provide that, I'm sure we'd all love to see it.
So therein lies one of the major problems that FTLAC has had over the past year and a half, as we ask for clarifying information from the department. And so it's kind of a circular argument that we get. Well, the federal services are in charge of that. And the federal services refer us back to ODF. It's, you are the applicant. And we don't get the information that we really have been asking for many years. That's why I'm very concerned that the Board of Forestry is going to be looking at making a decision about an HCP. If we don't have the proper information, the information that we continue to ask for, I'm not sure how the Board of Forestry can make a decision on an HCP.
All right. Quick one, Joe.
I will. Joe Justice for the record. I think, what Brenda asked, I hear her point, although isn't it fair to say that local forests, just like where I live, that has been devastated by the national forest system, affect local economies differently. And I think that therein lies one of the questions. These local areas that affect these local economies are going to have a larger impact on different parts of the state of Oregon. I think that's a true statement. It was interesting, hearing the Jewel board member, Jewel School District board member talked about the funding that they don't receive, funds from the general fund to support that district because of what they receive from the funding from state forests. And that was fascinating to me. I serve on a school board, and I understand how we fund K through 12 education, how we underfund it, quite frankly. I mean, that's a big issue. Another board I serve on. And that was shocking to me to hear that percentage if they were to depend on the state school fund. But that's a real specific event, example that affects this real local example of what can affect a local taxing district, related to Jewel. I do have a question, and the reason why we embarked upon this journey was about certainty, commissioners, regulatory certainty. And we know that we have to do some things to achieve regulatory certainty. I would be interested in hearing your thoughts on that, on this path. Can we get to that with you, or can we get that acceptance? I guess, what does that mean to you, commissioners, that regulatory certainty? How do you think about that in this balancing that we're doing?
So from my point of view, we have been asked continually, would you support any HCP? And the arguments that we have are yes. So for the past 3 years, we've been asking to be put on the committees that developed the HCP, and we were continually told no. And yet, the trust counties, we are advisory to the Board of Forestry and to ODF. So how you could develop an HCP and reject the fact that we should be at the table helping you to develop this HCP, to me is rather unconscionable. So the question comes back to, let me break this down. Can we support this HCP in the form that it is? I would have to say no, absolutely not. We don't have enough information. To us, it takes far too much land base out of production. Alternatively, could we support an HCP in the future? Well, I think we could if we were involved in helping you to develop that HCP. One of the issues that we're looking at right now, and I know this board has had presentations about the private forest accord. This was a very difficult situation where the environmental groups and industry got together and with the state's help, and they put together a program and are now ready to ask for an HCP. When you look at the HCP that is going to private industry in the private forest accord, in the riparian areas, much more less stringent than the HCP in riparian areas that the state has. And that, to me, I can't believe that. Here at the state level, you are talking about working with the people of the state of Oregon, on how you manage forest lands and how much you take out of production. with the private forest accord. And please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that was an incorrect thing to do. Private forest accord, you're talking about a lot of REITs and TIMOs that are based in New York or London. And you're giving them a better deal than you're giving the state forest lands. And again, that to me just makes no sense whatsoever.
Commissioner, we're past time. I really appreciate today that you made this more conversational and asked for our questions and to have a conversation. And on behalf of the board, we appreciate that.
If I can, I would like to make some closing comments.
Quickly, please.
It'll be just a minute. So the proposed HCP is specifically lacking in the following areas. Number one, the area of HCA's habitat conservation areas exceeds the area needed to meet HCP issuance criteria. Two, the area of riparian conservation areas, RCA's, exceeds the area agreed to in the private forest accord, even though both the proposed HCP and private forest accord provide protection to the same resources. Three, the HCP hinders the ability of ODF to respond to climate change, forest health issues, and disturbance by A, limiting the pace and scale of forest health treatments for Swiss needlecast and zombie alder stands in HCA's, B, not providing provisions to respond to future forest health issues in HCA's and RCA's, and C, limiting post-disturbance salvage, even when salvage would occur in areas of non-habitat and would allow ODF to restore areas impacted to productive forests. Number four, the HCP requires areas outside of the HCA's to be managed for northern spotted owl dispersal habitat, even in areas where state forest lands do not connect patches of higher quality habitat, creating dispersal habitat to nowhere. Number five, the HCP fails to provide assurances within the adaptive management program for the release of acres from HCA's not needed to meet habitat commitments. Six, the habitat conservation plan fails to provide assurance that HCA's will not be expanded or moved as disturbance impacts habitat within the HCA's. And finally, the HCP fails to describe which provisions and which areas of HCA's are associated with each covered species. Upon a delisting of a covered species for any reason, conservation associated with the delisted species should be removed, and yet there are no such provisions within the HCP. I want to thank you for your time. I'm sorry we didn't have more time. I had several more pages to go through, but we appreciate your time. Any further questions?
Thank you. You got that longer testimony that you've been asking for today.
Well, that was more questions from the board.
I understand. All adds up to, so I appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Sweet, Commissioner Yamamoto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Forestry. Thank you for your time today.
All right, we're going to move on to item 7 and welcome our main presenter, Mike Wilson. And this is the State Forest Carbon and Inventory conversation.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, Deputy State Forester Abraham, members of the board. For the record, I am Michael Wilson and I serve as a State Forest Division Chief. I'm joined today by Tyson Weprick, our Adaptive Management Specialist for State Forest. At last November's board meeting, we presented updates on some of the performance measures for the current forest management plan. In addition to those performance measures, we presented information on the current above ground carbon stores on state forest lands. The carbon data raised questions from board members and others, in part because it used remotely sensed and modeled data as opposed to our own standard inventory data, our stand level inventory. And in part because it showed a plateau and recent decline of above ground carbon, which did not fit with the historic understanding that forest biomass is generally increasing on state forest lands. Since
We're having a little difficulty hearing over here.
Sorry about that. Is that better? Okay, thanks. Since then, we have worked with board members, Brenda McComb and Joe Justice, to investigate the different data sources underlying the inventory and carbon. Based on their valuable insights and on potential analyses, we engaged ICF, our FMP contractor, to work with a team of expert reviewers, including researchers who developed the carbon models. A memo was submitted at the June board meeting detailing staff's progress, and today Tyson will present our findings to date. As part of the draft forest management plan, we will continue to work with the board to adopt performance measures, including carbon, to gauge outcomes of the new forest management plan in meeting greatest permanent value. And now I'll turn it over to Tyson.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, Deputy State Forester Abraham, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Tyson Weprick, and I'm the Adaptive Management Specialist at State Forests. How's the volume?
Good.
Okay. Our forest inventory underlies many of our programs, including planning timber sales, modeling the habitat of species of concern, stand management, and reporting forest benefits and performance measures. While most of this talk is about carbon, the inventory is the basis for our understanding of carbon storage in our forest. Trends in carbon stored in live trees will mirror the trends in volume and biomass, and I may refer to those three variables interchangeably. Several years ago, a team at ODF identified the steps needed to modernize our inventory, and we have been transitioning to that new inventory since the forest inventory needs assessment. The goal was to incorporate new technologies to get a better return on inventory investments and to get better confidence in the final products. Previously, legacy SLI, or the stand level inventory, used sets of cruises to sample a stand, like in the blue polygons on the left, and assign metrics to the stand as one unit. Models would then grow the stand forward through time to update it, and when we didn't have data, imputations would assign metrics to stands with missing data. The goal with the newer enhanced forest inventory is to have LiDAR coverage over the entire forest, or a wall-to-wall inventory that is more accurate than the legacy stand level inventory. LiDAR is a type of remote sensing that actively sends laser pulses onto a surface and measures the time it takes for those pulses to return to the sensor. And it can then map a surface, or in our case, the trees, the other vegetation, roads, and the ground in the forest. In the example on the right, biomass modeled from our LiDAR surveys is mapped over a small area, showing the variation that can occur even within stands. With the wall-to-wall inventory, assessments are not confined to stands and could be analyzed at smaller or larger scales as needed. And with both the legacy and the newer system, I want to note that an independent cruise is conducted for proposed timber sales to estimate the contract volume and value. Last November, we presented performance measures and other metrics, including carbon storage. Because of the state of the inventory transition, we looked at other published data sources and selected a product with a long record of use for landscape level forest assessments. This was from the Landscape Ecology Modeling, Mapping, and Analysis Research Group, a federal and academic scientist housed at OSU, which I'll refer to as LEMA throughout. And overall, this is where we stood compared to other ownerships in the Oregon Coast Range mapped on the left. The average US tons per acre is the best way to compare carbon density between the ownerships. In this region, ODF managed lands store approximately 50% more carbon on average than privately owned forests, and federal forest land stores about 43% more carbon than us. This metric is derived from the two columns on the right that show the scale of the land we manage in comparison to these two larger ownerships. Here, the percentages help compare these three groups, showing that we make up about 9% of the area managed within these three ownerships and store about 10% of the live tree above ground carbon. And these percentages look different than what you may be used to, which are the statewide values, because it's just the coast region on the map. In November, we also showed the long-term trends for these ownerships and state forest districts based on the LEMA estimates, which raised questions because of the plateau or decline in the last decade. And many were surprised and questioned the results from this data set that was new to our use. And I'll get back to that in a couple slides. I want to acknowledge that we also presented what live tree storage and carbon storage and harvested wood products would look like together. And in our harvested wood product carbon model, I'll note that we're not accounting for emissions during harvest, manufacturing, or transport, and we don't account for substitution effects within the life cycle of the product. So this graph shows storage in live trees from the LEMA data and product storage and decay over time based on our harvest records. And the graph starts in 1990 on the left and progresses to 2017 when the LEMA data ends. It shows that combined storage in trees and harvested wood product increased over time with a more recent plateau in the middle of the last decade. After November, we got a lot of feedback, and with help from board members and expert reviewers, we compared different carbon data sets to ensure that we were using the best available data. This isn't just about carbon. Confidence in our inventory is paramount to our operations and planning. So we want to learn from a wide range of data products with different optimal uses and different shortcomings that we should account for. The National Monitoring System by the Forest Service is the Forest Inventory and Analysis Base Grid. I'll use FIA as an acronym throughout. It covers all ownerships with a plot every 6,000 acres, as seen on the map on the left. The locations are confidential so that forest management continues as usual without respect to the monitoring to give an unbiased sample of forests under different management and ownership. This map shows approximate locations. More than 100 of these plots have been measured on ODF managed land since 2001. And from these, we can measure carbon in two ways. We can average 10 years of measurements with each plot measured one time to give an estimate of the average stock over time. Or carbon or volume changes can be assessed once the plots are remeasured after every 10 years. The remeasurements were used in the Forest Ecosystem Carbon Inventory Report produced in 2019 by the Forest Service and ODF, for which you all received an update at the June board meeting. We also looked at 3 remote sensing products that use Landsat imagery, which has satellite images collected every 2 weeks and has an archive going back decades. These products start with the FIA ground data and align those measurements with imagery collected in the same year to model carbon and other metrics over time. The biomass map on the right is one example of a remote sensing product over the same Oregon coast region, with blue colors showing higher biomass forests and yellow showing low biomass and live trees. The ODF inventory contains ground data from cruises, from the stand level inventory, and newly initiated ground data from the densified FIA plots on ODF managed lands. We added 300 more FIA plots to be measured by that program. And concurrently, LiDAR flown in 2020 was collected along with 300 plots that were measured on the ground. And that allows us to model carbon at a finer scale than the Landsat-based products. Our approach is similar in using FIA plots to ground truth our models, but we use remote sensing from LiDAR to model forest metrics instead of using Landsat. And we also have a greater density of the ground FIA plots to use. I'll go over some of the results from these data in the next few slides. More details are in the staff report. A key point is that there isn't one correct data set that we discovered that's best to use in all contexts. These data sets use different methods to measure carbon. And while we're presenting them on the same graphs and trying to make the best apples to apples comparison, please keep in mind that each data source has error and ranges of uncertainty in their estimates of carbon. For the FIA National Monitoring Program, the base grid measurements, we see slowly increasing carbon on average in the last decade across ownerships. And this is from 10-year carbon stocks, with ODF managed land represented by the brown set of points in the middle of the graph, with federal forests in green on top and private forests in gray below. The uncertainty of each estimate is shown by the confidence intervals around each point. Technically speaking, these confidence intervals show the range of values we'd expect to see if FIA were to go back in time and redo the measurements with a different set of plot locations using the same sampling design. That's really wonky. So for a general takeaway, the wider range of uncertainty for ODF managed lands is generally because we have fewer plots due to our smaller land base and a wider variability in the types of forest stands on the ground, say compared to private forests. So we have greater uncertainty for those two reasons. These estimates weren't made every year. They come from the FIA program, which is continuous, but they do not update it every year. We're still getting updates for the last few years. And these 10-year carbon stocks are slow to show changes, which is why the last few years aren't very different from each other within each ownership. We also present an analysis of remeasurements in the staff report, which also shows increasing carbon between the 2000s and the 2010s on ODF managed land. The big question that arose after the November meeting was why the FIA trend was increasing slowly while the remote sensing trend I presented that was based at its root on the same data had a plateau or decline. I'll present these FIA data alongside the remote sensing trends next, followed by our attempts to see why the trends are different. One reason we look to satellite-based products is that they're updated more rapidly with imagery showing new disturbances each year. They can also be modeled farther back in time to the late 1980s. These carbon trends on the graph, estimated by 3 different research groups for ODF managed lands, show the variation between products using the same data. LEMA is the middle line that was presented last November. CMS is the carbon monitoring system on the top line, and that comes from a 2020 publication. eMapper is on the bottom right line and comes from a research group at OSU. CMS is different, notably, in showing an increasing trend in the more recent years. So one question we had when looking at these is how do we know which one to use? And one way is to see how they align with the other data products. So when we add the FIA estimates to this graph, for the base grid in black, and for our 2020 densified in brown, you can compare how the remote sensing products align. And we see that LEMA aligns well at the end of their trend with the ground data, while the CMS, the top line, might be too high. One shortcoming of the November presentation, additional graphs in the staff report show private forests and federal forests as well, which we could see that LEMA had better alignment compared to the other 2 products. And we don't know how these trend lines changed in the last 5 years because we're waiting on updates from these research products that we don't control. One shortcoming with the November presentation was not showing the uncertainty about the carbon trend. So with help from David Bell, a developer of the LEMA product, we have confidence intervals for some of the LEMA estimates. And I'm showing this at the district level. And while the trend is still apparent in the estimates from LEMA, the plateau or slow decline, we can see the uncertainty for each year's estimate. And here we have a select few years of LEMA from 2010, 15, and 17. And we can compare it with our FIA base grid and our 2020 densified plots. And when you're noting the overlap in the confidence intervals, you can see that these aren't far off from each other. In fact, the densified estimate in 2020 aligns particularly well with the 2017 LEMA estimate. You may note the difference between the last 2 years on each district, where we have one base grid estimate in black and the densified estimate in brown. The densified estimates have greater precision or smaller confidence intervals than the base monitoring. And this is even without using our LiDAR models that we're still developing. Differences by district, with the brown estimates higher in Astoria, lower in Forest Grove, compared to the base grid, are likely due to random sampling because the densified plots are at different locations. So if there is alignment relatively in the amount of carbon, why do trends still tell different stories? This question is important to us to evaluate the potential impacts of past management decisions. Robert Kennedy, a professor at OSU who leads development on the eMapper product, helped us work through potential reasons for the differences. First, FIA plots may not represent management very well if, by random chance, the placement of the plots happens to be in areas with less disturbance or harvest. In that case, their trend might show an increase that the satellite imagery does not show, because satellite imagery tracks the whole forest. We went down this path and measured the area of measurement in the last 20 years in our GIS records, the geographic information systems, and compared them to the FIA base and densified plot locations. And this graph has a column for each data source, and the 3 simplified types of management and colors add up to 100% in each column. What we found was that FIA tracks our management breakdown pretty well. The proportion of area that had clear cuts or thinning is similar across all data sources, with slightly more clear cuts in the FIA plots than expected. So we do not think that FIA is misrepresenting our land base by chance. The other potential reason is that satellite-based products have difficulty tracking changes in forests once the canopy closes. Small changes in more mature, dense forests are more difficult to distinguish than disturbance, and this is a well-known difficulty, and the research groups try to find ways to correct for it. We tested whether it was an issue on our forests, where trees average about 55 years old. We compared the 3 satellite products to the ground measurements from our SLI, our stand level inventory cruises, and from remeasured FIA plots, and found that all 3 products generally underestimate growth in forests that were unmanaged for the last 10 years. And they also show a problem of overestimating carbon in young forests and underestimating in old forests. And we haven't done enough work to know if these 2 opposing trends counteract each other. One good news is that our LiDAR remote sensing does not have this problem with saturation, and we'll be better able to understand the differences between our enhanced forest inventory and these satellite-based products once they've been updated to compare with our 2020 LiDAR. So in summary, we know how carbon trends vary with different products, and we have some leads on why. This isn't a very satisfying answer unless you love data analysis. We are less concerned with the slight differences in trends after accounting for the uncertainty and comparing the different products. However, the key finding is that the recent estimates are close to each other and will become more reliable with the additional data from the densified FIA plots that we and other researchers use as the base for all of these models. There are a variety of factors that can influence forest carbon trends, including the distribution of stand age, the types of harvest, growth, mortality, and we haven't exhausted all the analysis of these factors. We do not have a clear target for where we should be given these factors for carbon storage in absolute numbers or compared to other ownerships. There was surprise at the lemma data presented last November because of the potential that the inventory was growing slower than expected or even declining. That initial reaction and the results of this analysis shows the need to think about what a target level or trend for target carbon storage should be, and also how to acknowledge uncertainty in the data and what to report to share inventory information transparently. Going forward, the enhanced forest inventory is under continuous improvements to enhance its precision and accuracy. The results presented today didn't include our LiDAR-based models. This summer, we're collecting more data on supplemental ground monitoring plots to make sure we have the full range of variation in ground data to make our models better. And we're also collecting validation plots on the ground where we check the LiDAR estimates independently. Some of this work will be incorporated into the modeling outcomes for the forest management plan that you all will see next year. And for our next steps, we hope to have confidence that our inventory is tailored to our needs and as accurate as the external remote sensing products. However, keeping up with some of these external carbon models will continue to be useful. These products can track disturbance more quickly than our 10-year cycle of LiDAR and FIA data collection, and new technologies such as space-based LiDAR continue to advance and may provide validation to our inventory methods. They're also valuable for tracking our performance compared to other ownerships for which we don't have inventory data. And in the end, we'll bring different sources of data to bear on these problems. I can see us using external remote sensing products to fill in the gaps in our inventory and incorporating them as another layer to assist in our model development. So thank you for your time and happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Great presentation, important work. And, we're also very lucky to have Board Member Justice and McComb who have looked deeper at this and bring their backgrounds and expertise. So I'm real curious to how each of you would summarize all of this and any predictions for the future.
I'll start, Brenda, I guess. Thanks. Excellent presentation. I think what I was hoping, this was exactly what I was hoping to see. It's just really understanding about this kind of data and a deeper dive into what we're looking at. I mean, that's really what's important. I think back in November, there can be kind of a tendency to jump to conclusions without fully understanding what we're looking at. And these are models and they have limitations, and I think we just need to recognize those, the shortcomings, and we can improve those shortcomings. And I think LiDAR is an exciting bit of technology that I think that we can do and try to exploit. And so I think that's what we always have to take this kind of information, consider it, and consider the error around it, consider the confidence in the data. To really fully understand, to help inform us. We're always dealing with imperfect data. I mean, it's simply we're always going to be, not going to have 100% information, but I think you guys did a great job of describing that uncertainty. Thank you.
Thank you all. That was a great presentation and a great summary. I think the other issue that I've been struggling with is what's the appropriate scale at which these different techniques should be used. And, the lemma data, I think clearly are described as data that should be used at fairly large scales, whereas your stand level inventory is geared toward small scale, local. So you have a mismatch of scales. So in addition to the points that Joe raised, I think when we think about whether it's timber inventory or carbon stores or various elements of wildlife habitat or fish habitat, what's the appropriate estimate to use at the appropriate scale to get the best information possible to make decisions. So thank you both. Appreciate it.
Other comments and questions? Oh, great. Well, thank you very much. We'll move on to our next item then.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item 8, we'll welcome back Mike Wilson and Cindy Kolumchek. Appreciate your being here as well. And this is the update on the Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan.
Thank you. Again, Chair Kelly, Deputy State Forester Abraham, members of the board, for the record, my name is Michael Wilson, and I serve as the State Forest Division Chief. Joining me today are Cindy Kolomachuk, the project lead for the Western Oregon State Forest HCP, and Kim Kratz will be joining us. He is the West Coast Assistant Regional Director for NOAA Fisheries. So today we will be presenting a brief summary of the public comment received on the public draft HCP, and Kim will provide an update on timelines for the NEPA process, as well as for public comment received on the draft EIS. Before we begin the updates, I'd like to recognize that ODF acknowledges that the tribes are the original stewards of the lands we manage, and we seek to honor tribal ties to these lands by integrating their interests and perspectives into our planning and implementation processes. We have made significant progress in tribal engagement over the past year, and we look forward to continuing our work in developing meaningful and lasting relationships. I also want to take a moment to reflect on the great body of work the HCP represents. ODF has been working in partnership with state and federal agencies on the development of the HCP since April 2018, which demonstrates the commitment of our partner agencies to develop an HCP that we could support and has a high likelihood of meeting incidental take permit criteria. I would also like to recognize that over this time period, we have had changes in leadership within our agency, including new board members that have the task of consuming this large body of work in a short amount of time. As such, Cindy and I will be providing a little background on the history and context in pursuit of an HCP and how that informed the robust engagement process that has guided the success of the HCP thus far. I'd like to provide a brief history of ODF's experience with federal ESA compliance and why we are pursuing this HCP. The listing of the northern spotted owl and then the marbled murrelet shifted our understanding of the power of the ESA and detrimental effects that court decisions can have on our forests and economies. As a public landowner providing a broad variety of benefits, we value operational certainty in the management of our state forests and stability in our forest economy. Managing under Section 9 of the ESA, commonly known as take avoidance, does not provide that certainty. Non-federal entities are left to their own policies to avoid take of listed species and are left, the sufficiency of those policies are not truly known until they come to be subject to an enforcement action or more commonly third-party lawsuit. While ODF feels that our policies for state forests are sound, there is no guarantee that the courts will agree. It did not take us long to look to solutions made available under Section 10 of the ESA, such as HCPs, which allow for incidental take permits. In fact, the 1995 Elliott State Forest HCP was the first HCP to be approved in the nation for a state forest program. With a 60-year permit term for northern spotted owls and a 6-year permit term for marbled murrelets, it provided great operational certainty for the first 6 years. Unfortunately, it unraveled while renegotiating the murrelet permit, while also attempting to add Oregon coastal coho, which had been listed in the meantime. As a result, we learned valuable lessons for including an adequate permit length and also number of covered species. Subsequent attempts to get an HCP for the Elliott failed, followed by lawsuits over those take avoidance policies that we were implementing in the meantime. In the late 1990s, we began efforts on an HCP for the lands managed under the current Northwest and Southwest Forest Management Plans. However, that effort failed after almost a decade of negotiation. While we continue to use our take avoidance policies to comply with the ESA on most of the lands we manage, we have opportunistically pursued other Section 10 mechanisms. On our Western Lane District, we have a 10-year safe harbor agreement for the northern spotted owl that ensures operational certainty in the context of a barred owl control experiment. We also entered into a 30-year candidate conservation agreement with assurances for Pacific Fisher in 2019, which provides assurances for management if listing occurs. It is important to note that entry into the CCAA by ODF and other non-federal landowners played a role in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's decision not to list the species. The value of the assurances that come from the incidental take permits have been recognized by previous boards for over the last 3 decades. I have spent most of my career working with threatened and endangered species policy within the State Forest Division. I believe that this HCP will provide the assurances needed for more certain outcomes from management of our management activities, including habitat, harvest, and recreation. I will now turn it over to Cindy to present an overview of the HCP development and engagement process and a summary of public comment from the federal NEPA process.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, Deputy State Forester Abraham, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Cindy Kolomachuk, and I serve as the project manager for the Western Oregon Habitat Conservation Plan. And, you know, when we were thinking about this next go round with developing an HCP, we really took a hard look at some of the lessons learned that Mike described. And so we decided to take a really deliberate and measured approach to developing the HCP. And specifically, we broke the planning process up into 3 phases. And those phases had decision-making points built in for the board to determine whether it was in the best interest of the state to continue working on the HCP. So as Mike described, we began phase 1 in April of 2018, and we started by building our capacity by hiring ICF as our technical consultants. And we also hired some professional facilitators at Kearns and West and Oregon Consensus. And that was really important for us because it ensured that everyone had an equitable seat at the table, including ODF. We then started to assemble our steering committee and our scoping teams, and we did so by getting leadership representatives and technical experts from all of the state and federal fish and wildlife agencies. We worked with these groups to develop the foundational elements of the HCP. We talked about ground rules and how we would come to the table productively. We developed operating principles, and we also looked at the scope of the permit area as well as the covered species. Now, recognizing that this is a very difficult long-term policy decision for the board to consider, we also developed a business case analysis as a decision-making tool just to help the board kind of begin to understand the trade-offs or costs and benefits of a potential HCP. Now, remember, this is in 2018. We did not have an HCP at the time. So that business case analysis was based on assumptions from previous attempts for an HCP, as well as the information that we currently had. We brought this information to the board in November of 2018, and the board unanimously directed us to move forward onto phase 2. And you also requested that we come back to you with another analysis that actually had the HCP strategies in it. So an updated analysis that would be a little bit more accurate. Phase 2 was HCP development, and this was really the workhorse phase of the project. We worked with counties, stakeholders, tribes, public in developing the conservation strategies with all of the agencies in tow. I would say that the scoping team met twice a month from 2019 to 2020 for about 3 hours each meeting, and also had various meetings in between. Now, as the scoping team developed work products, we would then take that to the steering committee. They would approve them, and they would go to the public meetings where we would share them with the counties, the public, and all of our stakeholders. Once those were fully vetted by those groups, and we had gotten feedback and integrated it to the greatest amount that we could, we would then provide updates to the Board of Forestry with those fully vetted work products. So it was a very intentional approach to our engagement process there. In October 2020, we came back to the board with the first administrative draft of the Habitat Conservation Plan. And we also had an updated analysis that we then called the comparative analysis. And we called it a comparative analysis because it looked at potential outcomes from the HCP as opposed to our current practice of take avoidance. And based on that information, the board again directed us unanimously to move forward with the NEPA process as the HCP as the proposed action. And so that is where we have been for the last year or so, and many of you have been here along with us. So our next step is to come back in March of 2023. And we would be bringing you another analysis. This would be the final one associated with the HCP and our new forest management plan. So this will provide the most refined numbers of outcomes up to date. So you'll have a little bit more to consume in March, and that will be telling and will help you better understand the outcomes that you can expect from these two planning processes coming together. The next step for the board and the HCP would be in September of 2023, when we would come back to you after the NEPA process is complete, which Kim Kratz will speak to a little bit later. And then we will be asking you to direct us to move forward with the incidental take permit implementation as well as HCP implementation. So I will move on here to our engagement process. And really, our engagement process was designed to provide the tribes, the counties, the stakeholders, and the public with multiple opportunities to participate in the development of the HCP, reviewing work products at key points, and integrating their feedback as we could. We began working with the tribes in the government-to-government forum. We provided regular updates in that forum, and we also worked with them individually, having meetings when they were interested. As I mentioned, as we developed our work products and when they were fully vetted, we then would take them to the public meetings. And we had about 14 of those over the course of the development of the HCP. 10 of those meetings happened during the pandemic. And it was a big shift for us because we were accustomed to having 10 to 20 people attending those meetings, which some of you did. And then when it went virtual, we had over 100 people attend, which of course was a little surprising, and we had to adjust pretty quickly. But it was incredible that now we have such a diversity of voices across Oregonians and across the state to be able to participate in this process. After we had these larger meetings, we then had focus group meetings with interest groups. And during those meetings, they really set their own agendas. They let us know what they wanted to go on a deeper dive with us in. And sometimes they would request data from us to show how we were developing our conservation strategies. So we provided them with that kind of data as well as the comparative analysis data. And then finally, we provided regular updates at our committee meetings. So we have the State Forest Advisory Committee, we have Conservation Collaboration, Industry Ad Hoc. And so we met with them at their regular meeting schedules to give updates. And then I would like to point out that during that October 2020 meeting where we presented the Habitat Conservation Plan, we received overwhelmingly positive feedback about our public engagement process, which was a pretty new compliment for us, and largely due to the fact that we hired professionals to help us with it. But I would just note that they mentioned that it felt to them that it was transparent, open, and accessible. So I think that's pretty important for our agency. When it comes to county engagement, our goal with county engagement is really to recognize that special relationships that the counties have with state forest lands. And we wanted to provide every opportunity that we could for them to understand the work products that were coming out of the HCP and also provide their perspectives. Now, we had regular engagement with them from 2018 to 2019, where we regularly, had our FTLAC meetings prior to board meetings. Unfortunately, those ceased in September of 2019, all the way through 2020. And that was a combination of litigation as well as the pandemic, which really stressed the county's resources. Recognizing that we couldn't engage in those regular forums, we did try to continue to engage them in HCP development. We had Brett Brownscombe with Oregon Consensus that really served as an emissary during this difficult time. And we also had staff participate in Association of Oregon Counties meetings. And we worked with their consultants to provide the comparative analysis data to them as well. And also many of our HCP team members met directly with county commissioners. Our field staff, leadership in our field, also met with their county commissioners. As you all know, There are very close relationships locally between commissioners and ODF. And I guess I would just mention that most recently we had that special board meeting in April where we provided the opportunity for the board to engage in a facilitated dialogue with the FTLAC on the HCP and the draft environmental impact statement. And I feel like that was a pretty incredible meeting that you all had in terms of sharing perspectives and hearing each other out. So thank you for helping us do that. All right, and so that brings us up to date. And I will provide a very brief overview of the 450 public comments that we received on the HCP through the NEPA process. So these 450 comments really, you have to bin them. So we binned them into things that look like it was process oriented, content oriented, or outcomes oriented. And so I'll start with process, but before I do so, I would just mention to everyone, we're just touching the surface here, and all of the public comment associated with the draft environmental impact statement, as well as the HCP, they are still available for public viewing on regulations.gov. And I think Jason might be able to put that in the chat box for us if people want to visit that. And I'll also point out that all of the responses to both of those bodies of public comment will be included in the final EIS. So that's actually pasted as an appendice there. So you'll be able to review them there. So first, let's talk about those process comments. The first one that we received is question about why we covered the species that we did. And so we are pointing folks to our species selection criteria that the scoping team used to determine which species would be covered by the HCP. And the things that we considered there were the range of the species on state forest lands, the likelihood of listing over the 70-year permit term, and whether there was data sufficient to support the conservation strategies therein. And based on those, that's how we came up with our 17 species that we're covering. The second piece is the 70-year permit term. And I'm sure that you have also heard things of, oh, it's too long, it's not long enough. And really, we settled upon the 70-year permit term because it allows time sufficient to grow the habitat needed to meet the biological goals and objectives. And it also allows enough confidence in the modeled outcomes for habitat and harvest. And then finally, we had a lot of questions about county and public engagement. And I just described that to you, what the engagement process looked like. Those are also detailed in an appendix to the HCP. So we're pointing our readers to that resource there. So the second bin, if you will, are the content comments. And the first piece were questions about the data supporting the conservation strategies. And we recognized when we looked through the HCP that we could do a better job at providing a little bit more detail with the linkages between the conservation actions that we describe and where the referenced information and data is in the appendices. So we increased the number of linkages within the HCP because it seemed that folks weren't really catching where the substantive data supporting the conservation strategies were. There was also a request for continued operational surveys for species. And in the HCP, we are going to be relying on habitat suitability as well as stand data, and then focusing our survey efforts on our monitoring program. There were also questions on the barred owl management, as well as the future of our roads and trails networks. And we recognized that we needed to beef up the language in the HCP a little bit there, so we've worked with the scoping team to do so. And finally, there were questions and concerns about the outcomes of the HCP, as you have heard earlier today. And one was around this issue that is facing all of us and all of our programs, and that's climate change and wildfire. So we do have a chapter in the HCP that discusses how we would be adjusting what we would be doing in the plan based on changed circumstances. So we did make a link for folks to take a look at that chapter when it comes to climate change and wildfire. And we're actually still working with the services on this to see if we need to beef up this language a little bit more and create more provisions in this chapter. And then finally, the big piece that I know that everyone is concerned with is harvest levels over time and the economic impacts to communities. And we currently are modeling that we are going to be pretty similar to our current outcomes with 225 million board feet average annually over the 70-year permit term. Although the board feet would be coming off the forest differently. So there's a different distribution of where the timber would be coming from based on where those habitat conservation areas are. All right, and with that, I will turn it back over to Mike and Kim Kratz.
Thank you, Cindy. I want to go over the timeline for the completion of the HCP real quickly, shown here in green. You'll recall the administrative draft of the HCP was released in March of 2021, near the beginning of the NEPA process. In March of this year, we released the public draft of the HCP and applied for the associated incidental take permits. As part of that federal process, public comment was taken until June 1st, which included a 15-day extension to allow more time for comment. Since then, ODF has continued to work with the HCP scoping team to make final substantive changes to arrive at a final draft HCP this November. And that will be the basis for the final EIS. Along with the final draft HCP, we will post a summary of the changes since the public draft. And it's important to note that the final draft HCP is not the same as the final HCP. The HCP will only be considered final once the NEPA process is complete and the record of decision is published. So in March of next year, we will return to you with the draft FMP designed to go with the HCP, along with outcomes based on additional modeling that includes draft FMP scenarios for your deliberation. We anticipate that incidental take permits would be issued next summer, and we will return to the board in September to seek direction on implementing the HCP and associated incidental take permits. Now I'd like to turn it over to Kim Kratz to provide an update on the NEPA process shown on the blue timeline.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks, Mike. Chair Kelly, Deputy State Forester Abraham, members of the board. For the record, I am Kim Kratz, Assistant Regional Administrator, Oregon Washington Coastal Office, NOAA Fisheries. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide you today with a brief update on the status of the Western Oregon State Forest HCP NEPA process. NOAA Fisheries is the lead federal agency in the NEPA process, as you know. Public comment on the draft environmental impact statement closed in May, and the public comments are currently being processed. As Cindy mentioned, all comments that were received are and will remain indefinitely available to the public on regulations.gov. Our responses to the public comment will be included, as Cindy mentioned, in the FEIS. And NOAA expects to complete the NEPA analysis for the Western Oregon State Forest HCP in July of 2023. And that's a summary. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kim. So for our next steps, as we've mentioned some of them already, but in March 2023, at that board meeting, we'll have the draft FMP and an outcomes analysis for the FMP with the HCP. In May 2023 board meeting, and the decision to move the draft FMP into the rulemaking process. While in July, it's anticipated that NOAA Fisheries will complete the NEPA process. And again, at the September 2023 board meeting, the decision to direct the state forester to implement the HCP and incidental take permits. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Mike, I've got two questions. I think it's hard for the board to square what we've heard you repeatedly from you around all the outreach that you've done and understanding the difficulties that you had with the trustland counties. And what we hear over and over from the trustland counties, which is there hasn't been the kind of outreach there should have been. They don't listen to us. They don't integrate any of our suggestions. We hear that over and over and over again. Now, I know sometimes those who aren't getting what they want don't feel like, will then say you're not listening. But how do you square it? Why is this? I mean, it's just an utter disconnect from what you tell us and from what they say over and over and over to us.
Definitely, I appreciate that. So it is difficult, and I do want to say we do appreciate the county's concerns. Absolutely, we understand that they have a real need for the revenue that comes off these lands. And although I think the long-term solutions may lie, in a broader package of sorts, we appreciate the here and now that they're having to deal with. What made it difficult to engage with FTLAC or the counties in general was the cancellation of those meetings. Those would have been meetings during the actual development of the HCP that we would have been bringing them strategies and getting that feedback. That said, we did do some, as Cindy mentioned, additional outreach to counties around that, primarily through Brett Brownscombe. We tend to be very careful around process there in terms of how we talk to individual counties and how the counties and the board should relate to each other. And we didn't really want to do anything that would run afoul of that Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee, obligation to advise and your obligation to consult in that matter. So we had to be fairly careful there. With regard to representation on the steering committee, I might point out that the board also did not have a member on the HCP steering committee. And that really was for technical work. It was for technical issues and governance, I would say, among the agencies trying to craft the HCP. And so it really had to do with those HCP strategies. Also, we would run into the same problem of having perhaps one county commissioner as opposed to the entire FTLAC being involved in that process. So there were some process considerations in that. And unfortunately, the cancellation of all those meetings was really difficult. It missed opportunity to present a lot of this information to them.
Thank you. I got one other separate question, which is once an incidental take permit is issued, is it possible down the road then to modify it, and under what circumstances would that be?
So it is possible to amend an HCP. And there's some advantages to that. Let me tackle the question of why you would do it first. I think that's really where the monitoring comes into play. And there's two types of monitoring. There's monitoring for the species. There's also monitoring on whether you can continue to implement the plan. Okay. And because there is that requirement, that very real requirement that you have to be able to afford to continue this HCP. So one of the things so an amendment is possible. A lot of HCPs do get amended. The important thing is to have a good reason for it. And so it wouldn't be the sort of thing where you would turn around as soon as you got ITPs and try to amend the HCP. You would want to first monitor and understand and project and figure out why you need to do it and what you might do. That being said, once you are in negotiations to amend an HCP, you're doing so under the cover of the ITPs that are in place. Okay, so you're not going back to take avoidance while you're renegotiating this thing. In the end, if it doesn't work out, because it will probably go through its own NEPA process, right, for the amendment. If it doesn't work out for some reason, well, you still have your original coverage for those species. And so you're not getting to take into court for alleged take of those species in that meantime. But, I actually have quite a bit of confidence that if we need to amend the HCP further down the road, that we would be successful in doing so, especially given our relationship that we built with both services through this process.
And that modification could go theoretically either way, towards increased harvest or towards increased conservation measures.
It could, yes, it could. And, you know, speaking to the wildfire piece, I mean, we have tried to beef up some of the disturbance language in the HCP and that sort of thing to address fuels loading, to address salvage, to address different types of disturbance. However, it's very difficult to be prescriptive about that ahead of time and just say, oh yeah, we'll salvage, you know, whatever. And because there has to be the assurances on the services side that they know what they're buying as well for this. But I think the further we get down the road, and the more that we learn of the state of these things and how we can be very effective in mitigating the effects of disturbance and preparing, setting things up for success, I think that we'll be able to have a more fruitful conversation around that.
Joe, then Brenda.
Thanks, Joe Justice, for the record. Thanks for your presentation, Cindy and Mike. I'm going to have some pretty specific questions that I'm going to propose to you to help me understand this extremely important decision we're facing, you know, on an asset that's worth several billion dollars. And the reason why, I mean, a number of reasons, but there's really a vital reason. I'm trying to understand the implications of this HCP, and it's really about trust. You know, we've been hearing a lot from stakeholders. I mean, I don't have to repeat that, but a lot of this is about trust. And we live in a time where trust is very challenging, and we're very challenged by that. I think what we've all gone through. I think really to clarify, my questions are really not I'm not criticizing staff. I know that you've done a tremendous amount of work on this. I want to make sure that you understand that. I'm not criticizing the work you've done to date, but I just simply need more information to better help me understand this really important decision we're facing. And, you know, I got on this board pledging that I would get information, I would use, you know, the best information, consider the the impacts to the public, and listen to stakeholders. And that's really what I'm trying to do. And so I would like to, I'm going to ask the department to spell out specific differences in conservation, harvest, and economic effects of 3 alternatives. Alternative 2, the preferred action. Alternative 3, which is increasing riparian conservation areas, not RCAs. And then alternative 5, which is reduces habitat conservation areas, and I believe increases restoration activities. Those are the 3. This would include effects to local communities and financial implications for ODF and the state as a whole. And more specifically, I would like to see, and I know that this is in the draft EIS, you know, somewhere deep in the EIS related to harvest levels with these alternatives, but the modeled harvest levels over the term for all 3 of those alternatives spelled out together. Modeled harvest levels inside and outside the HCAs for all 3 alternatives. And that's really important for me. We've talked a lot about that, but I guess I would like more color on more specifics, the modeled harvest. You know, we've, you know, SAF, their comments talked about restoration and what are we doing in these HCAs, habitat conservation areas. And these areas are being managed. I understand that they are being managed. But I'd like more specifics on how they're being managed over the term, what kind of harvesting is happening, that kind of summation. A cumulative net present value analysis over the term of the 3 alternatives, much like what we did in the business case. You know, the business case did this cumulative, and I'm not asking to compare it to take avoidance. I'm asking to compare the three alternatives. I think that's a valuable piece of information to really help us understand what the net effect to the valuation of state lands are related to these 3 alternatives. And I believe you'd have to do model cash flow analysis to do that, but I think most of that information is there that could be pulled together. I'd also I'd like to see spatial mapping showing the HCAs, the RCAs. I can see this in the environmental draft EIS, sorry, really overlaid with non-operable areas, overlaid with restoration needs for alder, Swiss needlecast restoration, and also areas that are already constrained by take avoidance. We've talked about that a great deal, how these habitat conservation areas are chosen. Why were the decisions to choose certain areas related to areas that were not operable, that were already constrained, for lack of a better word, constrained in another way, right? And I would like to see that spatially depicted. I'd like to see that information. Something else that was brought up by the counties was I'd like to see it spatially depicted by counties. I'm not terribly familiar with the county, but I'd like to see that, how that overlays with the impact to give us an understanding of that impact. I know I said a lot. I can give this to you in writing. There may be other comments or questions other board members may want in addition to this. But really beyond the economic and conservation consequences, this is really about the board's credibilities with trust with stakeholders. And I know I would like to have some more information leading us to these decisions, these really, really critical decisions that we're going to make. And I know I said a lot, and you're taking notes, scribbling. I can send you this in an email, and I'd also like other board members, thoughts on what I've asked for, frankly.
How did I know that this item was going to go long? Brenda.
And it might go longer. So thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for jogging my memory from 2018. I have 3 points. I don't know, is our NOAA representative still on the line? No? Yeah. So
I am.
Thank you. I wondered if we could get clarity on whether the agency, federal agencies, would need any additional analyses conducted to write the biological opinion and just make a determination on the ITP, incidental take permit. If one of the alternatives is chosen other than the preferred alternative.
I can't give you a definitive answer on that. Our timeline is based on us having the information that we need in order to complete NEPA as well as the Section 7 consultation.
Okay, thank you. 2 other points. First, I agree with Joe. More information is always better than less information. So if it's possible to get this information by the November meeting, that would be great. But I do not want to see this process slowed down by asking for piles and piles of more information that's going to bog down staff. So whatever of that information you could get, I would love to see it, but let's not carry this out beyond the November board meeting. And I would like to see, in addition to any economic impacts, any additional ecological impacts that are not clear already in the draft EIS. So the timeline, keeping the timeline going, ecological impacts, particularly any risks to species. And it sounds like we're not going to get clarity on whether additional analyses would be needed until we get further down in the process. Correct? Okay, thank you.
That's Chandra.
Thanks, Chandra Furry, for the record. So I guess I have a couple thoughts. I agree with Brenda's points. I'd like to understand a little bit about the timeline required for new information. I agree that we want to be as informed as possible. And I agree that trust is a big issue right now, but that is a broad issue that goes across many stakeholder groups. And so I also don't want to look like we're just seeking additional information toward one point and one impact, when really I'm reading comments across the board, right, noting that there's concern about the conservation commitments and whether those are sufficient, and there's some data gaps there, and there's some process gaps there. So and my concern is I can see this being a big snowball, right? If we all have things that we want to add into this request. And so I'd like to understand, number one, how we get from Joe's request to all of our requests, or something that's kind of a balanced representation of additional information needs, and then understanding the time commitment. And then I'm also trying to understand how that relates to NEPA. And I mean that if we're producing information that's outside of the NEPA process, that's to inform this board, but then if that constitutes significant new information that is then in the sphere, is that something that NOAA actually has an obligation to consider and then incorporate it into its document at some point? And then does it trigger some sort of recirculation or other process steps? So there's just questions that I have around the process that I'd like to understand so that we can understand what the potential delay might be along the way. And then there was one more point, dang it. I guess I'll loop back later. Brenda, I think it was on something you said, but now I'm forgetting.
You try to answer this, you know, I'm kind of thinking in your head, you're going, oh, 4-letter word. But but anyhow, I think it might make sense because I think you're probably going to be saying, oh my God, I'm being asked for what will be an impossible task here. What about if we had 3 folks here, and Joe and Brenda and Chandra, who would work together in very short order to really define the request to make sure you understood it. And then, and I'm with Brenda, I don't want to see this whole process go south. And so then the question is, how can we get most of that? How do we do that without the process going south, without the timeline being destroyed? And, you know, is it, you know, work with the state forester? Is there, can we have a private contractor? I mean, I don't know, have any idea. Is it, but I think, you know, I'm also, you know, here like Brenda with Joe. And I think this whole thing that he started with, this issue of trust, and with these communities and all, we need, you know, we need to, you know, it's my view, we need to get an HCP, but we need to be, have that process seen as fair and have that kind of analysis that that gives us the information to be able to make a reasonable decision. And I agree with Joe. I don't feel like I have it. And go ahead, Liz.
I know you identified a core team just now, but I think all of us have a strong piece and feeling about it. I certainly do from a NEPA part. So I would like to try to bring a little folding chair to your group. And if you would welcome me to do that.
I welcome you, of course.
Thank you.
Does that make sense to people, Carla?
I am. You know, as I listened to Cindy, your testimony, and then I listened to all the feedback we've had, it's like I'm hearing 2 completely different, you know, stories of what's happening. And I mean, today we've had testimony from county partners. We've had I've got 400, 500, 600 emails. We've had trucking companies. We've had 2 of our biggest customers, the state lands, in the room this morning. We've had foresters, forestry associations. We've had trucking companies, mills. There's not overwhelming support or consensus on what we're doing here. And I just want to be sure, Mike, because every time I ask, what is this going to cost the Department of Forestry? What's the economic impact to the counties? What's the economic impact to us? I think that we get to part of that through Joe's question, but I think we owe it to the counties and the schools and the sheriff offices that we've heard today. We need to be sure they understand also these alternatives and the economic impact to them. I want to be sure for our own financial health, because we're not on solid footing either. I just want to be sure we have clear consensus on these alternatives and how it's going to impact our budget as well. So I think Joe, part of the analysis, the net present value analysis gets us there. But I think the communication with these stakeholders that we've heard from today is essential. And then how it impacts the Department of Forestry. Because I can't answer that. There's very different sets of opinions here on what the true economic impact's going to be. Yeah.
You know, I agree with most of what you say there, Carla. I do feel, I mean, you know, we're children of the timber wars, and to the level we can get consensus here is going to be tough. And and also we're dealing with this plan that goes 70 years in the future. So there is not going to be anything like economic certainty. I mean, we're not going to get close. We're dealing with huge estimates and huge assumptions. And we're going to have to wait our way through it. But I think, what Joe is suggesting is that we need something where we can feel better about being able to defend when we make that decision. And I fully support that.
I wanted just to add some. The reason I'm asking for those three alternatives is bracketing the preferred alternative. And I'm hopeful that we can understand by bracketing that what these things mean. That's really what, that's intentional. We're narrowing that focus to those alternatives. And so that's very deliberate. I think that'll give us a good understanding of the conservation, differences and the economic outcomes related to those alternatives. And really now is the time to do that. Now is the time to ask those questions right now. I believe.
Yeah. So if we're kind of in agreement here that hopefully there'll be four of you that I would hope could work with the department and try to get these questions. I'll get there defined, real quickly. I would hope within the next 10 days or so. Does that seem reasonable? And I think you have a question. You do, and Liz does. So go ahead. Brenda, go ahead.
So.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
But I have another
missed
one.
That one, but you're right. Yeah, we can't have that. So I need a volunteer who would not participate in that process. Okay, but Liz, I think what you can do is reach out to one of them and make sure that the concerns that you have a chance to voice. Absolutely, you can have two.
I know that there's a lot of discussion about keeping us on track, and you've already been, through your timeline on 4 years. But what Joe said is right. And if Kim is on the call, as a decision maker, this is the time to do it. In a draft, you're trying to get to a final, but NEPA does not say that you have to have a preferred alternative. Unusually, you can have two preferred alternatives. You could have none, because really this is the point in which you want to invite all that public comment. You don't want to be blindsided. You want to hear everything, because NEPA, right, Chandra, is substantive and it's procedural. If I was a decision maker for like Kim is, what I would say would bring it on. What can you do in a practical timeline to get you to that point where you can say in front of a judge, I have heard everyone. They have raised this issue and I have laid it to rest, or they raised this issue and this is how I've addressed it, or this is how I have mitigated it. This is the time. This is the draft. And then you move on to the final. So I just want to say, I know the urgency. I've been on teams that have worked their behind off to get to this point, but it is a pivot. We're opening it up to the public and we're saying, you tell us where we have a blind spot. And I think what we've heard is that people believe, whether it is correct or not, that we have a blind spot. And procedurally, we need to listen to them, because that's the process of NEPA. So I just want to say that even though, we hear the train coming down the track, this is our pause. It's built into the process. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Mike, would you like to say something?
Sure. Yeah, so actually, this is fine. I'm not seeing too many things here really that can't be answered with the existing data. So I think we can either extract it from the draft EIS or from the data that was used to put together the draft EIS. I don't really see that being a problem. What I would not do is throw any additional modeling at it. The additional modeling that we are already doing, just to remember, is to bring this HCP as a piece of the FMP in March, which will be the new information that comes forward. Okay. So I don't have a problem with, summarizing some of this stuff. I appreciate the fact that some of it's buried a little deep and it's a little hard to digest the 1,800 pages that was the draft EIS. With regard to process, I'll just inform you of this, is that, so in order to complete the final EIS, NOAA Fisheries will need a final draft HCP. And so that's fine. We were anticipating that in November. If the board directs some sort of changes to the proposed action and just a language clarification, in this case, it's not a preferred alternative, it's a proposed action because we're submitting it. And so whenever that final draft was complete is when they would be really able to continue and finalize the EIS, and more importantly, really be able to do the biological opinions. And the biological opinions are what results in issuance of the incidental take permits. And that's, a separate thing from the EIS and the process. I don't know if Kim had anything he wanted to add to that.
Thanks, Mike. And for the record, Kim Kratz, NOAA Fisheries. I can only describe the process, NEPA process, and currently we're consulting on the HCP, which is the proposed action. And if there's changes to the proposed action, that would need to occur through the NEPA process. And that would carry over to a revised proposed action that we would then have to assess again for completeness for consultation. And we won't know whether or not the information contained in the HCP and EIS would be sufficient to consult on a different alternative, a changed proposed action, unless or until the proposed action was changed. So it's process.
So Mike, Joe, I have a question about process. So given that, is there, and we have these alternatives, we've talked about these alternatives. Should we be preparing for that? Should the department be preparing, doing work, to prepare for, to get ahead of that? So, talk about timeline. Is that possible? Could we do that? Could we begin thinking about that?
So in terms of us being prepared as the applicant to make changes, that's possible. The time piece, really comes in with the scoping team and the steering committee. And, we would not just at this point make changes to our draft HCP and say, okay, well, we spent all the time doing this and we changed some things, here you go. We would definitely still run it through the scoping team, and that would take some time, especially if we are looking at things, there's a nexus of things. And I know folks have been really drawn to that alternative 5 in some ways, but there's a couple of things at play there. One is not only the overall, there's a reconfiguration of HCAs to some degree, but also just kind of an overall reduction in HCAs, but then also an increase in the pace and scale of the management activities in HCAs. And so that's a pretty delicate balance in terms of where we arrived with the scoping team, in terms of the amount of management that we have in the HCP currently is kind of an outcome of the size of the HCAs. So if the HCAs get smaller, then there really needs to be a discussion around that. Otherwise, we'd be proceeding with, I would say, not that anybody's being pre-decisional here, but I would say we would have less confidence that our proposed action would actually meet incidental take permit issuance criteria if we didn't go through the scoping team and honor the process we've already got set up.
Carl.
So Chair Kelly, I mean, this is a Board of Forestry decision. And the Board of Forestry hasn't voted on an HCP outcome. And I can't do that until we get the information that we're requesting so that we can really see a broader analysis as we compare these alternatives. So I think we're hearing different things here. What I'm looking for is pretty straightforward. And I think that Joe said it extremely well. But we don't have the information to make a decision of this size with this level of impact, not only to our county partners, but to ourselves until we see that. So I guess I want to be sure I understand the process and how that's going to come back to the Board of Forestry, which is required to make this decision. So I want to be sure we're all saying the same thing here.
Brenda,
It's not just-
we'll really need to wrap.
Yeah, Brenda McComb for the record, it's not just our decision. This is NOAA and as the primary federal agency, it's their decision. It's their decision to issue that ITP. And what I heard today is there's no guarantee that if we make changes to the proposed action, that there won't be extended or additional delays in them making a decision. Once they make a decision, then we make a decision whether we want to accept that. But we're not the only ones making a decision.
But if we do what Joe is suggesting and we get some of that information, then at least we have the information, better information about the implications between the preferred alternative and like alternative 5. So, Sandra?
I'm sorry, I just have one more quick question that I want to make sure I understand. And this is for Noah, I think, but so I understand that if we modify the application, we're not necessarily certain that the information will be sufficient for consultation. But with the menu of options that we have in the alternatives, can we say that the DEIS analysis or the EIS analysis might cover a scenario where we pick pieces from different alternatives? Or is that definitely going to necessitate more environmental review? I guess that's my question.
So if that was directed at me, for the record, Kim Kratz, No Fisheries. We've done that in the past where you can take components from various alternatives to put together into a preferred alternative, if you will. At that time, then we would have to determine whether or not that collection of elements from across those alternatives provided enough information for us to complete NEPA as well as Section 7 consultation. And along those lines, there are 2 federal agencies that are going to be issuing, if this is successful, will be issuing incidental take permits. NEMPS is one, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is the other. So there are 2 federal agencies that have decision responsibilities, at least with respect to Section 7 consultation and the issuance of the ITPs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seems like we're hearing no guarantees. So Hillary, next time we have anything that says state habitat conservation plan in the agenda, maybe we want to have an hour minimum. Anyhow,
I mean, I'll commit quickly to work with Cindy and Mike to, help with these questions. And I mean, I think a lot of the information is there, deep in that document, and to really bring that to light. So it's digestible for all of us. And so, I'll commit to doing that.
well, Brenda and Chandra are going to help you with that. So with that, I think we've completed this item on our agenda, and we were hoping to get a 15-minute break, but let's take a break and come back at 3:35. Oh. You've had fun with this.
Did you know this?
This is you're on the right path, so sit back.
Okay. Okay, we're back in session and I see our crowd continues to thin out there in the back of the room, but try. All right, our next item up is the forest carbon implementation and policy discussion. And Ryan, you're going to lead us. Thank you.
Great.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. Good afternoon, Deputy State Forester Abraham and board members. Again, my name is Ryan Gordon. I'm the Planning Branch Director here with the Department of Forestry, and I'm joined by John Tokarczyk, also in the planning program. We're just here today to introduce two speakers for this topic. And if any questions come that we can answer on this side of things, we'll certainly do our best. I apologize for a rather nebulous description in the agenda of this topic. So the intent of this discussion is to provide an overview of authorities and programs available to advance climate smart forestry, especially via recent federal investments, and talk about opportunities for integrating forest carbon into plans, programs, and policies. So that's really the intent. And we've got two guest speakers who are joining us both remotely today. Brian Kittler with American Forests and Dr. Dave Cleaves. I've let them both know that even though we are a little bit behind schedule, that they should go ahead and proceed with their presentations as planned. We originally had 75 minutes for this topic. We were going to kind of cut it in half for presentation and half for discussion. So Chair Kelly, I'll leave it up to you, of course, to determine how much discussion you want to have after the presentations. But I'll go ahead and jump right in with some introductions and get those presentations started. So first joining us is Brian Kittler, who currently serves as the Vice President of Forest Restoration at American Forests, leading their Resilient Forests program, helping the team develop and advance climate-adapted restoration strategies, analyses for nature-based solutions, public-private restoration partnerships, and policy and forest policy innovations. Prior to joining American Forests, Kittler led forest teams at the Pinchot Institute for Conservation and Sustainable Northwest, testing and deploying strategies in federal forest restoration, forest carbon management and incentives, sustainable forest market development, and policy. Brian has also worked for the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, directing financial and technical assistance to watershed restoration projects. So Brian, I'll go ahead and let you lead off here with your presentation, and then I'll introduce Dr. Cleaves when you're done. Thank you for joining.
Great. Thank you, Ryan, and thank you very much to the Board of Forestry for having me speak today. It's a pleasure and an honor. So I want to talk, as I get my slides queued up here, just real quick background on my organization. We are the longest running forest conservation organization in the country, dating back to 1875. And we have a long story, long history of partnerships working with state and federal agencies, such as Oregon Department of Forestry, the U.S. Forest Service, and others, to implement restoration strategies on lands ranging from large landscapes into urban centers. So we work, we like to say we work from city center to mountaintop, and really those are core to the values as a national nonprofit working on behalf of all of America. We try to advance projects and strategies to advance the conservation of forests for people, the climate, water, and wildlife. So today, I'm really pleased to be speaking with you about what is collectively the largest federal investment in the nation's forests, perhaps ever. The combined investments through the recent Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of last year represent about $14 billion for forests. And that is, broadly speaking, forest conservation, forest restoration, the forest products industry, urban forestry. It's very, very comprehensive. So I'm going to do a quick run through and hopefully give you guys a sense for what's in these two groundbreaking and historic laws, and hopefully stir some discussion about how Oregon can access these resources and put them towards productive use here in Oregon. I should mention also that I'm based in the Pacific Northwest. I live in Northwest Oregon. We have 3 staff here in Oregon and 13 staff on the Pacific Coast. So a lot of what we do is just in the way of background. We bring science and data and analysis and strategic support in the development of restoration plans and strategies. Much of our focus is on climate adaptation, science, and practice, as well as natural climate solutions. So increasing the capacity of the forest sector to sequester and store carbon in forest ecosystems and harvested wood products. We also deploy field staff in our restoration programs. We have a new partnership in Klamath and Lake County after all the recent fire activity down there to do post-fire restoration. So both fuels work and reforestation work in collaboration with U.S. Forest Service. And we are a funder as well. We are fortunate to have a long history of working in collaboration with corporate America to invest donations in reforestation. And one good example of that is a partnership that we have here in Oregon with the Department of Forestry around the Santiam State Forest and the Labor Day fire reforestation work that's occurring there. So providing some match funding towards getting that reforestation work accomplished. We also have strategies around coalition building, and that is largely focused on our policy work. We are a DC headquartered organization. So a lot of the policies I'm going to be speaking about really have an origin in the concepts and discussions in groups like the Forest Climate Working Group, which is the nation's largest and really the only forest sector-wide coalition focused on forest carbon and climate change. And we do advocate. We advocate largely for policies such as the two I'm going to be speaking about and appropriations for restoration funding for our public lands. And we do a lot of storytelling and advocacy related storytelling as well to help explain the issues facing forests in this country. So getting to the heart of the matter here, these two policies, the IIJA and the Inflation Reduction Act, again, are about $14 billion of investment in America's forests. The pie chart here shows roughly 10 categories that the funding falls into. About 29% is in hazardous fuels and wildfire risk reduction directly related to communities. Another 17% relates to forest resilience and restoration treatments. These are through things like the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program, funds for all types of treatments across public and private lands. There's a large component, 15%, that is in urban tree planting and urban and community forestry. In the Inflation Reduction Act, there's about $1.5 billion for the urban and community forestry program of the Forest Service, which is a massive, massive increase to that program. We also have two pots of funding related to climate smart forestry practices, specifically for non-industrial and tribal forest landowners. And that is coming through the Natural Resources Conservation Service, and also more recently through the RRA, going to the state and private forestry branch of the U.S. Forest Service through a competitive grants process. We also see some plus ups in existing programs such as the Forest Legacy Program, the Wood Innovation Grants Program that has funded a lot of research into things like mass timber or biomass utilization, and several other important initiatives as well. So this is a tabular format of that same pie chart, and it shows you roughly the funding by each of those 10 categories and where the money is going to be moving through, which agencies. So roughly, if you look at the numbers there on the right, again, the biggest component is in that HAS fuels and community wildfire risk mitigation funding. There's some new grant programs in there specifically targeted to communities. And specifically running through multiple agencies, so about $4.1 billion there. We also have companion funding in the resilience and restoration treatment bucket, about $2.3 billion. That's a massive increase from what has traditionally been available to these agencies for work on public lands and certainly across the line on private lands. And also we see about $1.5 billion in post-fire reforestation and ecosystem recovery following wildfires, going to both Department of Interior agencies as well as the U.S. Forest Service. So significant increases in a lot of areas in the federal budget, and a lot of the funding ultimately we will be coming to and running through state agencies like the Oregon Department of Forestry. So it's a really amazing opportunity at a really important time. So I want to, in the next few slides, just quickly kind of go through some of these big categories to give you a sense for some of the funding and what exactly it's going to be allocated towards. So for the HAS fuels and wildfire risk mitigation, there's a significant increase of about $1.8 billion for fuel reduction work on the National Forest System, and specifically within the WUI. Beyond that, we're seeing significant plus ups in HAS fuels management activities on the national forests. And there's a couple buckets in here of two segments of $500 million each. So that's grants specifically going to communities for community wildfire defense activities. It's a sort of a new and exciting approach that is coming out of the infrastructure law and dovetails with a lot of the strategies through the National Cohesive Wildfire Strategy. We also have some aspects in here related to fuel breaks. There's a significant increase in funding there for putting in and maintaining shaded fuel breaks and potential control locations. And there's also funding going towards folks such as youth conservation corps and others doing the work for fuel reduction activities. In terms of the resilience and restoration treatments, so the landscape treatments outside of the wetland-urban interface, typically, we're seeing a pretty balanced approach between multiple federal agencies across these two new laws. So DOI agencies is seeing funding, new significant funding coming to them as well, and that goes from the Park Service to the BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service. So refuges, parks, and public domain lands will all see new funding for ecosystem restoration activities. And that's very, very broad. What I've included here is funds that are potentially accessible for forest restoration activities. They also towards any number of other non-forest ecosystem related restoration actions. And in the bottom of this table here for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, you'll see a significant increase of $100 million for the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program. Oregon has been very, very successful in securing grants for many landscapes through this program over the years. We're also seeing significant increases in funding for stewardship contracts and other agreements to get landscape scale restoration activities on the ground. Another category in here that I'm calling climate smart forestry. This specifically relates to technical and financial assistance for non-industrial forest landowners coming through the USDA NRCS and the USDA Forest Service State and Private Forestry Branch. So EQIP, the Conservation Stewardship Program, and the Regional Conservation Partnership Program have all been utilized in Oregon to great effect for forest stewardship activities. These numbers here on the right are applicable. This is our estimate for the amount of funding coming through these programs that will be allocated to forests, and this is nationwide. So it gives you a sense for the scale of investment going through the NRCS. To complement that, there's a new program, or set of programs really, $450 million going into grants, competitive grants allocated to states through the U.S. Forest Service's Landscape Scale Restoration Program. This is a competitive pot of funding that ODF and other state agencies in partnership with a number of entities can apply for. And it's really allocated to engaging non-industrial forest landowners and tribes in emerging private markets for climate mitigation and forest resilience work. A strong focus on underserved forest owners, and that can be categorized any number of ways, but there is a call out for small forest landowners, those owning less than 2,500 acres. And it's new, so this will certainly be something to explore here in Oregon. Lastly, a important category given all the significant increase in fire activity that we've seen here in Oregon is post-fire restoration funding. We were the main advocate behind the Replant Act, which lifts the cap on the U.S. Forest Service's Reforestation Trust Fund. Historically, that was capped at about $30 million a year. Now there's no cap. This is funded through timber, through receipts on tariffs on imported lumber. So largely it is self-supported and not reliant on appropriation. So we're estimating about $700 million being available for post-fire reforestation on the National Forest System through the Replant Act over the next 10 years. Similarly, DOI and the Forest Service also have significant increases in post-fire rehabilitation and recovery work for forest ecosystems that complements the Replant Act. So I just went through a lot in a very, very short amount of time. I just want to speak real quick to some potential observations and areas of opportunity for the state of Oregon. Certainly advancing climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies simultaneously across the forest sector is something that I see in these policies. So there's opportunities in urban forestry, in rural communities, in the WUI, in large forested landscapes, and with the forest products sector for adaptation and mitigation activities. There's opportunities to really sync this massive historic federal investment with existing framework documents here in the state of Oregon. So for instance, the 20-year strategic plan for forest resilience that is now in development will include a funding component to it. So that section of all those policies and activities, mapping that to the priorities in a long-range landscape scale restoration strategy at a watershed scale or a state scale certainly is an opportunity for folks here in Oregon to pursue. Likewise, the climate change and carbon plan calls for specific actions, many of which align strongly to these programs in the IRA and the infrastructure law. I also just want to call out and express support and gratitude to the evolving forest governance here in the state. We have been working with the state of, with the Department of Forestry to develop the framework for actually beginning to implement and design the 20-year landscape resilience strategy for the state. And I've been very, very impressed with the commitment to the collaborative engagement between the agencies, federal and state, to develop that plan. And I think it is a very much a strategic opportunity for Oregon to leverage that energy and activity as an area of focus to identify the resources coming out of these two laws and direct them towards those activities defined in that strategy. And then lastly, I think this really, again, I think I've said the word historic maybe 4 or 5 times in the last 10 minutes or so. And it really is, we've never seen anything like this before. So thinking of ways to leverage and map the state budget and funding resources and capacity needs to those made available through these federal laws is a real opportunity for the state. So thank you very much. I'll take any questions. I think we have maybe 4 or 5 minutes.
Thank you. We really appreciate your group, first of all. Can you give us any idea about the role or of matching funds in any of this and how that is likely to play out?
Yeah, you know, these funds are going to be going through both competitive processes, of which matching will certainly be viewed favorably and or required. And that can occur both as state non-federal funds, as private funds. There's so much money in here and so many different ways in which it will be moving that it really is going to take a fine-tooth comb and a really strong pair of eyeglasses to figure out every last rule. But I can say that for several of these programs, matching funds will count significantly to securing resources.
So I was on the Governor's Wildfire Council and we unanimously agreed on a recommendation where Oregon would need $4 billion to really handle 5.7 million high-risk acres on mitigation. So it's really clear to me that we've got to be really focused, and as a state with only 14 billion available for the whole nation, because the Wildfire Council said we needed 4 billion. And every Western state is in the same situation that we're in. And there's going to be a lot of demand for these dollars. My question to you is, in addition to us cleaning up and mitigating and, you know, downsizing fuels and protecting communities, what is the Forest Service, are there any changes in policy that will really downsize these fuel loads going forward? Because certainly the biggest part of the budget here is on hazardous fuels and risk mitigation and wildfire and resilience and restoration. Can you speak to that a bit?
I can certainly speak to, at least through the administrative policy, with a 10-year wildfire crisis strategy. It's clear that the administration is in a mode of prioritizing investments for fuel reduction and in and around communities, right? So, and that's defined and directed through risk analyses. So I'll say that there's a cogent understanding across the federal government that while $14 billion is historic, it doesn't go nearly as far as we need it to. So prioritizing the places of greatest risk to high value resources and assets, which is a tricky thing to determine where exactly those places are, is kind of the modus operandi right now. And in terms of specific policies, there are some policies embedded within these acts related to increasing the ability of these funds to hit the ground quickly. For instance, in the post-fire, there's one specific about moving within 3 years after the fire, which sometimes it can take a while for resources to be to hit the ground. Certainly, around environmental compliance and NEPA, there's also some resources for additional funding to get more of those projects analyzed and in those priority projects through the NEPA pipeline and ready for implementation. So sort of a quick answer to a much longer set of questions.
Ben.
Ben Doimling for the record. Thank you for this rundown. This is fascinating. And I guess my question is for Ryan and Kyle and the rest of the ODF folks is just something to think about maybe is what's our plan to grab as much of this as we can, to be blunt. And there's a lot of money on the table, and it seems like it would be great to have a couple folks at ODF who are singularly focused on this. And I'm guessing you probably do, but we don't need to take up too much of our time right now, but that's what's top of my mind.
Yeah, so we've kind of started an unexpected but timely conversation, I would say. And a lot of it ties back to some of the resources and direction that we got through SB 762 and the work on the 20-year strategy. I wish that I had Nathan Beckman here as well. The other thing that I wish is that we actually had the 20-year strategy in hand right now as we're looking at all of these opportunities. So it's challenging and a little bit intimidating to receive all of these investments at once. And I know that we're not the only state agency, nor are we alone in the sense that federal agencies are also struggling to figure out how to absorb the investment and put it on the ground. So I would say that we are still very much in the kind of trying to understand the opportunity phase and put it into perspective and understand what the resource needs are, the capacity needs are. Certainly, we're already taking action on some of those programs that have become where it's clear what the rules of engagement are, what the opportunities are, working closely with state and private forestry, for example, as Brian outlined in his presentation. The IRA is a new thing that we're just starting to unpack. In fact, Kyle and I had a conversation yesterday about trying to get a work group together internally to begin to better kind of vet the opportunities, the challenges, the needs, and kind of move the resources around to be as successful as we can in facilitating the funding, recognizing that some of it comes directly to ODF, some of it moves through ODF, and a lot of it is competitive, and those are opportunities that are open to our partners. And I guess I'd close by also mentioning, thinking again about the work that Nathan Beckman is doing around the 20-year strategy. He's made a significant investment in also helping to stand up shared stewardship and have key federal and state agencies around the table. And I think that's also a tremendous opportunity for us to be able to really communicate and leverage our strengths and weaknesses as agencies and the access that we have to different programs and understand them. And of course, that ties into, the bigger picture of all of the state agencies that are potential players here. But hopefully that gets an answer. Kyle, I don't know if you have more or if you can do better, but.
Thanks for that question, Ben. For the record, Kyle Abraham, I don't think I've spoke before, so I'm glad I remembered that. I would just a little bit to add to Ryan's element there is we have also applied for a few of the grants that are competitive from the agency. So these are all kind of coming in sequence. And so, what Ryan's speaking to is the agency trying to get some priorities and understand what this whole universe may look like, because we've been in front of a few of the things, but we also know that there's a whole bunch more coming. And so those are the things that we're really trying to understand. And like Ryan said, some of it's competitive, Some of it's coming to ODF. We heard from the Emerald Ash Borer response plan. There is money that we're making allocations for every fiscal year that's automatically coming to ODF. So that's also part of the structure here, is that there's different elements with different funding, different match requirements, different things that we're just now trying to get a handle on all of those opportunities and really prioritize what we can do as an agency. So, but we're trying to your point, get in front of it and make the best out of this opportunity.
Brenda.
Yeah, thank you. So to Ben's point of getting as much as we can, I am concerned that there's a capacity issue here. With the flood of stuff coming your way, you have to pick and choose what you're going to go after. In situations like this at several universities where I've worked, we hire professionals to do that for us because we don't know. I mean, we're figuring it out as we go. And so I'm wondering if there's an opportunity here to contract with one or two people who have a strong track record of working with the federal agencies and facilitating funding coming to an organization. It might be money well spent. What we found at the university was if we hired people like that, the return on the investment was many, many-fold.
Somebody's got a business called Little Grubby Hands LLC. Come apply.
Thank you for that feedback, Brenda. That's helpful.
Just one final follow-up. Brian, I'm guessing you probably can help us with that.
I'm sorry, did you say Ryan or Brian?
Brian,
That was for you.
Yeah, you are, you I think understand this better than we all do, and have definitely helped the department with some of these funding streams in the past. So thank you for any help you can give us going forward.
Yeah, I would be more than happy to continue the discussion. I think we, just as much as every other entity out there, we're in the understanding mode as well. We do have some folks that are digging into the details though, and would be happy to follow up.
All right, thank you. I think we'll go ahead and shift gears here and move on to the next speaker, Dr. Dave Cleaves. Thank you, Brian, for joining us, and hopefully you can hang around in case there are some more questions. I'll take a moment to introduce Dr. Cleaves, who currently operates as an independent consultant offering services in organizational development, science, communication, and climate change policy. He has worked with the Forest Climate Working Group since 2015 to analyze mitigation opportunities, integrate climate adaptation and mitigation strategies, and advise work group members on strategic options and issues in response to climate change risks and opportunities. Dr. Cleaves is retired from the U.S. Forest Service, where he served as the National Climate Change Executive and Advisor to the Chief of the Forest Service, Deputy Administrator for the Forest Service's Research and Development Program, Director of the Rocky Mountain Research Station, National Staff Director for Economics and Social Science Research and Development, and Research Program Leader in Fire Management Systems. And he also has ties to Oregon, although he's coming to us from the East Coast today. Early in his career, he was a professor of economics and an extension specialist at Oregon State University. Dr. Cleaves, thank you for joining us, and hopefully you can share your screen, and if not, we can bring the presentation up here on this end.
Okay, let's see. And hi, folks. It's good to be back in Oregon, even if it's by Zoom, for goodness sake. So let me see if we'll bring this up here.
We've got it.
You've got it. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, I can't. So, and you don't want to hear me sing. So,
if you'd like, we could share it locally and then you'd be able to view it on your side. You'll just have to tell us when you want the slides.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's great.
Can you help us out there, Jason?
Okay, I can see that. Can you all see it?
Yes, we can. I think if you want to proceed and then just let us know audibly when you want to advance the slide and we'll do it.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, folks, anyway, good evening or good afternoon anyway. And it's great to be with you. I'm not in a car on the Beltway outside here because I still live in DC. So I'm going to transport myself to Oregon with you. Anyway, I wanted to talk today and follow on with the great material that Brian presented on the great opportunities and also the great challenges that we have with these dollars and the expectations that go with them, and talk a little bit about what I see after looking at what Oregon is doing in dealing with forest carbon. And because most of these dollars, or many of these dollars that are headed out to be implemented, and a lot of the expectations for state forestry agencies have grown to expect dealing with the climate resilience and the carbon or climate mitigation issues. And as you go into these two bills, you're going to see that it's throughout the bill. So it's not just all of the programs where these dollars are headed, just as they've been run in the past. There comes with these dollars goals related to making improvements in climate mitigation and climate adaptation. And after being asked to talk with you this evening, I went down through as much material as I could over the last week or so about what Oregon's been doing. And I am really impressed. And I think that when we talk about being competitive for these dollars, I think you've got a great element to your capacity in the work that you've already done in integrating, and then we'll stick with carbon now, integrating forest carbon into your planning and management processes. I guess if you're in Oregon, just as when I was in the extension program in Oregon, I did not realize that we had such a Cadillac forestry extension program compared to the rest of the country until I went on and left Oregon. And I think here, what I'm seeing here from a lot of the work that I've done, especially since I retired, as I looked at different states' capacities, adaptive capacities, and capacities to deal with climate change is quite a range of different, I would guess you could say, levels of maturity in dealing with climate change in the context of planning. Could we go to the next slide, please? So what I see is a kind of across the states here, a range, and even across the Forest Service's different regions and districts, a range of different levels of maturity in dealing with carbon, making carbon a part of the management processes and management decisions. Early on in the Forest Service, I kept a list of horror stories of the kind of comments that we got from the field when we would say the word carbon management. Many of our foresters anyway said, what in the hell is that? We don't need another multiple use to deal with. I got some interesting responses to that as I check in from time and again, especially now with these new dollars and new expectations. I'm seeing folks have a lot more sophisticated approach at the state level and in the federal agencies to dealing with carbon. So I think where I see on this kind of stepping stone scale of maturity that Oregon is already starting toward the top. In other words, I'm impressed when I look at the climate and carbon plan, in that it does things that we have been trying to do for years, and we've not necessarily been able to do it because we've been looking at carbon almost as a commodity, as a single commodity, that we were kind of enticed with the prospects of carbon markets. We did not know how to connect it back into all our existing processes and value systems. But I think if we take the next slide, please. What I see in your climate carbon plan that seems to link to, or is expected to link to, all the other planning. And one thing that I did see is that you got a lot of plans out there and a lot of planning to plan for plans. So almost as if you need a navigational guide to the plans that actually, operate the forestry programs in Oregon. But I see with the climate and carbon plan, the fact that you put the two together, as if carbon wasn't a part of the need for adaptation. Almost any prospects that we have for adaptation or mitigation potential through carbon sequestration really depends on how well adapted the forests are to a rapidly changing climate. And it's quite unusual, I guess you could say, that for years we separated the two when we talked about climate change. The climate carbon plan actually sets a kind of a nucleus there to feed your other plans on, well, how are we going to put the two together? How are we going to talk about not only climate production and net carbon removal and set goals on one side, but it's all about being shaped by the goals we set on the resilience side and being specific enough to not just use resilience as a kind of a garbage can term that says, okay, we're just going to be more resilient. Everybody knows what that means. Actually, the climate carbon plan, I think, encourages and challenges us to say, what are our resilience goals, in particular ecosystems or forest types or whatever? Resilience, what are we seeking for? Resilience to what, or of what, or for what values? And then when are we expecting this to occur so that we can start to set performance measures on both sides? Anyway, that to me is a sign of that maturation of dealing with climate change. And we will be expected to set goals with the new money and of course the money that you already have and the capacity that you already have. Can we look at the next slide, please? Okay, and some folks have worked hard to be able to put together systems. One example of this is the National Institute of Applied Carbon Science and Climate Science out of Michigan. But they work in the East, and primarily they've put together a system that takes forest silvicultural strategies and connect those to combinations of both mitigation and adaptation goals across different climate scenarios so that they can go in and actually work from the forester and the forest system and silviculture system out to climate, not back the other way. And I think that we'll see more and more of these systems. I see elements of that in what you're expecting in this climate carbon plan. So next slide. Okay, so, but one of the things that I think that we wrestle with a lot is how do we actually put outcome measures and wrestle with value attributes for carbon. Carbon is not just an element, it's a number of different things. We often look at it as primarily a net carbon sequestration as a pollution removal service. And there's perhaps a value for that, perhaps markets for that, perhaps the basis for landowner incentives for that. But it's also, I hear us talk about a storage service for carbon stocks, safe enough so that they won't be emitting and then we might violate our commitments to do net carbon sequestration. But it's also an offset to our unmet goals, even at the state level. And if you look at, and I've looked at the offset percentage that forests provide to the state's greenhouse gas emissions across all the states, and Oregon and Maine are at the top of 30 and 40%. And so it goes down to less than 1%. And for 8 states in the country whose forests are net sources, they're no longer net sinks, they are actually now part of the greenhouse gas emission problem. They have not no quote offset value. They have a value of adding to greenhouse gas emissions. But there's also expectations about stability. You know, we've gone so long, decades now, with the forest nationally offsetting anywhere from 12% of the CO2, excuse me, 12% of the total greenhouse gas emissions, almost to 15% of the fossil fuel CO2 emissions, and we've counted on that. But the upcoming Resource Planning Act assessment that will be out in just a few months is likely to show, from what I understand, that that is starting to taper off nationally. And there are only a couple of regions, and this region being one of them, where we're actually seeing that still going up. So being able to count that stability there may not be as solid in the future nationally as it has been. But I think the thing that gives us pause sometime, and we have to wrestle with trade-offs, is that carbon is also the medium for all these other ecosystem services on the same prospects and the same forest. We often characterize carbon as carbon plus co-benefits, when I think we have it actually backwards. The carbon, in many cases, is the co-benefit, and the other objectives, the other values, are actually, in many cases, primary. So then how do we treat carbon? Do we treat carbon as a form of currency, where we're trying to meet these other objectives in the most thrifty way in terms of carbon? But being able to frame those values, even looking at carbon, and if you look at as I went through the forest ecosystem carbon report that the PNW station did for the state of Oregon, it really stands out, especially when they analyze carbon at an ecosystem level, that carbon itself and all of its elements and its trends are really a vital sign for forest health. And that narrative, I think, will be important as we move into the future, so that we're not, as we have been, accused of being kind of too wrapped up in carbon first. It's really carbon as a vital sign. And are there risk profiles for those vital signs across these ecosystems that might lead us to better strategies as we, for example, compete for these dollars and for attention? So next slide, please. And one way that some states have been wrestling with this is looking at their forest ecosystems or their jurisdictional pieces of the forest as parts of a large portfolio. So you manage risk as you'd manage risk to carbon and risk to other resources is basically a portfolio question, just as you'd manage your 401k or your investments. So you've got different combinations of risk and reward, and then different trends for these different parts of that portfolio, moving some in opposite directions for one another, which is actually a way of better managing risk at a larger scale. So these kind of approaches, I think, are in those kind of upper maturity level of wrestling with carbon that I would call the innovation level. Most states and most Forest Service units are not there yet, but they're finding out that they can't just deal with fire as the only risk. They have to deal with a bundle of risks that combine differently in different systems. Often they're density dependent risk, or they're correlated, so they have to be managed together. So I think we're moving in that direction. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so what the Forest Service is worried about with all these dollars, and a lot of these dollars are coming to Forest Service and other agencies, is do we have the capacity? You know, we've been asking for more dollars and more positions for so long, and now we got some, at least, perhaps not enough. Do we have the capacity? How do we develop that capacity? And does it go beyond just dollars and positions? And we would contend, after working with both states and the federal government over the years in the Forest Climate Working Group, that it does go beyond. And that capacity needs to be continually stewarded, it needs to be continually nurtured. And it consists of not only the resources and our ability to leverage them, but also, first and foremost, a pretty clear, coherent narrative about what we're trying to do with climate and carbon together. And leadership, that is how firm is the leadership in being able to move out and have the notions of climate change and carbon in their daily conversation. You can kind of see it in your eye kind of thing. Lots of processes, structures, and tools. Many of them, I think, increasingly will be built around risk management, especially on the mitigation side of things, and the adaptation side of things. And we're going to need supporters and change agents as we start to put things on the ground. Because I think if you look at the investments that are going to be made with these dollars, it's not going to be kind of all happy and light. There are going to be trade-offs to be made. And even in other parts of these two bills, there are other issues that may create trade-offs where we're going to need support. For example, a lot of the renewable energy investments, I know back east, we're beginning to feel this already, even before the dollars start, conflicts between solar farms and keeping forest in certain areas. We got a 6,000 acre solar farm in Pennsylvania, and it's stirred up quite a fuss with forest landowners who are being approached for expansion of that solar farm. So there are unexpected kinds of trade-offs and issues that will come up. Next slide, please. Okay, so what I've done to try to get a handle on what might be available for particular aspects of your climate carbon plan. This is just one slice of a little ledger domain that I did going into these two bills and then coming across into your climate carbon plan goals and the supporting actions. So this is just one supporting action. So what Brian presented there, taken kind of drilled down, might be the kind of thing that you and partners could do. Take the elements of your climate smart forestry incentives, that's one of your supporting actions, and I tried to synopsize that, and went then to these two bills to say which of those pieces that Brian presented might apply directly to accomplishing those objectives. I didn't put any numbers on it because I don't know what's coming to Oregon. But in terms of being competitive for these dollars, the idea that you have a plan and it links to other plans and that you've started to set goals, I think will put you a step forward compared to states that haven't given it that much thought. Because embedded in all of these, there is the expectation that there's a climate and carbon payoff in one or both. So I think that's it for me. I'm happy to entertain questions, or if you want to have a general discussion. I certainly appreciate what you all are doing. As you see now, this is in Oregon. This is, I guess, the Maryland beginning to the Oregon Trail there. Our trees are spindly and the ground's flat, but I'll get out that way soon anyway. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great to get the kudos. I wish Danny was here to hear some of that. It's great for all of us to hear, given all the work that has gone into our carbon plan. Other comments, questions? Liz.
So Dave, you've gone through, our positioning in Oregon and the fact that we do have a plan, and you've been at some of the stage before. Do you have any specific lessons that you would head us off on that won't be productive in your experience?
Well, I think that the narrative has to be a narrative outside the forest sector too. So I think you have to keep selling, if you will, because in many cases, with state climate plans, I'm thinking of North Carolina now and others who are fairly active forestry states. In many cases, you have to be competitive with the other elements of a bigger greenhouse gas emission program. And we are nationally, and we, the forest sector, is nationally known in that bigger conversation. And that was even during the Obama administration and others, as the wild card. The idea that the climate sink was not as, quote, dependable or not as predictable as investments going to carbon capture and storage in the oil sector, or because you can, or pollution in the transportation sector, because we have trees, we don't have tailpipes. You can count stuff coming out of tailpipes, and it has the illusion of certainty. So I think there's I don't want to say it's a burden, but I think that we need to be able to take that narrative, and maybe in Oregon it's not that big a deal because all the work that you all have done and just the stature of the forest sector in Oregon. But in states with not as strong a forest sector, they have to constantly be retelling that role of forest in that bigger climate change picture. But I think I think being able to bring the climate aspects into the narrative, I think we're much farther along, and I'll say this socially, in terms of social acceptance of climate change, than we were, say, 10 years ago. And I'm right now doing some work with the Intertribal Timber Council's Indian Forest Management Assessment Act assessment report, and that's a decadal report to Congress. John Sessions at OSU and John Gordon in Portland are the co-chairs of that. And anyway, 10 years ago, we looked at climate change in the forestry programs of the tribes. We visited 40 tribes doing that. We're doing that again. And in the first, you couldn't even talk about climate change 10 years ago. Now, when we go out on a site, I was just in a Penobscot tribe in Maine just last week, and almost everything these foresters talked about out on the site, there was an unsolicited reference to the changing climate. In other words, it's to them has become, even some of the same foresters we talked to before, it's become part of what they deal with almost daily. So I think that's a good sign, and that we may be able to talk through and engage some folks in conversations we might not have been able to engage in just a few years ago. But I would, I would say that there are numbers of risks and opportunities beyond what perhaps we even have thought about in the forest sector that climate change may bring to us, and we need to be alert to those. So, and I would contend that we look at climate change as a threat, but there may be opportunities there that we should be looking for and be adaptive.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions or comments, but it's really great to have that presentation, which is pretty encouraging and positive, and at the end of our official schedule here. So thank you very much. Any other thoughts?
No, I would just note that Danny would be here. He's on a fire assignment, so he wasn't able to join us today. And Dr. Cleese, just appreciate your time. And Brian, if you're still there, likewise, appreciate you making time to speak with us today.
Super, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're just a few minutes past what would be our normal time to have ended this meeting. We do have set aside a time at the end of each of our meetings for board closing comments and meeting wrap up. I can see that we're all kind of pooped. But anything that any of us we would like to mention at this point? Go ahead, Carla.
So I just want clarification as we're thinking about the November meeting and the HCP discussion we've had today. We're gonna, and I just want to make sure I understand this in my mind, we're gonna get a net present value and economic analysis back comparing the HCP with the alternatives 2, 3, and 5. But it seems to me in addition to that, we need to plan for and understand the time frame associated with any one of these alternatives. And that the HCP moves forward, but allowing the board to pivot to one of these alternatives based on the net present value and economic analysis that comes back to us in the November meeting. I just want to be sure I understood all of that correctly. And finally, I want to be sure I understand how that any one of these decisions would impact the Department of Forestry. So that's clear in
Hopefully,
my mind. I want to be sure that's what we're doing.
hopefully we'll get a little bit more clarity after our 3 board members have worked with the department. I don't have clarity there either. I think the one thing that I heard clearly today was on the part of the services an unwillingness to commit to any kind of timeline if we stray outside the recommended alternative, which is pretty frustrating to hear. I find it frustrating just because they have a process where they are required to show these different alternatives, but they can't even tell us with a straight face whether or not whether we pick and choose amongst them or pick one other, whether or not that it would create a big delay or not. That's what I heard. If anybody else heard anything else, and so I think we still have a piece of it that is wholly unanswered.
I just think on a 70-year decision, we have an obligation to be sure we're making the right decision on behalf of this agency. And so if that takes an extra 6 months, I just want to be sure that we have made the correct decision with some analysis, and we just haven't seen that analysis.
We're working on it.
Yeah,
Linda?
yeah, I think, well, we'll see what we get when we make this request. It is clear to me that if we do not follow the proposed action and the preferred alternative, that there very well could be delays or not. We don't know. That's a risk that we have to take or not. And if we do delay it, there are other additional risks that we'll be facing. So I've never been one to avoid taking risks, but I don't want to take risks unless I have to.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm going to be approaching this for the risk avoidance.
I don't think any of us are going to want to make a decision based on the fact that this might or might not, solely might or might not create a delay. I think that would be foolhardy. And as much as we don't want to see a delay, if that was where we were left and that we really had no choice, that'd be wrong.
I mean, just to expand with Carla, I mean, you're setting the agenda for November. I mean, I'm hopeful that we can bring some of this analysis back. I mean, I'm kind of looking at Kyle. November's possible that this would be on our agenda. We'd have a touch point again in November, potentially. I'm not sure what exactly November's agenda looks like, but I think that is going to be important.
Chair. So my question is in the worst case scenario, and a board member feels that they need to pivot and not go forward with this, is there I heard Mike say there really is, and it's not our part to make a no decision to not go forward. But what is there? I mean, what is, if one board member said, I've heard everything, we have to go forward, we have to make a decision, then to come on back, what is that off ramp? Is there an off ramp to that? And when? Because I'm not clear when it is and really what it is, because it was kind of shaky to me.
Mike, is in our current calendar probably about a year behind from where we started in that original calendar that was proposed. Am I wrong about that?
It's somewhere around that. Yeah. I'm thinking we were looking at having originally the EIS wrapped up by January. Right now it's been delayed outside of our control. Yeah, but I mean, the question of the off ramp or halting the process altogether, is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, the latter.
That's always within the board's decision space to stop pursuing an HCP altogether. That's certainly, or to change the proposed action. All of that is within the board's decision space. It just comes with, your own risk assessment.
That would be a board vote. The board would vote on that. It wouldn't be
Right.
one board member who's making that decision.
Understand
And
that.
I don't know how the rest of my board colleagues feel. How much money has been invested in this process so far, Mike?
Well, where's Cindy when I need her? Including several HCP grants that we've received. I would have to hazard a guess. It's on the order of about 4 million or more.
Right.
4 million or more.
4 million. And we've heard testimony from you today and your colleagues that there's been extensive outreach. Granted, I've received the same email from 500 different people, but I view that as one email, not as 500 emails. But for us to back out of this now, it is just, it doesn't make economic sense, or from the standpoint of certainty of managing the forest in the future, it doesn't make management sense. So I don't even want to enter into a discussion about what an off ramp is at this point.
Or do I?
I just don't want to guess. But if we, and Mike, I think you've put these numbers forward. If we drop that million board feet from 260 down to 225, that's somewhere in the neighborhood of a $67 million annual drop. I don't want to guess at that number. I don't want to guess at all these impacts to our budget because they're too big. And I just want to be sure we know. And we heard that today from the many people testifying, is I want to know what those impacts to the counties are going to be. I want to know what that revenue impact to the Department of Forestry is going to be. And over a 70-year life, we certainly have 6 months to ask tough questions and really understand that. That's what I'm getting at. I don't want to guess at our financial solvency going forward. I want to know what decision we're making.
Mike, we don't have a way of estimating what the timber harvest will be off of state forest lands until the forest management plan is pretty much complete. Is that fair?
That's correct. There's a number of decisions the board still has to make on how we manage the forest. The HCP is just one overlay on that. how the lands outside of HCA's and RCA's will be managed, and for what values, also certainly create some kind of a delta there.
Right. So if any of us board members want to know what the annual harvest will be with the HCP in place under the different options, we won't know that until the FMP is decided upon.
That's right. When we come in March, we'll be bringing the model outcomes with a few different scenarios around harvest. And as part of that will also be carbon outcomes and so forth. And so when we look at the board, managing that sort of through performance measures and whatever targets are associated with that, you have to pick those points in there where you want to figure out how to balance those values.
Yeah, thank you. And the other point I just want to make, sorry, Jim, I'm carrying this on too far, but we're talking about managing a state forest or set of state forests. We're not talking about managing state tree farms. We're not going to be cutting ourselves out of financial difficulties here. The rural counties need a much more comprehensive support system from the legislature beyond anything that we're going to be doing on state forest lands. I mean, Van Dyke's data make that pretty clear. So I just want to make it clear that A, we don't know what the board foot volume will be, and B, we've got a bigger problem than just trying to ensure that we have X amount of money that can go to the counties and X amount of money that goes to the agents. It goes far beyond that.
Correct. And one thing I think that I would add on, if I could, about projecting harvest volumes, it gets a lot more uncertain the further out we go, no matter how good the modeling is. There's a lot of things that are going to affect that we don't understand. One thing that I would put out there, though, where we can reasonably approximate that and actually have targets around that with implementation plans. So our current implementation plans are, we do not target to harvest a volume that much different than the HCP as it's been modeled out. So the delta between 260 and 225 at this point really is in how the timber is harvested, how it's utilized. There's some degree of measurement error. A lot of different things go into that. But, we talk about what we plan, what we cruise, and what we offer to meet that objective. It's at the same level as modeled for the HCP at this point, on the average over 70 years. Now, the way the modeling was done, it was a net present value constrained model. And so that is very different than the even flow volume than that we have traditionally modeled. But anyway, just that uncertainty exists.
Yeah, I think sometimes we get into some semantics, but we definitely, I think we all are striving for better information, better, particularly around economic impacts, and so that we can compare these alternatives and have the best estimates possible, given the many things that we don't know. And so I'll just not use the words that Carla says, that I want to know these things, because I know most of these things are unknowable. If knowing is certainty, we're not going to have certainty about most of this. But that doesn't prevent us from having to get the best information we can reasonably get, so that we can make a responsible decision as we face it.
Absolutely.
Anything else? Boy, long day, hard stuff, guys. Really appreciate everybody's hard work today on the board and the ODF staff and our stakeholders. There's even a few of them hanging out in the back of the room. So go ahead, Ben.
One last thing, Ben Doimling. I just wanted to say thank you to Sue Craig for the book. That was a nice treat to see after lunch. So thank you.
With that, thank all of you, and we are adjourned.